And a very good morning and welcome to Bristol for day 2 of Gloucestershire versus Yorkshire in Division 2 of the County Championship. And if yesterday was just the hors d'oeuvre, well, we may have quite something on our hands today, because yesterday we saw a magnificent 140 from Shan Masood. It was an innings of quality and of style. And for Gloucestershire, we saw a maiden 5-wicket haul for Zaman Akhtar, a terrific moment for him. Not just the actual 5-foot, but removing Joe Root and Harry Brook in fairly quick succession. It was a fantastic day for him. But battling half-centuries from Johnny Tattersall and from Matt Milnes, with some useful runs from Matthew Fisher as well, saw Yorkshire up to 326. And they maybe have grabbed the initiative with that, plus the 2 wickets that were taken last night, those of Chris Dent for 7 and Ollie Price for 5. Cameron Bancroft, the Australian international opener, will start off day 2 alongside night watchman Josh Shaw, with Gloucestershire trailing by 298 runs. My name's Ed Seaborn. Alongside me is Jonathan Doidge. I'm from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire. Jonathan from BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations. And we've got Shah Faisal with us once again as our third voice to take you through the action today. And we have bright sunshine. In fact, it's even probably more sunny than it was yesterday morning, which I don't think was quite in the forecast, but it looks as if it's going to be another gorgeous day for cricket.
Yep, I think we've seen the first, or we're seeing the first floppy of the season. Finley Bean at leg slip is wearing one, so that gives you an idea of the overhead conditions, if you like. There is a little bit of a nip in the air still out there. I've had a few laps around the pitch when I got here. Ben Code to bowl the first ball of the day then, and that is played out into the offside by Cameron Bancroft, and there's no run. There were many complaints yesterday from the Yorkshire contingent post day's play. Shan Masood was very complimentary about the way that Gloucestershire had bowled in the first session, as was Adam Lyth as well. Spoke to him separately, and Shan, of course, a lovely piece with him, talking about Zahir as well, of course, one of the former greats of this club, as Code's second delivery of the day just draws Bancroft to offer the bat at it. Misses. It's due to Tattersall. But yeah, said Zahir Abbas, a big player, if you like, in how Shan went about his career, learnt a lot from him, and wanted to acknowledge that. And he was delighted to have scored runs, on this ground in that respect, as much as any other. Here is Code in once again and blocked solidly by Bancroft, no run. So yeah, I think that it was one of those days where at the end of it, 326 all out with the lineup they had was probably short of what they were expecting, but from 90 for 5 they were happy to have got there. Yeah. And then I think the thing that gave them the confidence was picking up those wickets in the closing stages of the day. So 2 of those in the bank for Yorkshire, as Bancroft just gets to the offside of this delivery. It drops it down towards square leg. Finley Bean round to field. They've started, as I say, with him at leg slip. Looking away to the left, Matt Milnes is down at long leg. George Hill is at a short straight mid-wicket. Matthew Fisher at mid-on. Shan Masood with ball in hand, just flicking it back to Ben Code. He's on the wicket ends at a halfway house really between mid-off and extra cover. And then Moriarty just in front of square on the offside. Good delivery from Code here. Bancroft just feeling for it and plays it along the deck to third slip Harry Brook. Second slip is Adam Lyth. First slip Joe Root. Jonathan Tattersall has the gloves. I think, is that 11? Is there somebody obscured away down to my right by a pillar or something?
Nope,
that's
nobody
it.
Down at third.
Code, who bowled well in that first spell yesterday, picked up one of the 2 wickets to have fallen, is in again for the final ball of the over. Bancroft deals with that one by dropping it at the feet of George Hill. So 28 for 2 no addition to the score. 15 overs now complete. Ben Code, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 10 so far.
I thought you were calling a new nickname for him there, Benno.
Benno,
Bowled Benno. And he has bowled well as well. And just rewards for what was a really searching opening spell of Ollie Price. The wicket was last ball bowled by Code on that first evening, and it was a beauty. Just left Price top of off stump taken, and he went, and that was really I guess the moment that would have had Yorkshire particularly happy, because they one down, okay, 14 overs to face, you probably just about take that as Gloucestershire, but losing a second, especially a man in Ollie Price, who they're hoping is going to score an awful lot of runs for them this season. And it's going to be Matt Milnes to bowl from the Bristol Pavilion end, rather than Matthew Fisher, who took the wicket of Dent. So here comes Milnes bowling to Josh Shaw, the night watchman, striking him on the pad first ball, but it's a fairly strangled shout, and it never really looked as if it was one that was going to be considered for too long by umpire Peter Hartley. Peter Hartley at the Pavilion end, and Hassan Adnan, the umpire, at square leg. We were speaking to Zaman Akhtar last night after his maiden 5-wicket haul, understandably absolutely thrilled to have not only taken it, but got the scalps of Root and Brook, and effectively the line was, well, if you can't be motivated to bowl at those guys, then you're not going to be. Forward comes short. This next delivery from Milnes, it's defended out towards the Yorkshire captain Shan Masood at wide mid-off.
It's a bit like what they're saying in other sports, isn't it? If you're the champion football team or rugby team or whatever, everybody wants to beat you, and when I know cricket's a slightly different take on things, but when you're a great individual, then yeah, what a great individual scalp it is for you. So if you're not switched on for challenges like that, then what's the point in getting out of bed in the morning, really, to play the sport?
Here goes Milnes, in once again to bowl to Shaw. That's a beauty, and that's done just a little bit off the surface. Shaw playing down the right line, as it were, but the ball had left him. If you're going to play and miss at those, especially as a night watchman, then, well, not really too much that you can be expected to do about that one. He's played off stump, he's covered his stumps, and the ball's just done enough to beat the outside edge. So Gloucestershire continue to search for their first run of the morning. Milnes starts his approach. In now bowls to Shaw. Plays a very sturdy looking defensive shot up to Shan Masood once again at mid-off. It can be an annoying sort of batter, is Shaw, because he's got a fairly solid defensive technique, and you can imagine, especially against his former county, that again he's going to have that extra motivation to try and really stick in this morning, because they can be, even just those 20s from a night watchman can be so valuable, especially seeing off this first little period. A shorter length this time tried out by Milnes, but it didn't really get up massively on Shaw, who was able to rise up onto his toes to keep it down out into the offside, but still no run added this morning. Overall, Gloucestershire very happy with the way that they bowled yesterday. It was just that period after lunch where we felt, and of course they felt, that they did just let it slip a bit, allowing Tattersall to get away as quickly as he did, provide that counter punch. Milnes to Shaw, who drives but doesn't really go through with the shot, and it's fielded for a third time in the over by Shan Masood at mid-off. Maiden over again, score remains 28 for 2.
Yeah, and that's something that Yorkshire will be mindful of themselves. So there was a period in last week's match, I know there was very little chance because of the weather of ever forcing a result there, but still, you've got to approach the thing professionally and all of that. And there was a period where, wickets were not falling, and there was a bit of head scratching going on as to what they could do about that. So having done it themselves last week and seen it in this match already from Gloucestershire, I'm sure, be a lot of resolve to try and not get to that situation themselves during this Gloucestershire first innings, as Code is in for the first ball of the over. That's dropped out into the offside by Cameron Bancroft, and Harry Brook is round to field. It's just needing that bowling attack with the Kookaburra in particular that can keep on coming at you when there's not a lot left in the ball. And as we've been saying off air before the match, this pitch doesn't disintegrate. Not going to get anything from it in that respect as a bowler. It's going to be pretty flat for the 4 days, and should be getting better, shouldn't it, as it goes along with the drying weather, as Bancroft blocks another one.
Yeah, I mean, you tend to find you will get games here where it does move actually all match, but the problem is it gets slower.
Yep.
So, and it gets lower. So, and the odd ball that might just bounce a bit will go. And to be honest, as long as you're in a low enough position for that ball that does stay down a bit, then it does get easier.
Code in again. Bancroft, he's been asked to play, I think, just about every ball so far this morning by Ben Code, which is a good start from him in that respect. And, well, I think we've done all that conversation many times before, the control that Ben Code bowls with and gives his captain. And his captain, by the way, in his interview with me last night, which unfortunately didn't see the light of day, apart from mentioning Zahir, was also saying that when he was out on 140, Code bowls again to Bancroft and he drops it into the offside for Moriarty to field. Even the ball that got him out was still doing a bit. It was a good delivery that got him, and it'd have to be a good delivery that got somebody out on 140, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because he was seeing it like the proverbial football. So he said, you know, because of that, the talk in the dressing room was there's still something out there for us.
Yeah, and I think Yorkshire will probably just continue to settle into that line and length where Gloucestershire did just go searching a bit.
Code in again. There you go. The first time, I think, I'm conscious at least of him not asking the batter to play. He's played a leave there, ball wide of off stump.
And the first time I think that I can remember Bancroft doing a bit of a shimmy, so you can tell that he's, I mean, in some ways that's probably an encouraging sign for Yorkshire, in that maybe that's just a sign that Bancroft feels he's got to do something a bit different in this game of cat and mouse early on. Ollie Price walked out of his crease a couple of times, but I don't know if Bancroft's done that before.
Final ball of the over. Bancroft solidly behind it, pushing back to Code. And for the third successive over, we've got maidens. So Yorkshire, they were tight last night. They gave very little away. They picked up 2 wickets. And if you're not picking up wickets, as they haven't done in the first 3 overs today, then you are at least building towards one by building some pressure by not allowing easy runs. Now, I know temperament-wise, somebody like a Cameron Bancroft won't be ruffled by that at this moment in time, but he has scored just the 5 from 49 deliveries, and ultimately we are all only human. And if you're out there, you want to feel like you're doing something on the scoreboard, don't you?
Yes.
Adding to it.
I mean, I paid fairly close attention to Bancroft in the Shield, and just anecdotally I can certainly remember a couple of occasions where his innings started very similar to this, and he strike rate around about 10. So he's happy enough to do it, but as you say, at some point surely he will want to get the board moving. That's edged by Sean Courts in the cordon, and they will lose their first wicket, Gloucestershire, without adding a run, and it's been grabbed at as we just have a look at that again, at down low at third slip, and Shaw goes. So the first part of the plan this morning for Yorkshire, get rid of the night watchman early, and Harry Brook, the catcher, at third slip. And Gloucestershire 28 for 3, so bonus runs from the night watchman. They won't be getting any more than the 8 last night, and already that is kind of the danger with the night watchman, really, isn't it? Even if you see off whatever you have to do the previous evening, you can give the opposition quite a boost next morning if they can get rid of that batter quite easily, because no matter how you look at it, you still look up at the scoreboard and see 28 for 3, and you think, we're in trouble here now.
Yep, agree wholeheartedly with that, and it is a source of massive frustration, isn't it, for many sides when the the night watchman hangs around quite a while the following morning, has a bit of fun, half an hour out there, a few expansive shots that maybe might not go, the way that the field inside want it. So to see the back of him, and that was something I think was mentioned last night, they didn't want to see him hanging around for a while, so they've ticked that box to start with. They've been tight. That's now 19 deliveries without a run being scored and a wicket being taken. And although I was talking about Cameron Bancroft just seconds before that wicket was taken, again, we are all only human, and ultimately you do want to play a shot, don't you, out there?
Yeah, and Shaw, he was only looking to push at it, really. He wasn't going for a full-blooded drive, but at the same time, Shaw might have felt, okay, my role probably is to try and move things along and try and take the pressure off a bit, and even that may lead you to play at a ball that you wish you might not have played at. Miles Hammond is to the crease, and he's turning his first ball through towards square leg, but it won't beat the fielder. Moriarty is the man there, and there's no run. Hammond certainly a tricky man to keep down scoreboard wise. I would be quite surprised if he ended up 5 off 49 deliveries, but then equally he may well bring that cordon into play again, and there's 4 of them in there now for him, 4 slips. Milnes runs into bowl to Hammond, who's going to not find a run here. He's going to have to get back here, and there's a shy at the stumps which misses, and Hammond may have been a goner if that had hit. The effort at point from George Hill, excuse me. One stump to aim at. If he'd hit, Hammond was a long way down. It sort of turned and made an effort to get back, but it looked as if he felt he was going to be short.
Yep, it looked pretty tight, but already just showing signs of the pressure of the situation, even though he's only faced a couple of deliveries.
Milnes in over the wicket to bowl to Hammond. This is left alone. Through to the keeper, just on with the angle that time. No real swing on offer, but I think it is going to be probably more, whether you call it seam movement or movement off the pitch, that's probably more likely to cause the dismissals, because we've seen that be consistent, whereas the swing has tended, and you'd expect it to, go with the Kookaburra ball, as we're now into the 18th over. Milnes runs in, bowls to Hammond. This is defended into the covers. Still no run, and 1 ball remaining in Milnes' over. So the decision to give him the first go at this end this morning has certainly paid off.
Well, Matthew Fisher was talking, I noticed in a pre-match interview that he'd done with, I think it was with Graham Hardcastle on the Yorkshire website, about the fact that he'd be happy to bowl in the middle if needed, because he can get the ball through quicker when it's not doing much.
Milnes bowls, Hammond plays forward, won't find a run again this time to Hill at point, and they stay very much firmly put. Wicket maiden, 28 for 3 is the score, with Gloucestershire behind by nearly 300.
So, you'll obviously get your typical blast up front from Matthew Fisher with Ben Code, but maybe Ben bowls longer in that early spell, depending upon how things go, of course, on innings on innings. And then maybe, Matthew comes back in the middle when you wouldn't normally see him quite so much, and he's charged with a slightly different responsibility. He said, he's got a good bouncer, so he could be used in a different way to what we normally see him with this type of ball. I wouldn't expect him to be doing that so much with the Dukes when we get back to that next week.
Can't wait. It's going to be 50 for 6 after 25 overs.
So, Ben Code bowling to Cameron Bancroft, who's just flicked one around the corner. There's a yelp from the fielding side.
And a certain amount of sarcasm in the applause for that first run, I think.
So that's 25 deliveries, 1 wicket fallen, and the first run of the day. An interesting field set there by Shan Masood. I was going to mention it, but the moment has gone now with the batters having changed ends, and now we've got the left-handed Miles Hammond on strike. But the field for him is Finlay Bean, that leg slip. Joe Root at first, Adam Lyth at second, a gap then to Harry Brook, who's probably more like fourth slip than gully. Code coming round the wicket to Hammond, who turns this one to leg. And George Hill is round to do the fielding, and they get a single.
Hammond's finished as Gloucestershire's leading scorer in the Championship each of the last 2 seasons, broken the 800-run barrier both times. I guess in some ways the frustration for him will be if he'd just gone on to make one more really big score. He had 8 half-centuries last year, some of which could have been converted into hundreds in different situations.
Cody's in, and that's flicked off the legs by Bancroft. Matt Milnes round to do the fielding, another run, so the board is beginning to start ticking.
With that 92 that he made against Yorkshire at Headingley being his highest score, and probably the one in particular that you would say, well, there have been a few times when he's been left absolutely high and dry with no batting left. He was 87 not out here against Sussex. There was an innings at Durham where he made 86 and ran out of partners again and had to basically try and whack it over the ropes to try and get to his 100.
Go round the wicket. Hammond's reaching for that, turns it to leg where George Hill does the fielding. Johnny Tattersall, just by the way, called for the helmet. Yorkshire's S&C, Harry Booker, just took it onto him. So there's 2 helmets out there behind Johnny at the moment. He's standing back, but you're going to half expect him to be standing up to Ben Code at some point fairly soon.
So as much as it's been, you'd like to see him convert more, you can point to, I think, 4 occasions over the last 2 years where he's either been not out or has just run out of partners.
Code in again, and Hammond turns this one in front of square, and Hill round to field, and can't prevent the single.
But I think both probably the last 2 seasons, you'd probably say if he just had one more score, especially towards the back end of the season, then you really are starting to push much closer to that 1,000 mark, and 1,000 is very difficult nowadays. There's only a handful of batters now that are passing that 1,000-run mark with 2 fewer games. So 800 is not a bad total.
Code back over the wicket to Bancroft, who with Tattersall has stood up to the stumps for that delivery, but Bancroft again has got it away backward of square. So with those little nudges being played, you can tell clearly what Ben Code is trying to do. He's bowling straight. I mentioned earlier that he's asked Bancroft to play at virtually every delivery so far today. It's just starting to cost him an odd single, but that is what he's trying to do, make him play at every possible delivery. And he's just maybe gone middle and leg, something like that, and enable the batter to nip a run or 2. If he can just alter that line very slightly, he could well be in the game.
Yeah, that was not really any or much worse an over for going for 5 runs than the previous ones, which were maidens, just challenging particularly Bancroft in a different way.
I should point out before he starts to bowl here, Matt Milnes, by the way, really good to see him get wickets last week. 4 for 73 in one of the innings, and it's good to see him back and looking fit and firing. He's had some pretty awful injury issues, and he's talked about the mental side of trying to keep going through all that, and it was really good to see him starting the season well last week.
Yeah, we were kind of at that stage, I think, when he was on commentary with us last year at Headingley. Milnes in bowls to Bancroft, and this is played late and with an angled bat to backward point for no run. And for Bancroft, who will continue to try and battle his way here with the extra motivation of potentially, there's already been one spot opened up at the top of Australia's order, but Usman Khawaja's 37, there's going to be another spot open, even if they decide to keep Steve Smith at the top of the order. Milnes bowls back of a length in behind that one is Bancroft, and the footballing skills are slightly lacking from Matt Milnes that time in his follow-through. I'm sure he'll claim he was just trying to tip it on to mid-on, but I suspect he was trying the keepy-uppy business that a lot of them like. But yeah, you look at Steve Smith's record so far, opening the batting, he's averaging under 30, which is certainly not Steve Smith like by any means. Double it. really, from what he'd been doing before, averaging close to 60 in Test match cricket. And then you've got Kawaja, as I say, you know how long he's going to be carrying on for. This is Fuller, and Bancroft works it through the leg side, and he'll pick up at least a couple of runs here. I think that's going to be the sum of it. Moriarty on the chase, out to mid-wicket. And Bancroft moves into double figures as he has 10, and Gloucestershire 35 for 3.
You can get in touch, by the way, at Sporting Lives 1. David Carr, award-winning racing journalist, has done that. Good morning to you, Dave. He'll be up at Aintree for the Grand National today, and he says, looking at the photograph or the video I put up earlier, it's sunnier here than it is up in Liverpool.
Milnes into Bancroft again. It's on leg stump, and he's probably thinking he's missed out on a scoring opportunity there, because that was there to do at least exactly what he'd done off the previous ball for more runs, but he couldn't find the gap. Picks out mid-on.
Phil O'Rourke, morning to you. He says, we're queuing up outside. This was a while ago. The crowd are 20 deep at the Ashley Down Road end.
Oh, yes.
They must still be struggling to get in the gates then, I think, at the moment.
I hope they're not talking about beverages.
I think the gates are still locked by the looks of it.
Might get some nights where they're 20 deep before they come in here. Milnes bowls. Bancroft plays once again with that angled blade to Hill, who's fielding at backward point, and there's no addition to the score.
And also good morning Russell Walker, who says, morning Jonathan, wishing you a wonderful Saturday of cricket. I'm looking for 3 for 70ish in the first session by our bowlers. Yorkshire supporter, of course. Pitch it up and let it move just a little off the seam. How's that?
Yeah.
Kettle's on.
That's the plan, I think, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, I'd have said so. That would represent a decent session.
Yeah. 3 slips now. Extra man on the leg side in behind square. Short ball. That was a tasty one from Milnes. And Bancroft thought about hooking it, but then I think has ended up playing it pretty well by getting the hands down underneath it. See if I'm right on the replay that we can see to give him that credit. Yeah, I think he has just pulled out of it at the last minute. And he was right to do so, because they'd laid the trap for him with that, I don't know even what you call that, a sort of short backward square. And then, of course, the fielder down fine as well. It was well directed by Milnes, because that field meant the short ball should be more leg side-ish. And Bancroft, for a moment, looked as if he was going to be caught out by it, but just managed to evade it in time. End of the over, 35 for 3.
So, Code continuing at the Ashley Down Road end. Coming round the wicket here to the left-handed Miles Hammond. Matt Milnes has just been switched across in front of square, so they're looking at various angles here as Code is in, and one of the angles is Finlay Bean at leg slip, who's just dived to his right to half stop a little flick off the hip by Hammond, but he's managed to get through for a single. Morning to you, Mike Frayne, as well. He's asking for my national fancy today, and also says Matt Milnes must have a pretty impressive first-class batting average for Yorkshire. He must. Don't have it in front of me, but he got 75. He's got a 51. He did get a low score and out last year in one of the knocks, and a 6 not out last week. He's going to be in the 40s, something like that, you would think. Not a bad shout, and he's up at number 8 in this match. Code to Bancroft over the wicket, dropped into the offside, no run. So this interesting field I was going to talk about in the previous over, Matthew Fisher's been brought up from mid-on to a short mid-on, probably about 3/4 of a strip off the cut strip to the onside. Hands in pockets at the moment, probably about 18, 19 yards from the bat. Shan Masood is at a straight mid-wicket in a catching position. George Hill at a leg gully. Finlay Bean also in that sort of position too. Full length delivery by Code, and that's nicely played by Bancroft, who's got it between Masood and Fisher, and it's the Yorkshire captain who's giving chase and hauls it in for the concession of 2. Then we've still got the 2 slips to the right-hander, plus Harry Brook, who's, well, a 3rd slip, but probably more positioned like a 4th slip would be. There's a gap between Lyth and he. Moriarty just in front of square at point, and Milnes now at shortish extra cover as Bancroft drops his hands on this one and guides it along the deck to Harry Brook. So it's an interesting field setting. especially kind of fairly early on in the innings and fairly early on in the day. And I think this is probably a reflection on the Kookaburra ball, the slow nature of the pitch.
Yeah, you do see a lot of this sort of field, you know, with a team on the attack, but a lot of catchers in front of the wicket, hoping for that shot that maybe the batter's a bit through early with.
Going in again, this one shorter lengthwise, and Bancroft just drops it into the leg side for Masood to field. Glorious sunny day once again. Must admit the college building away to the right is very impressive, isn't it? When you drive in, it's a beautiful building. You'd love to own a house. Sort of, I wouldn't want to pay the heating bill on the college, I've got to say. I was a tight Yorkshireman, but
lining up a little flat up there, are you?
Fabulous building, isn't it? Yeah.
Studio apartment or something overlooking the ground.
Here comes Code, and that's flicked by Bancroft around the corner, and there is George Hill perfectly positioned at that second leg gully to field. End of the over then. 38 for 3 off 21, but yeah, it looks really smart.
Speaking of, yesterday, that 6 that Matthew Fisher hit, which was aimed a bit further off towards towards the college building, or over towards a wide long on sort of area. I can remember a 6 that Shahid Afridi hit here. I think it must have been one of the first one-day internationals that they had, and they were talking about, was it something like 150 metre 6 that he hit at Johannesburg? It beggars belief, and then you see it, and it goes over the massive grandstand straight down the ground in an ODI. But that one that he hit towards those buildings before the renovations hit must have been pretty big as well. Milnes starts a new over as Hammond tries to glide this one away down to the third region, but he won't pierce the field. Stopped at backward point. I was watching that 6 that Afridi hit, and you're kind of thinking there must have been something wrong with the measurement or something like that. But you add in the altitude as well. Of course, that will add in a little bit. But absolutely outrageous that somebody could hit a cricket ball that far.
Yeah.
Here comes Milnes and bowls, and Hammond hand off the bat there, plays it down into the ground. Let me see if I can find out exactly how far it was. But anyway, certainly a very, very long way. A lot of milling about in the cordon at the moment as plans are being hatched, or either that or it's plans for evening meal.
Hadn't noticed, by the way, but Jordan Thompson has come on. He's fielding wideish mid-on.
Milnes to Hammond, full, inviting the drive. Hammond accepts, but sends it square and right into the hands of Hill at backward point, who's being kept very busy. Be a bit annoyed with that one as he rehearses a more calm, flowing drive through the covers. 153 metres.
I think Matthew Fisher might be the man who's just off at the moment.
I don't understand. Shah Faisal is in utter disbelief at the back of the box. He's got his arms spread out wide. This cannot be. Milnes is in, and Hammond head over the ball, correct defence up the pitch on a couple of bounces. It's stopped by the bowler. Yes, we will have a commentary change.
Should I stay or should I go?
Well, that's the question, yes. And you can articulate your disbelief at that number in a moment. As per official records, they point out, you can't argue. But just like you can't argue with anything that's been done by any scientist, you can't argue with official records. Hammond is forward, playing defensively again. Milnes scoops up, and it's a good morning to Shah Faisal. How was your first Bristol? Well, I suppose not your first Bristol evening, actually, but you've arrived the night before the game. But how was your first Bristol Friday night?
Well, the game day experience, more so. It was just amazing. And I was just exhausted after that.
Yeah.
Slept really well.
I think we all were.
Because I just had to take in so much. I mean, it was a wonderful day, a day to remember. And today is even better. Look at that sunshine. It's just absolutely gorgeous setting.
This was not in the forecast that I looked at last night. Milnes is in and Hammond plays defensively towards the extra cover fielder. There's a attempt by Shan Masood to run him out, but I think it was a well-judged but sharp single for Hammond to move on to 4. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over, and it's 39 now for 3.
You're talking about that 153 meters. Since it's official, so you can't argue with that. We've seen, not with the 6 hitting measurements, but some of the speed guns that have been around, quite a few have been questioned.
Yes.
Exaggerated speeds at times, and even in Australia, the Pakistan team, when they went there, even China Afridi said, like, when they looked up at the screen and they were like clocking 134 or something, they couldn't believe, are we that slow? So, yeah, but officially it's 153. We'll give it to Shahid Afridi. Beginning of next over, Milnes starts again. It's Code rather. And he's bowling unchanged, I think, because his spell was broken because of close of play last night. But he really put in a big effort. And he had that wicket right towards the end to show for it. It's been a rather slow start. Bancroft 12 of 63 deliveries. And Gloucestershire, they would have to make all the running, like we were discussing yesterday, that after getting a first innings score of 326 rather, so watch the next delivery pushed away to that mid-wicket fielder, which is just about 15 yards away from the bat, and no run scored. So Gloucestershire were supposed to be making all the running, and 22.2 overs, 39 for 3. It's fair to say that their backs are firmly against the wall.
Yeah, certainly. I was looking last night, though, at times where 10 wickets have fallen on the opening day here.
His next delivery has been pushed quietly. Shan Masood in quickly, but he won't be able to prevent the single despite his best efforts. That's good cricket, though. If you can't find the boundaries, there haven't been many bad balls. Tip and run is order of the day, and that was very well judged.
Yeah, and I think it's just to pick up on that. It's more of an encouraging sign that they have started to pick up those singles, and that is the kind of energy and busyness that Hammond can bring to the crease. But interestingly, the first time that a side, well, I say interestingly, hopefully it is, the first time that a side has been bowled out on the opening day here at Bristol since Yorkshire did it to Gloucestershire 2 years ago.
His next delivery is pushed back to mid-off, top ball.
So, again, pretty much every stat I've been delivering the last couple of days has been to show how hard wicket taking is here. And yet, we could be looking at a situation where Gloucestershire, if they lose another one here, are in serious danger of getting rattled through.
I think looking at the fields, the way Shan Masood is settled him in, Tattersall up to the stumps as well for this delivery. Nice and full, pushing it to mid-off once again for no run. Yorkshire is going to make it very, very difficult for Gloucestershire rather to score any runs and get out of that stranglehold. You look already the field placing, they've been proactive. The bowlers, you have to give immense credit to them. They haven't given anything to Gloucestershire. No half volleys, no short and wide stuff, just on a length, and those field placings would be playing on the minds of the batters. This next one has been pushed on to one of those close catchers on the onside. We'll come back and explain more about this field placings, but that was the last ball of the over, 40 for 3, and these two batters in the middle right now having a little chat, must be talking about how to get things going now. I mean, it just cannot be just survival. You have to put some kind of pressure back on the opposition to just put them off of their plans.
Yeah, there was a feature at the start of the season, and it was on the ECB website, asking everybody of the Reporters Network who do the daily reports that go out, not just on the ECB website, on the BBC, team that covers every county match around the country. As Milnes starts a new over, and Hammond struck, I think, on the thigh pad. The ball trickles out towards square leg, and there's no run. But they had a sort of sign of the times. One of the things was which player is most likely to Bazball, because everything's a verb now. And I think you probably could have gone for Miles Hammond in Gloucestershire's side. There was a time last year, about halfway through, where it pretty much coincided actually with that innings that he played at Headingley. Milnes in, bowls, Hammond drives just neatly into the gap, but will only find a single as Shan Masood slides away on those practice pitches at wide mid-off. And it's another single. Hammond to 6, Gloucestershire to 41 for 3. And I think how Hammond plays at the start of this year will be quite telling, or just I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes about it. So far he's played the situation and has taken some deliveries to get himself in, but is he going to do a sort of a Bairstow style Bazball, where, because everyone's got their own slight different variations on it. The likes of Duckett will try and score from ball 1. Milnes in, bowls, and Bancroft plays defensively to wide mid-off. You've got Stokes' Bazball, which is actually just pretty much Test cricket until he gets down to the lower order and starts whacking it to all parts. Then you've got, like an on-song Bairstow Bazball, where he gives himself that sort of 20-25 ball period, and then the shots really do start to come out. Maybe Hammond's decided he's not going to do any of that today, as this is striking Bancroft on the thigh pad, or sort of hip area, as he looks to flick through the leg side, but can't get any bat on it. Goes out into the offside, still no run.
Yeah, in terms of Bazball, or just in general in partnerships also, confidence stems from each other as well at times. We saw that partnership after lunch yesterday, Tattersall and Shan Masood. Shan was there, he was on 49 when the session began, but Tattersall began his innings, and the way he played, it really propelled Shan Masood as well to go into that partnership. And if Hammond is looking at Bancroft,
Milnes bowls full, inviting the drive. That's about the first delivery which really was asking to be put away, and that is the first boundary of the morning. Nearly 40 minutes in, that was a half volley, and it was put away through the covers by Bancroft, and he will move to 16.
Yeah, much needed. He breaks the shackles, because this is the point I was coming up to. If you settle player who's played 70 odd balls, 69 to be precise, and if he's struggling and twitching around, it doesn't help the partner as well. But this drive really lent into it nicely and should give him a lot of confidence and some kind of flow to his innings.
Milnes in, again it's very full, it's driven back past the bowler. More runs for Bancroft here, probably just a couple, as Shan Masood is quick to the ball and doesn't even need to throw it in. The batters have already decided that 2 is the sum of it. So 47 for 3, with 7 runs coming off that over, but 6 from the last 2 deliveries. Gloucestershire are 47 for 3 now, trying to hunt down Yorkshire's 326 all out.
Could there have been a hint that Shan Masood had signalled to Milnes that probably it would be his last over? So last 2 deliveries he went a bit searching, and those fuller lengths we'll have to wait and see. I didn't quite catch any signals from Shan, who's at the moment talking to Joe Root there, who's got 2 helmets in his hands, and it'll have to be interesting to see who comes on to ball from the pavilion end, or they continue with Milnes. But that is
George Hill coming on from the Ashley Down Road end, so that's the first, as you mentioned, the first change from that end, with Code effectively bowling 12 overs straight.
Exactly, and good though from Gloucestershire, the last 2 deliveries, the way Bancroft positively approached it and just got himself 6 runs off the last 2. That will give some confidence to Hammond and the other end as well. And like you said, he's the man that we all can be keeping an eye on to see if he can produce that proactive innings that Gloucestershire really needed, because a half an hour or 45 minutes of good positive batting can put the pressure back on Yorkshire. But at the moment, the tone has been set really nicely by Code. See if George Hill can follow that up. 2 slips in a gully, cover and mid-off on the offside. This one is straying down the leg side. Hammond fails to put bat to ball. There is a leg slip in place as well. it has been since the beginning of the innings for every batter. So I don't know what kind of plan or some really deep thinking has gone on into that fielding position.
Yeah, it looks as though they've had something from the analyst about how they want to go about attacking Hammond. They'll obviously have seen plenty of him, not just last year, but over the years. We've plenty of data on him by now.
Shot nicely behind Hammond. He's taking his time, but he's not looking ruffled. I mean, he looks in control. He gives you that impression that he's not rushed and he's in control. It's just that he hadn't had many bad deliveries to get his innings going. But if you compare the two, I'd have to say between Bancroft and Hammond, Hammond has looked much better aesthetically and also technically. Next delivery is onto that onside. Once again, square leg comes in quickly. That round the wicket angle, trying to cramp him and not give him a lot of room. They haven't bowled that fuller length that we saw because they pulled back the length, and that's the reason that the scoring rates are down.
Yeah, I mean, there are several ways that they can get Hammond here. Try and get him walking across, maybe trap an LBW, chip a catch into the leg side, but you still do have the two slips in the gully.
Once again, attacking the body, turned off his hip. Just for a single. Hammond is prepared to take his time. I think this is key moment in the game because the second string of Yorkshire bowlers would have to follow a very hard act because the top two bowlers, they really set the tone.
And I think that really is the key difference between Division 1 and Division 2. Real proper Division 1 attacks, they give you no respite at all. Your lines, your lengths, you just pick up right where you think of your Hampshires or whatever. Even if you've got maybe say one bowler who's got a bit more extra pace about them, it's just relentless in terms of the examination.
Hill to Bancroft, soft hands, very good. Just drop and run. Good response from Hammond. There is a little sign of things easing up for these two. Talking about the approach of Gloucestershire and the way Yorkshire have bowled. I mean, there is a disadvantage when you lose a toss on the first morning, but if you look at it, there is an advantage because you can learn from how the opposition has bowled and not do the mistakes. If they do commit any mistakes, just don't do it. Next delivery, once again attacking the body, pushed on to the onside, and it's a dot ball to finish off the over. 49 for 3, one shy of the 50 mark.
Those things that you miss in the off-season. The sound of a couple of little raps of applause after a quick single into the offside, something like that. You miss the gentle leaves. Of course you miss the big moments as well, the 50s, the 100s, and full houses for a T20, but you can't beat just those quiet moments of appreciation from the cricket connoisseurs who like to see the strike being rotated. And of course now Gloucestershire have got a right-hand, left-hand combination back, which was a real feature of Yorkshire's innings, as we mentioned yesterday, with Shan Masood batting most of the way through with the right-handers in Yorkshire's middle order. So Matthew Fisher is going to replace Matt Milnes, so as you rightly suggested, might have been Milnes' last couple of deliveries. So here comes Fisher to bowl his first ball of the morning, and it's glanced away, and terrific fielding in the gully by Brook. That has saved what would have been a certain 4 because it's quick down towards that deep third position, and Bancroft is forced to remain on 19. The effect that somebody can have in that gully position, watching a lot of Australia in the winter and having the likes of Cameron Green, Mitchell Marsh, huge wingspans, and the number of runs that are annoying runs for a bowling attack that the likes of Cam Green can save. He's so sharp in that region, not just with the catching, but it feels as if he can stop anything. You don't need a deep third when you've got Cameron Green in the gully. This is full from Fisher. Bancroft looks to drive onto the onside, but that made rather a thud off his bat rather than a sweet sound, and he's not going to get a run.
Talking about tall blokes fielding at gully, I mean, historically the mind goes back to Joel Garner, the big bird. Being a fast bowler, in those days especially, it was unheard of, somebody being fielding at close catching cordon. And he was a specialist gully fielder. I mean, talk about wingspan. Doesn't get any better than that. A big bird.
As Fisher is into bowl to Bancroft, they think about a quick single as this is just poked into the offside. But it's Moriarty who's in from backward point. Spinner at backward point as well. Speaking of finding fielders in unusual positions. And I did also note that in Gloucestershire's second 11 game that they played before the start of the season, at one point with the spinners bowling, the two slips were Marchand de Lange and Dom Goodman, who's, what, 6'8", 6'9", Goodman? Must have been the most imposing slip cordon he could have seen. Here's Fisher bowling to Bancroft, strikes him high on the pad. And another strangle appeal, but nothing doing there. It was quite until the Calypso Collapso on the last day from Gloucestershire's seconds. It's quite an encouraging performance from the second 11 to open up the season. Wickets for Ed Middleton, Ahmed Said, who has been given a rookie contract this year, one of 3 rookie contracts Gloucestershire have handed out, with him, Tommy Borman, and the young seamer Archie Bailey. This is short from Fisher, and I think it's fair to say Bancroft's played better pull shots than that in his career. Again, it made that almost tinny sound off his bat and went almost nowhere, but it does bring up Gloucestershire's 50 with a single to mid-wicket. Bancroft moves on to 20 and was examining his bat for any signs of cracking after that one, I think.
Pretty much hit the splice close to the handle. That's why the sound that it made. Yeah, talking about Masha De Lange being in slip, and it's an imposing figure. If I was a batter, I'd be actually quite relieved, because we saw him at the end of play yesterday, how stiff he was. I wouldn't think that he would be bending too far down to take a slip catch.
Here comes Fisher into bowl, tight to off stump, and draws Hammond forward into a defence. Oh, no better really from Fisher with the keepy up. He's only managed, well, I don't think you can even count that as one. He only just started it off before he fumbled it. End of the over, 26 bowled in the innings, and Gloucestershire 50 for 3, 20 to Bancroft and 7 to Hammond.
Finally 50 has been brought up, the first milestone really, but it took him 26 overs. Cameron Bancroft is really struggling. He's not in his usual best yet, but the credit is that he's hanging in there. He's not going to throw it away. That's one thing for sure. It's an intriguing battle. Hill will have to abort his run-up.
Just decided that they might want their mid-wicket in more of a catching position as the bowler was running in. Has to be said that that's happened quite a few times already, where Yorkshire have had a sudden change of heart halfway through the bowler's run-up.
2 slips in a gully. Point fielder is slightly in and in front of square as well. Yes, this one is once again attacking the body, flicked off the hip for another single.
I mean, I don't know about you, but even as a spinner, I'd be glowering at my skipper for that. Started my run-up. That is not on.
Well, I tell you, I mean, it happens a lot in club cricket, and I mean, I've seen many bowlers who do that. Like, they adjust their fields, and then when they're at the top of the run-up, they just readjust it, and before they start running, they remember something else and then readjust it. Probably this is pro level, so not at that level, but see funny things at the lower tiers of cricket. Off air, we were discussing what's your favorite format to watch, and then favorite format to commentate on. And the reason I'm asking is because we were mentioning that off season, what do you miss? That little clap, that little ripple. So I mean, this is also another thing where it's cricket, all 3 formats, but everyone has their own favorites. As we watch Hill attacking the stumps, pushed back to him.
Got a long way across there as Hammond. Just noticed that Next
trying to
delivery.
maneuver
Yeah.
something on the onside. There's no one in the deep on the onside in front. Just a couple of fielders there. Yeah, so what was your take on that?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Commentating,
I said, in some ways it is T20 because it tends to be, I tend to find it slightly easier in a way.
Squared him up once again. This one probably held its line. Right arm around the wicket angle, was bringing the ball in and shaping to play it on the onside was Hammond. Just turned around and got the leading edge.
If I'm honest though, probably most of the reason is because I'm a night owl rather than an early bird, so I prefer it when I can rock up to the ground in the afternoon, and then I don't really care if I'm still kind of buzzing from the energy at 1 in the morning. Don't really mind that.
Hill to Hammond, pushed it with a straight bat to mid-off. Shan Masood comes around and fields.
But as a spectator, and you know, I to be honest, I don't really have a favourite format. I know I say those things, but I just like all cricket, really. But if I'm going to watch cricket, then yeah, 4-day cricket, Test cricket. That's, you know, you can't beat a day at a Test match or a 4-day match.
Wide of the crease, this one. Nice straight bat offered by Hammond once again. Still prepared to have a very good look in. Looks rather secure. The scoreboard is not moving as swiftly as Gloucestershire will be wanting to, but still no damage done. 51 for 3.
And your take?
Well, I find it challenging to commentate on 4-day because there are so many different passages of play that demands different kind of energy from you, and then people who are watching and listening, you have to keep them with you because the game could just be dragging along at times. So more challenging, but I still find it very enjoyable to commentate and to watch a 4-day cricket or Test cricket.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that's my favourite.
in terms of the narrative of a 4-day match, the number of stories we had out of just day one. Fisher bowls to Bancroft, who tucks this one with slightly better timing into the leg side, but Hill moves across from forward square leg, and there won't be a run there either. So, yeah, I think in that respect, that's why, for my money, you'll never be able to beat red ball cricket. But that is to take nothing away from the excitement that I get from watching a T20 match, and then 50 over cricket these days especially. I think 50 over cricket's got almost more exciting to watch now. Fisher is in, Bancroft plays defensively to mid-off. So I know that's a really typically beige answer, but there we go. That's just how it is.
Yeah, one thing, I mean, first thing first, and it's pretty certain that we love cricket in all formats. Picking out a favourite doesn't mean that you don't like T20 cricket. Like, personally, I like the buzz, I like the huge crowds, you know, the fast pace. And then 50 over cricket pretty much gives you a flavour of both these days.
Fisher on the approach, bowls, Bancroft drives, and again doesn't time it. It is fielded at mid-off, in close mid-off as well. Shan Masoodi's basically level with the popping crease.
Yeah, probably there was a scoring opportunity there. We're hearing more of that third of Bancroft's bat. Earlier he hit the splice, and this one looked like it hit the bottom of the bat. That sweet spot, he hasn't found that.
Yeah, just that one that he's middled through the covers, and that really was a genuine half volley. This is again very full, and he'll get runs towards wide long on. Might think about 3 this time, but I suspect they're going to go for the third run, and it's a well taken one in the end, with a decent length throw for the fielder back from mid-on. Bancroft is on to 24, 54 for 3. And again, that was an opportunity which really couldn't, especially given the way that things are going for Gloucestershire. That was a ball which had to be runs. It really felt it. You get a friendly leg stump half volley from Fishy, and not expecting many of those. He didn't quite take full advantage of it. Still picked up 3. And That's another thing. I love threes. Fisher bowls to Hammond, driven and knocked down by Fisher in his follow-through. There's no run. Every 4-day match should have, for my money, the opportunity to have threes to, let's say, at least 75% of the ground. Some of these games, even in this round of the championship that I've seen, where it's a chip shot 6 to one side of the ground, and there's no way you're getting more than, to be honest, you're even running a 2 pretty hard. And also when I'm watching the women's game sometimes, certainly not here, they're always very good at putting the boundaries back here. Fisher bowls, this is full and driven, well, not really driven, more like pushed by Hammond to mid-on, and it's fielded there by Milnes for no run. End of the over, 54 for 3. I think now we are starting to see it more universally, but I remember that first season of the 100 where the boundaries were in so much, and the WPL as well. You just, come on, this is, apart from anything else, it's a bit insulting actually. And they've pushed those back, and you can start to get 2s more in the women's game. And I like the fact that you've really got to time it to get a 4. I think that's how it should be.
Yeah, the power game in women's game has increased in the last 3 to 4 years, and I mean, you see some of those strikers, magnificent timers of the ball, and that idea of bringing the boundary too far in for those games, I don't think it's valid anymore, as we watch his next delivery just outside the off stump, and Bancroft is in no hurry whatsoever. So that aspect really has improved over the years now, and I think, because I see a lot of women's cricket, and probably you do as well, I mean, the contests have become so close now, and the ability, the power and the skill level has gone up several notches, and it's become very, very entertaining. So watch Bancroft once again in a tangle, hit him on the thigh pad, I think. Not looking at his fluent best. Yeah, I mean, in any game of cricket, I like decent size of boundaries, and do not like to see the inflated run totals just because the boundaries are too far in.
At some point during this over, we'll try and effect a double change, so we'll get Jonathan Deutsch back in. I'll just do this ball as Hill bowls. Bancroft is struck on the pad, but again, it's not a convinced leg before wicket appeal by Yorkshire, and certainly not looking as though you're going to get that from umpire Hassan Adnan. Height definitely an issue. I was actually, just before I do hop off, one other thing that came out of talking to Zaman Akhtar last night, it was just the moment that it struck root on the pad yesterday and he knew it was out. It was just please raise that finger, because you can imagine what it would have been like, that moment. Hill in, Bancroft full, defensively playing this one to mid-off. You're just thinking, is the umpire going to think, oh, it's Joe Root, it's his first domestic innings of the season, I can't give him out for 2, can I? But Hassan Adnan gave it. I'll make way for Shah Faisal, and Jonathan Deutsch will be the next voice you hear.
George Hill, who bowled well in the Leicestershire first innings last week, took 3 for. As ball in hand then, making his way in towards our commentary position. Bowling here to Bancroft, who drops it out into the offside. And there is no run. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? We love to be entertained by and just watch the artistry of great players, but when they're playing for the opposition, you I remember sort of that feeling as a child growing up watching Viv Richards play against England. You wanted to see Viv out because you knew that was a possible route to getting out that side, and there were some other pretty tough opponents as well, but you also kind of love to watch him play, as this is dropped out into the offside here by Bancroft. Final ball of George's over, 54 for 3 then after 29. Have you had that dilemma when Pakistan have been playing against somebody and you thought, you know what, I want Pakistan to win this game, but I'd love to see so-and-so bat?
Yeah, I'd love to watch Sachin bat. I mean, it was an absolute delight to watch him.
Yeah.
But again, you just want him to bat in a way or for a period of time where it doesn't affect the result of the game, because I always want Pakistan to win. But that is feeling. I mean, the great players, Brian Lara is another one. We just love to watch him. The way he plays, the big back left and the flamboyance, and I mean, it was just a treat. But then again, you still want him to not last too long, so you can just take the game away.
Yeah, and he could do it quickly as well. Fisher in, and that's turned around into the leg side there by Hammond, who will skip through for a single. Bill Kelso, by the way, has emailed in. Good afternoon as it is now to you, Bill. And we were talking about yesterday about historic equipment. Which artefact would you love to have in your possession from the history of cricket? And I mentioned that I was there on the day that Ian Botham was whacking the ball around at Headingley, so maybe something like his bat. The first day of Test cricket I ever saw was the day after Geoffrey Boycott got his 100th 100. I went on the Monday, he'd got it on the Saturday. Fisher is in bowling here to Bancroft, who turns one into the leg side for Milnes to field. And Bill says, with reference to yesterday's topic on historic equipment, how about the bat that Boycott used to score his 100th 100 at Headingley before all the development? And yeah, as a Yorkshireman, and particularly if you were there that day, it would be a great choice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Geoffrey Boycott is such a character, all across the world, but especially in Yorkshire. I mean, he's got a god status there, and I'm not be surprised that a lot of fans.
Fisher in. Oh, now then, Bancroft looks like he's trying to play a front foot pull to that, and he ends up diverting it back to Fisher. Yeah, he's just replayed the shot, and it was going over somewhere in the far corner beyond the changing rooms.
It's the second pull shot he's attempting, and on both occasions he's hit the splice of the bat. I mean, me and Ed was discussing, he's like finding that ball everywhere onto his bat, just on the bat, but just that sweet spot that has eluded. He's really finding it very, very hard.
Here comes Fisher again, short of length this time. An easy duck for Bancroft. Scores elsewhere, by the way. Essex still going strong in their first innings in Division 1, 510 for 7. Hampshire 353 for 8. They're playing Lancashire. Essex, by the way, playing Kent, of course. And update on the rest of them in a mo.
Messrs. Nathan Lyon got 2 wickets on the first day, but he almost conceded 90 runs.
Yeah, now then, short ball. And this time Bancroft's got it somewhere near where he wanted it. Again, it didn't feel like he's timed it as well as he might, and that is backed up by the fact that Matt Milnes has managed to pull it in a yard or so short of the rope out at Cow Corner. So 3 to Cameron Bancroft. Just looking in on the some of the other scores. Nottinghamshire 362 for 6 at Trent Bridge against Worcestershire. Still in the first innings of the match there. Somerset were bowled out for 285 yesterday, and Surrey 119 without loss. Are making pretty good inroads. Warwickshire, well, they've collapsed. They were only 1 down a few minutes ago. They're 566 for 3 now. As Fisher is in, that's turned around the corner by Hammond, who will pick up a single. Alex Davies has gone. Ed Barnard, well, dear me, he'll be quite embarrassed, won't he, with the other 3 players having scored a century. Poor old Ed came in at number 4 and was bowled by Parkinson for 1 off 4 deliveries. That can happen, can't it? Talk about pad rash. Will Rhodes, congratulations to another Yorkshireman with a century. 103 not out at the moment. Alex Davies with 200 plus there. That was the end of the over, by the way, here. And then just to quickly whip round elsewhere, Glamorgan 237 all out, Derbyshire 81 for 2 down at Cardiff in their response. That, of course, in this division, as is Leicestershire 338 all out, Sussex 38 for 1. And at Northamptonshire 356 for 4 against Middlesex. That's the latest around the grounds.
Yeah, that game between Surrey and Somerset looked a great spectacle with the crowd in at the Oval, as Hill's next delivery is pushed quietly into the offside for another dot from Hammond. Yeah, these games, I mean, probably you could say in terms of excitement and action and contest, the game here was probably the best of the lot yesterday.
Yeah, really good day's play, wasn't it? Just set things up nicely. And it continues to intrigue.
And as much as Yorkshire are in control, but Gloucestershire are really fighting hard, trying to get that shine off that ball. As Hill runs in, 2 slips in a gully, back of a length. Yorkshire really concentrated on that back of a length delivery. They're not prepared to give anything away. They haven't gone searching. They still have 2 slips in a gully, but there's hardly been any fuller deliveries. Back of a length into the stumps or onto the body where they got leg slip, and 4 fielders on the onside in total. That's been the ploy. That's kept the runs down, but wickets haven't come. Just the one this morning. Hammond settles in, quietly plays it back down the ground.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the economy rate so far, for example, Ben Code going at 1.58, Matthew Fisher 1.75, George Hill 0.94 so far. He's on his 4th over. Matt Milnes, the most expensive, at 3, and I say that advisedly, at 3.14. So they haven't been leaking runs. They're going at under 2 and over at Gloucestershire, grinding away.
Slips get ready as Hill round the wicket. Onto the pads of Hammond. Couldn't find the gap. Hits it straight to mid-on. Another dot. As a batting team, when you get into that kind of mode, we've seen that even Bancroft has been there for quite some time. 91 deliveries. He got a leg stump half volley in the last over. He got 3 of it, but still couldn't find the middle of the bat. And then another wide delivery. I mean, you get in that kind of hole where the game is still eating up time, but the game in terms of the scoring is not progressing. As this one, a flash and a miss from Hammond. That was too close to cut. No room again. Try to create something out of nothing.
Yeah, that's just a little rash from Miles Hammond. And this stagnant period, if they see it through, if they end up with a good score, with a lead, then it will all have been worth it. But if you get to the other end of it by losing a wicket or 2, then you'll start to be accused, if you like, of not taking it back to the opposition, won't you? Not putting them under pressure.
That's the risk you run. Next delivery is quietly played to mid-on again. Another quiet over has come to an end. 59 for 3, and you're talking to Shan Masood last evening after his magnificent 100, and he did mention, obviously we're in Bristol in Gloucestershire, so he did make a mention of great Zahir Abbas, who was a real hero here. He scored mountains of runs here. I don't know if you've seen him bat, or what are your memories of Zahir. That languid back lift and the class and elegance. I mean, so many years have gone by, but still, it's just incredible.
Great player. I mean, I can remember you taking me right back to my school days here, so thanks for that. But just chats about cricket at school, even when you couldn't see Zahir or those players of that generation play every day, like we're fortunate enough to be able to do now. But you'd be talking to your mates about cricket at the lunch break or whatever, and his name would get thrown out there because he'd scored more runs again for Gloucestershire in a regular. And was such a huge wicket for opponents to try and get. Here's Fisher bowling to Bancroft, who would also be a big wicket here for Yorkshire. He's turned that into the leg side, and there's no run. So I remember that aspect of it, and really only getting to see him play in the test matches that we saw. But again, being sort of the feature wicket for the team at the time. And when he was around, you had got the likes of Imran coming through. Yeah. When he was still rapid in those days, wasn't it?
I think Javed Miadad used to play for Glamorgan in this trio of these 3 Pakistani stars.
Short ball here from Fisher, well over the head of the only half-ducking Bancroft. No run.
The reason I make a mention of Zahir, because if you look Cameron Bancroft, I mean, in cricket there's more more ways to score runs than one. And Zahir's method would be classical, elegant, and beautiful, but Cameron Bancroft is doing it the other way, or trying to do it the other way. A dogged style, I mean, just taking his time. But if he can just convert it into a substantial score, I mean, probably it'll be in the scorebook as important as Zahir's.
Yeah, here's Fisher, top of the bounce. He watched that well, Cameron Bancroft, and dropped it out into the offside. Moriarty and Masood now having a chat. They converged on the ball to field it, but couldn't prevent the run. So 60 for 3 in the 32nd over of this Gloucestershire first innings. Matthew Fisher certainly working up ahead of steam here. Looking good. Hasn't yet managed to add to that first wicket he took yesterday when bowling Chris Dent for 7. Feels like a long time ago now.
Really did. But you have to also give credit to the Yorkshire bowlers. I mean, they've really been on the money. Not many half volleys. And they're just trying to bowl within themselves.
Fisher round the wicket now to Hammond, who's solidly blocking this one. Yeah, I think they bowled with really good discipline this morning, no question about that. They've given away very little. And they're kind of pulling out all the stops with the ball getting older, and we know now 30 overs. It's not doing, haven't seen much in the way of anything in the air, have we, from where we are 3 floors up here. We're not bang on straight. As you look from behind Matthew Fisher, we'd be about at 3 strips to the left of the pitch that they're playing on, as Hammond is solidly behind another one there and drops it out into the offside for Milnes to field. And Moriarty is starting to wing his arms around here, so we may be seeing some spin from Yorkshire for the first time in the match.
Yeah, probably batters would think that they've earned that because they've worked hard. They hadn't get much coming their way. That's the fascination of a 4-day game. One passage of play just cannot carry on forever. So if you see through a difficult phase, you definitely feel that you get the opportunity to come back at the opposition.
Fisher in again, and ducking under it is Hammond to complete that over at 60 for 3. I've just pinged a message to Yorkshire's analyst Harrison Allen, just asking if he's got any info for me on the amount of balls played at. Well, he's come back to me and said forward defence 40.4%, so they've got them on the front foot pushing. That's nearly half the deliveries that they bowled this morning, which is a good indicator of what they've been trying to do. The leave percentage has been down below 5%. 4.8% is all they've been allowed to leave. Gloucestershire were nearly 13%, 12.8% yesterday. So although they bowled well, they were still allowing Yorkshire to leave more than twice as many deliveries.
Yeah, but the most impressive stat is that forward defence, because that is exactly what you want the batters to be doing. And that's where the most chances, the most opportunities can be created. So that is incredible consistency. And
yeah, so thanks to Harrison for that.
Thank you. Very, very
insight.
Valuable information. But again, like I was saying, in a 4-day game, how long can they continue? Something's got to give. Is the batters going to change their game plan? Try to put a foot down and attack and put the bowlers off of their length. We haven't seen any such effort till now, but with the introduction of spin, it might be time. Only time will tell, but we have to see. Short leg in, there is a slip in as well. Mid-on is hanging slightly back. Moriarty's first delivery slightly shorter. There's protection in the deep on the offside, a deep cover boundary. A single to Bancroft, who moves to 29. Hammond will get a chance against Moriarty now. See if there's any field changes. None actually. It's just same field in terms of positioning, because that deep cover is now deep square leg for Hammond. Short leg has moved across to the other side of the strip. Joe Root is in the slips. Pretty regulation field. Shipping to plate on the onside. Got turned around a little bit, Hammond. Trying to This to see if he could have played a sweep shot to that. Important phase once again. Just about 44 minutes before lunch. Quietly played to short leg and no run. Yorkshire's effort has been pretty disciplined. Hammond gives a charge. Probably couldn't time it. Wanted to hit it a lot straighter. Had to drag it in the end towards that fielder in the deep. Had to go towards deep mid-wicket to pick it up.
Yeah, that'll definitely offer some encouragement to Moriarty, who I think might have just had a quiet word in the shell-like of Miles Hammond when he got to the other end.
Moriarty now to Bancroft. Looking to stay in his crease and off that back foot to rotate the strike again for a single. Yeah, that indication from Hammond was that he wants to get on with it now. And left arm spin being the best option, the ball coming into him. We've hardly seen any turn so far in this game at all for the spinners. Won't get turned from this length, slightly quicker and back of a length. Quietly pushed to short leg. And Moriarty's first over has come to an end. Just 3 of it. 63 for 3 Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I don't think Dan Moriarty is a big turner of the ball anyway. I think his abilities lie in his consistency. Drop, drop, drop. He'll use the crease a bit. You don't really see him fire that many through either, but he'll just keep that back and now and again just keep the batsman thinking.
We've seen in the circuit spinners did have some impact yesterday. I personally felt that both teams could have played a spinner. What do you reckon?
Yeah. Well, Yorkshire have kind of got 2 in the ranks, haven't they, with Joe Root's ability to do that as well. You might see him come into the game more as it develops. 1 or 2 left-handers, of course, in the Gloucestershire ranks. George Hill has just been switched to the pavilion end then. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 3. He's been very tight so far this morning, and his first ball from this end is to Bancroft, which is pushed out into the offside. There's no run. Good afternoon to you, Malcolm Palmer, who has emailed us on BBC West Yorkshire Sports @gmail.com. Says, hi Doidgy, I reckon the lads are bowling very well this morning on a very unhelpful track and in good batting conditions. We could do with a couple of wickets, if that's not stating the obvious. Thanks, Malcolm. You can get us on that, or at Jonathan Doidge, or we'll get Shah Faisal's details in a mo, as this one is another block. Just remind us of your Twitter handle.
Shah Faisal Creek 1. That is the X handle. I've got to get used to it.
My apologies. Yeah, not Twitter anymore.
But yeah, how silly of me to not even think of Joe Root as a spinner. I mean, probably he's one of the best off spinners in the country. Yeah, the kind of bowling that he was doing on the Tour of India. I mean, always when I was talking about spinners, in my mind it was like young new spinners. So
Hill in, good delivery. Has the beating of Bancroft, arms in the air by Joe Root at first slip, but he couldn't get Bancroft to get a tickle on it, unfortunately for George. Let's not forget, of course, golden arm Adam Lyth at second slip with his off spin now and again. He opened the bowling last week when Yorkshire needed to fire through a few overs quickly. Lyth and Moriarty, I'm not quite sure they were the most potent of Yorkshire's opening pairs of all time, but they did what they needed to do last week to get the over rate back to level, and in fact finished +1 as Bancroft. He's +2 on his score here, working George Hill wide of mid-on for a couple.
it's surplus to requirement then in spin department. Pardon my ignorance for that.
And then, of course,
I never thought of Adam Lyth.
part of the Yorkshire bowling cohort now has to be Harry Brook, who's been used with his little seam-up darters now and again over the years as well. Almost all of them can turn their arm over. Finlay Bean is diving to his right to a ball that Bancroft turned into the leg side there, just short of length again from George Hill, and Bancroft was able to get on the back foot and create a bit of room in the leg side. They've got back for 2 more. Matthew Fisher and Matt Milnes just keeping the blood pumping a little bit by chasing that ball down.
The scoreboard has started to tickle along a bit better now in this last 10 to 15 minutes. I think the batters have spent enough time in the middle, and second and third string of bowlers have been employed. You can expect to see the scoring rate go up a little bit.
Hill is in. It's not a bad delivery either, but it's just turned around the corner by Bancroft, who will pick up 1 down to fine leg. Cameron Bancroft on 34 then. Miles Hammond on 10, 67 for 3. Good afternoon to you, Lily, who been praising Ben Code for his line and length bowling earlier in the day. Big day today. 8 minutes to kick off. Leeds United. Jack's just currently operating the streaming gear to our left. Not quite sure where Jack's love of Leeds United comes in, but there's 2 of us in the box who are Leeds supporters, hoping for a good day. Grand National, of course, to come at 4 o'clock. You won't be hearing me around that time, as I've got 3 horses to try and cheer on.
We'll give you the results afterwards.
Yeah, here's
Moriarty. Slip in a short leg, but his length has been slightly short ever since he's come in. Shan Masood has given him that protection on the offside. Another single to Hammond. He moves into the double figures now with 10. What are your expectations for Leeds United today?
win, of course.
Would you take a draw? Just a point? No? Maybe? Next delivery is pushed quietly onto the onside. Harry Brooks moves quickly to prevent the run.
I mean, if they're 3-0 down with 5 minutes to go and they get a point, then I'd take it, yeah, but we want 3 today.
Okay. Setting your stall high, hey? Moriarty over the wicket to left-hander Hammond, who's looking for that big cover drive. Just went off the inside half of the bat, was pushing out in front. This is from the top end, so couldn't see if there was any turn that defeated that stroke, or it was just the length and flight that did him. Moriarty's next delivery, a slight walk and a run into his run-up. This one is pushed back to him. This run-up reminds me of Nathan Lyon, although Moriarty is a left-armer, but the way he flings his arms around and then jogs into his run-up. Left-handed Nathan Lyon probably, as the next one is once again pushed straight back to him by Bancroft.
He's trying to get involved here at Dan Moriarty. I've not really seen this side of him, but word with Miles Hammond when he played that slightly false shot earlier. He's just had a glare, hasn't he, at Cameron Bancroft after bowling that delivery.
He's found a better length in this over, inviting the batters onto that front foot. Pushed straight back to him by Bancroft again, who signalled towards the dressing room for a drink probably and change of gloves. The over has come to an end, just 2 runs off it. 70 for 3 Gloucestershire.
Not Joe Haley has X'd me and says, pizza over for tea tonight. Top gaff when I stayed down in Bristol for the footy. He fancies a Yorkshire win, but the pitch is looking very placid, says he. Could be tough to get 20 wickets. It could, yeah. Got to be very disciplined with the ball, and that is definitely something Yorkshire have been this morning. We resumed at 28 for 2 from 14 overs, so 21 bowled today. For the addition of 42 runs.
I have a point. I don't know if you agree with me or not. Yorkshire's got the runs on the board. Could they have gone searching a little bit more in the first half an hour, 45 minutes, with the cold atmosphere and slightly newer ball? We can question that.
He'll round the wicket here to the left-handed Hammond, who's dropped one into the pitch, into the leg side, Moriarty Fields. Had they gone searching for it, well, it's one of those double-edged swords, isn't it? If they did, and they picked up 2 or 3 wickets, then you'd be happy to concede a few runs to pick up those wickets. But You wouldn't want to see the ball disappearing, the batter's getting off to a good start, and the wicket's not falling. So you've got to take a view on that. They've taken the view on the containing approach, as Hammond just fends at one short of a length there from George, which is diverted out to Harry Brook at gully. I think it's difficult to criticise their approach this morning, isn't it? They've been really disciplined. On other days, you know, batters might have lost their concentration, tried to play too many shots. I think of this pair, Cameron Bancroft has worked really, really hard out there. 106 deliveries he's faced for his 36. And he's sort of looking the less likely of the pair to maybe find a delivery with his name on it at the moment, as Hill's latest just slanted into the lefty, who couldn't get bat on it. Miles Hammond, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he's looking all over the place or anything, but he's played one sketchy shot off Moriarty. He's been squared up a couple of times, and the ball before last was another case in point that George Hill asked a question of him that he didn't entirely convince with how he dealt with it. So maybe he's finding just that little bit more difficult. He's pushing forward to this one nicely enough into the offside, and Finlay Bean does the fielding out there in the covers.
Yeah, but the reason I said this was this ploy of bowling length and attacking the stumps, they could have come back to it any time. But again, it's not it's very hard to criticize. It's just a talking point, because I mean, you can't fault the bowling effort. I mean, their control, their discipline has been spot on. It's just in terms of trying to move the game forward a little bit with wickets. That's all.
He'll round the wicket, and Hammond again towards the inside of the bat. Turns it into the leg side, no run. I think James has come back to take over on the streaming now, and Jack, he's obviously got a contract with Gloucestershire County Cricket Club where he doesn't work when Leeds United are in action. So he's disappearing off to a bar, I think, in a few moments' time. He says he's going to text me with the latest updates while I'm on.
Yeah, well, I hope for your sake, your two's sake, that Leeds United get those 3 points that you're hoping.
Hill into Hammond, who plays it out to point. Milne's fielding, and there is no run to complete that 35th over of this Gloucestershire first innings, with the score on 70 for 3. Thank you for that.
Yeah, because we want you to be cheered up, you know. We don't want you to be feeling the heat of that adverse performance if it happens, because if your mood is good, our commentary box mood will be good. So good luck, Leeds United.
Oh, he's in a good mood. Ish. So Bancroft 36, Hammond on 11. We're going to have a change in the box. And back comes Ed to take you through this Dan Moriarty over.
Thank you. So Moriarty continuing round the wicket to Bancroft, presses forward in quiet defence towards backward point. Fittingly for his name, Dan Moriarty has been a bit of a nemesis for Gloucestershire in his career. It's not quite the Reichenbach Falls here at Bristol. I mean, it's far more spectacular, obviously. Is Moriarty bowling. Bancroft is again forward in defence. Some yelps there. A bit difficult to see from behind the batter, as it were, exactly why, but they must have had some sort of a reason other than something to do. A message being passed on to, well, a drink and a message, I think, to the deep cover fielder Hill. And Bancroft has to be quick on his feet there as he hops back and plays quite a full ball to short leg. Got 5 wickets in the fixture last year at Headingley. Took another 5-wicket haul against them at the Oval for Surrey in 2021. Moriarty bowls. Forward playing up the pitch is Bancroft. He was also part of the Surrey team that knocked Gloucestershire out of the T20 Blast on finals day in 2020. Bowled very tidily there. Moriarty bowls. This is whipped away through the leg side by Bancroft, and this may go for 4, although it's holding up. No, it's not going to go for 4. Probably the least tidy piece of relay fielding I've ever seen, but it doesn't matter one jot because it's quite short out there, so only 2 runs can be added.
Ben Code flicked it up for Matthew Fisher. It was almost as comical in that for a moment it looked like he might have flicked it over his own shoulder. He didn't.
Do see that happen, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much they could have been holding hands for that piece of relay fielding. This is driven by Bancroft, looking for a more forceful shot, but even when they've tried to put force into their strokes here, these two, it really hasn't tended to come off, and it's fielded at mid-off. End of the over, 2 from it. Gloucestershire 72 for 3. I didn't think it was going to be long before Hammond decided to charge down the pitch at Moriarty. It was a great contest between those two in what was, in general, a fairly dull draw, despite the fact, in that game last year I'm talking about, that we had 4 Centurions under the age of 22, I think, with Hill, Revis, Bean and Ollie Price at the time. But watching the contest between Hammond and Moriarty was quite exciting. Moriarty ended up getting him out, but not before Hammond had hit quite a few sixes off him.
Yeah, here's Hill, goes short at Hammond, who thinks better of playing at it, and that forward defence percentage for Yorkshire in the first hour or so, you would expect, clearly now that the ball is getting older, to be reduced to some extent, because the ball's going to be banged in a little bit shorter in trying to fashion something. Yorkshire have gone with Code, Fisher, Matt Milnes, George Hill with the seam. Moriarty and maybe Joe Root if we see him in the spin department, as that's blocked solidly by Hammond.
Yeah, I do hope we get to see a bit of Root bowling and turning the ball away from the left-handed Hammond as well, who might be the more likely to try, well, you'd think he would be much more likely than Bancroft to try and use his feet and whack him over the top. And it was noticeable that Moriarty came on from the Ashley Down Road end, where there is that really tempting short straight boundary.
Yep, Hill in again, straight blade from Hammond, punching up to Shan Masood at mid-off.
Here, from this pavilion end, which tends to be the end that you'll see spin bowled in white ball cricket here, if it's not going to be at both ends. But it is a much longer hit down here. I would imagine it's got to be a good 15 yards further to clear this straight boundary than the one at the far end, as we look at it.
Here's George Hill again, back of a length. Hammond from the crease punches that quite firmly. Finlay Bean diving to his right. Covered as the fielding.
I noticed that Essex have had enough at 530 for 7, but Durham still being kept in the field.
They definitely would have had enough long before the end of yesterday.
Are they looking for 1,000? Because I was really disappointed a couple of years back when Glamorgan didn't score 1,000 against Leicestershire and instead decided to win the game, annoyingly.
Hill in again, and Hammond with an open face runs it out to Milnes at point no run. How do you remember other counties' matches? I mean, I can't remember Yorkshire.
Well, that was the game that North East scored
last
his quadruple
week, let alone
ton.
a couple of seasons ago.
I mean, it was the game he scored his quadruple ton. I remember it was during the Cheltenham Festival.
Next time you receive an invitation out, you need to take it, I think, Ed.
When do you think that's going to come, though, realistically? Hearing all this, when's it going to come?
Hill at 72 for 3 to Hammond, who pulls right out of the way of playing a shot at that ball short of length. So end of over number 38 at 72 for 3. Bancroft 38, Hammond on 11.
605.
Well, you're not going to get many invitations if you keep spouting about other counties almost getting 1,000 runs and stuff like that.
Well, it was when I was growing up, I spent nearly all of my childhood on a game called Cricket Captain. They're making things even better now. And my goal was to try and score 1,000 runs, and usually it would have to be the touring Aussies, so that great early noughties Aussie side, up against Cambridge University or you know, that sort of team, university team. Here's Moriarty starting a new over. This is worked towards mid-on by Bancroft for no run. And I think it took me a couple of years, but I managed it.
No.
Unfortunately, this was in the days before screenshots, so I haven't
prove
got
it.
that. No, that souvenir of childhood. Wasted hours. Moriarty bowls to Bancroft. This is a push drive towards mid-on, who's deep enough to allow a single. Bancroft ticks up to 39.
You see, I mean, call me old and all that, but in my childhood we actually went outside in the street and we got a bat and a ball and we played.
I mean, I was an only
real
child, you see,
cricket.
that was my problem. I would have been out there all the time, but no siblings. Moriarty in, use of the feet from Hammond. He's hit this one way up into the air. Mid-on's trying to get back and not quite going to get there, but does manage to tip the ball back inside the rope. And they'll collect 2. So the second time Hammond's tried to use his feet against Moriarty, and he's certainly not got anything like all of it on either occasion. 75 for 3.
No, he really did get under that. Joe Root, it was herring back. One of those really awkward ones where you know it's going past you. You're waiting for it to appear somewhere in the sky over your shoulder, and it just was a little bit too far out of reach for him.
You're doing that almost like a clown at a circus juggling act, aren't you, with your hands tipping up and down. Forward comes Hammond to this next delivery, rolls the ball quietly to Root, who's going to fire in at the striker's end, but Bancroft is halfway to the pavilion. Single taken, 76 for 3.
Yeah, that throw from Joe Root and the way that they've played this morning, it just feels like, Yorkshire really sort of mean business out there today. Some are just the little chirps. I'm not saying they've been over the top in any way, they haven't.
Moriarty's been aggressive as well. Forward goes Bancroft, defensively playing back towards the bowler, and you would imagine he's coming out of the Gareth Batty school of spin bowling in terms of that fast bowler's mentality, even if you're bowling spin. Moriarty bowls to Bancroft on the back foot, looking to flick this one through the leg side, finds the hands of mid-wicket, and that completes the over. 76 for 3 the score, as Gloucestershire trail by around 250. Talking about bowling options and Harry Brook, I mean, if there was a stage at the start of the Ashes last year when Harry Brook was the plan to try and get Steve Smith out, wasn't he? First morning, threw the ball to Harry Brook. You won't see that coming. And then Adam Lyth, who I was looking back, we were talking about that 2012 game, which was the last time and the only time that Joe Root has played Gloucestershire in his domestic career. And in both games in 2012, Adam Lyth did some declaration bowling as Yorkshire won both games. So playing a key part with the ball there. And of course, I guess the more famous Adam Lyth declaration bowling was the last day of the 2016 season, where him and Alex Lees, I think, set up that total for Middlesex to set Yorkshire a target on that final day, which they didn't reach, and Middlesex won the title.
Joe Root, for the first time in the match, bowling right arm round the wicket off spin to Hammond. So they've seen him with a willingness to use his feet and to try and take on Moriarty, and they're going to attack with spin twins here and see if they can tempt him into playing a shot he'll regret. Not with this delivery, which he just strides into and pushes out into the sweeping cover area and picks up a single. Could be an interesting little passage of play, aren't they all?
Yeah, the
really?
leg slip in here, so off spinner round the wicket. Just if you do stray that little bit towards leg stump, you've still got a wicket taking opportunity. I always love a leg slip, I think, almost regardless of which way the ball's turning.
Root still round the wicket to the right-handed Bancroft, who plays it out to mid-wicket for a single.
And that is the 50 partnership between Bancroft and Hammond. First 50 partnership of the season for Gloucestershire. Vital one it's been. It's not been pretty by any stretch of the imagination, but they have stopped what could have been a dangerous clatter of wickets this morning.
Root in again, Hammond pushing into the offside, no run. Joe Root's first class record for Yorkshire well, averaging 53.22 with the ball. Best of 4 for 5, taken 18 wickets. Of course, he's played the vast majority of his long-form cricket for England rather than Yorkshire. This is his 56th outing for Yorkshire, as we had another dot there. 78 for 3. Root in again, stepping back and cutting. Hammond finds point, and there is no run. So quickly through that, Root over. Bancroft on 40 and Hammond on 15.
It's a test best, 5 for 8 against India on that extraordinary turning track at Ahmedabad. I was talking about Ollie Price getting the opportunity to play there this winter with the Lions, and that test in 2021 where England were bowled out for 112 and 81. Got India out for 145, but the problem is they only set them 49 to win, so won by 10 wickets. But certainly one of my favourite test innings in recent times. Root's ton in the first test match of that series at Chennai. What an innings that was. Swept them to the left and to the right of deep mid-wicket over and over again. Moriarty bowling to Bancroft. This is driven straight down the ground. Nice looking shot, but an excellent piece of fielding by Shan Masood. It looked as if that might just evade him. It was probably up there with the best balls that Bancroft has timed in his innings, but this time he'll only take one to straight mid-on. 79 for 3. Bancroft has 41 from 118 deliveries. Moriarty to Hammond, leaning forward and driving. He'll get it between extra cover and point, but not with enough force to accrue more than a single. And it's 80 for 3. Haven't seen anyone try to sweep Moriarty yet. He's not really bowling a length which could be swept particularly easily. Bancroft playing him off the back foot again, and that's tended to be what Bancroft's been able to do. Not finding a run this time, as it's played to mid-wicket. But he's been able to manage the odd single through the offside off the back foot, but this time he'll get one off the front foot, noodling the ball through cover point. Out to George Hill, who's sweeping on the boundary. 81 for 3. It's a little bit more cloud cover to the left, but it has been more cloudy to our left as we look out towards the Memorial Stadium. One of the things about this commentary box at Bristol is that we can't see where the weather usually comes from, coming over our left shoulders. This is Hammond playing right from the crease, slightly crab-like as he can do sometimes. It is a little bit French crickety, but he kept the ball out. And he will just do the odd thing to try and mess with the bowler, even if he's not charging down the pitch. Moriarty bowls, a bit shorter of a length. Hammond will get this just past short mid-wicket. Root with another enthusiastic hurl of the ball towards Johnny Tattersall. But once again, Bancroft is probably past the cut strip area by the time that gets into Tattersall's gloves. And it's another single. So working the singles that over, 4 runs from it. And Gloucestershire's run rate has hit 2 runs per over. 82 for 3 from 41. They trail by 244.
Just a heads up, I should theoretically be doing an update for BBC Radio York at this moment. So just in case they come across quickly. They might have forgotten me, which I know.
Impossible.
Is very easy to do. So 82 for 3, Joe Root, 66 on his back, of course, with his back to us in the pavilion end. Up here on the 3rd floor commentary box, great vantage point as his first delivery is a good length ball. Hammond stretching forward and just pushing it out to Finlay Bean, who is at point and relatively close in. Root in again, throws one quick and wide, and very wide in fact, because Peter Hartley says that is not a legitimate delivery, so extra conceded.
I thought for a moment he wasn't going to call that. I mean, that was pretty much level with the return crease.
Here he is again, and this time back foot Hammond flicks it off his legs. Round behind square. Ben Code jogs round to Field. They've got a single. Field will change then for the right-hander. George Hill disappearing out up towards the college at mid-wicket. Short leg in under the helmet. Here's Root over the wicket now, then that one turned sharply. Easily the delivery of the match so far in terms of how much movement there was off the pitch.
Yes, it turned from short of a length. If you can get it to turn like that from any fuller than that, then Bancroft's going to have to worry.
Here he comes again, and that one going straight on. Bancroft dealing with it happily enough. They've also dispatched Moriarty out to sweep on the cover boundary. Shan Masood's dropped himself a bit deeper than Matthew Fisher at mid-off. Masood been at mid-on, and in comes Root again. Bancroft rocks onto the back foot and just has a little peck at that, pushes it out to the offside for Code to Field, but they get through for one.
I do love watching Root bowl, even if, you know, his test record is certainly handy for the role that he occupies for sure, but the way that he varies his bowling.
Yeah, here he is again. Hammond just propping forward. George Hill fielding, having come up to field in the covers on the one end of the over. 43 for Bancroft, 18 for Hammond, 85 for 3.
He really just makes the most out of what he can do by varying his arm angle, speed through the air, position on the crease. Well, he's going to undercut the ball a bit more, get the ball to try and drift in, that sort of thing. He's got that ball which didn't work that over, which was the wide that he bowls much quicker in sort of mid to late 60s. He really does. He's not happy just to kind of hold an end up route. He is trying to take wickets. Moriarty starting his 6th over. Round the wicket, bowls to Bancroft, drives in the air just short of extra cover. He wasn't in control of that one. Harry Brook, the fielder, in there. A couple of steps closer, he might have been in business, but got the false shot. Just didn't quite carry. Moriarty in. Bancroft cuts. Very well fielded. He's in close at backward point. Is that Fisher there? Yeah. He's done well. He's saved 4.
Yeah, really good dive to his left. The breeze was fairly strong this morning. It looks like it's got stronger out there with the amount of flapping around of players' clothes.
Maybe that to use. Moriarty in. Bancroft is going to push this one quietly to mid-off, but Root has just sneakily moved in a couple of steps, and they hesitated, and I think were correct in their decision to stay put. So some dots this over from Moriarty, who bowls once more. Bancroft giving himself some room, drives, has a little wander down the pitch as Moriarty flings it towards Tattersall, who manages to save what might have been some buzzers by reaching out to his left. Perfectly within his rights to throw that ball, Moriarty, because Bancroft was out of his crease. Short leg in, slip in. Moriarty bowls, punched off the back foot, finds extra cover, and that does not complete the over, despite Tattersall running towards the bowler and Adam Lyth at slip moving as well. One ball left. 10 minutes to go until the lunch break. Moriarty in. This is a cut shot and it's missed by Bancroft. Tattersall doesn't take it cleanly. It was probably there to be cut, but maybe just a fraction of turn and bounce there, which has defeated Bancroft. It certainly looked as though, yeah, it was nicely, even though it was a bit short, it was nicely flighted, that bit of drift, and then it turned and gripped and beat his cut shot. 85 for 3, as we've had 43 overs.
Root to continue at the pavilion end, bowling to Hammond. Interesting field here, particularly those set in the offside as Root is in. Hammond will find one of those fielders in the offside. George Hill at cover. There's a man backward of point. Matt Milnes is 6 or 7 yards probably backward of point. Finlay Bean is pretty much square on at point and quite a bit closer. Harry Brook is at a very short extra cover. Bean fielding this latest delivery, which Root throws at wide of off stump. And then Masood is deepish at mid off, as is Fisher at deep mid on. There's a sweeper out at mid wicket, and then Ben Code looks like he's the man 45 behind square on the leg side. As Root again throws one up there for Hammond to drive, and he accepts the invitation but can't get it past Hill. Running round to his right. Root firing through the over here. Already in for this latest delivery, which is patted back to him. Ed from Gloucestershire says an email from Rupert B.
I should point out that I'm not actually from Gloucestershire, but there we go. Splitting hairs. I'm endearing myself to everybody now.
Root round the wicket again. Hammond driving straight to Hill. Perfectly positioned field. He says, Jonathan, suggest you give Ed the Badger a copy of the Yorkshire yearbook and test him on the stats section.
It'll be a 0% then.
And George Hill has just been brought in a good 15 yards closer, and he's taken up a static position at cover as Root's final ball of what was a maiden there was full and dealt with, 85 for 3. So Bancroft still 43 and Hammond still 18. He also goes on, this is Rupert on his email, P.S. as regards memorabilia, for me it would be either A, Verity's 10 for 10 ball. Well, he knows he's in safe territory from that because Headley Verity, formerly of the cricket club with which I'm associated, so he's going to get a mention for that. Headley's got his own little showcase in the corner. Yeah. And Sir Geoffrey's bat, when he scored the century in the West Indies in the game after that over from Michael Holding.
Right.
You remember that over from Michael Holding?
I don't remember that over, I must say. Moriarty to Bancroft, drives, sets off for the single quickly. Root picks up, throws, misses the stumps. Bancroft probably home.
I think Sir Geoffrey said words to the effect of that was the quickest and sort of best fast bowling over he ever faced. So it was in Bridgetown, and Michael Holding was rapid. And I think the final ball of the over, having been here, there, and everywhere on the crease, trying to deal with what was coming at him, he had his off-stump cartwheeling.
I might have. I mean, if I saw it, I might.
And then came back like all good Yorkshire folk and got a ton in the next match.
Moriarty to Hammond, use of the feet, but just playing quietly to a deep set mid-on, and there won't even be an attempt at an aggressive throw this time. Single taken.
You can easily get that footage on YouTube, I think. It's a bit grainy.
Yes.
It wasn't. I don't think it was a live televised game. Well, certainly not in the UK.
Moriarty round the wicket to Bancroft off the back foot. They brought the fielder up from the offside, so not allowing that simple single for Bancroft that he's found a few times. And there's no run to extra cover. I mean, the holding spell that I've seen more of would have been the one at the Oval in 76. Moriarty bowls, and a forward defence from Bancroft. Ball dribbles to mid-off. On the scorching summer, outfield just absolutely brown. Even at the Oval they couldn't keep it green.
So imagine Holding 5 years older in his absolute prime on, well, not quite home soil for him because he was Jamaican, of course, but you know what I'm saying.
Moriarty bowls, driven on a couple of bounces back to him.
And you can imagine the chat, can't you? England are going to bat, and Boycott was such a big wicket. But the psychological damage of having Sir Geoffrey jumping around a little bit and then his off-stump going, as the rest of the guys must have been sitting at the side thinking, after you.
Moriarty bowls. Again, there's turn and bounce from shorter of a length. Bancroft has to pull out of his cut shot and just make sure that he doesn't chip a simple catch to one of those fielders on the offside. So clearly there's a bit of grip if you can, if you bowl it short, but so far there's not really been any turn if you bowl it full, and it does rather limit the damage that you can cause if you're not going to get it to gripping the surface from that fuller length. However, you've still seen wickets taken that way. And remember Ashwin bowling a spell in the winter where he was pretty much bowling to be cut from round the wicket. Wasn't much turn. I think it must have been that Ranchi pitch. And they had kind of like two fielders at backward point, another one in a bit tighter as well. Just, you know, sometimes you actually can bowl for the cut shot. It's still allowed. 87 for 3.
Yep, Root bowling here to Hammond, who's driving firmly at one, but again, as happened a couple of times in the previous over, he's hit it straight to George Hill at cover. George has dropped out again. He'd been brought in a bit closer than that by the end of Root's most recent over. They'll probably get time for one more after this, the way they're getting through these overs, and this time he's gone back foot, slightly shorter delivery, but again, it's a three-man game at the minute when Joe Root's bowling. Root, Hammond and Hill.
Well, as I said, when Bancroft was on about 19 off 80 balls, I think Hammond will be 19 off 80 as well.
Here is Root again to Hammond. Of course, Hammond, a very famous name associated with the host county here. Took a walk round the ground as Root comes in again, and Hammond goes back foot to punch this back to the bowler. When you get down to the far side, as you will all know, of course, but when you're not here all the time, you've got the pillars.
Legends Walkway.
Yeah, the Legends Walkway. Interesting concept. Having a concrete pillar painted up with your career stats on. I'm sure Mike Proctor and all the lads.
Zahir's
and girls.
One over there, talking about him earlier.
Yeah, Zahir. Well, that's what they envisaged as Root is in, and with the field closing in even more out there, he's just pushing forward into the offside. Hammond. A ring of 4 in the offside. George Hill furthest away from the bat of that quartet. Root again, Hammond again. Well, it was going to be Hill, but it was dribbling along the ground, and Harry Brook cut in to pick it up. End of the over, 87 for 3, and we will have the one final over before the lunch break. 12:58 I make it.
Certainly no problems with the over 8 for Yorkshire. They've got through 32 already this morning, with still one more over to go. So I think if you're going to be in this sort of situation, then the one thing that you do want to make sure is that you are getting through your overs, because apart from anything else, you're giving yourself more time to take the wickets, which you might need. Moriarty to Bancroft on 44. He plays softly in defence back towards the bowler. Just taking a look at some of the other scores. Lunchtime roundup. Moriarty is in. Bancroft plays off the inner half of the bat into the ground, stopped at short leg. Derbyshire 111 for 3 in reply to Glamorgan's 237. A couple of wickets for James Harris, and Mason Crane has a wicket of former Glamorgan man David Lloyd for 60. This is a low full toss from Bancroft, just played to Shan Masood at mid-on. He will throw at the striker's end. Bancroft home. Moves to 45, 88 for 3. I was actually going to look and see whether Derbyshire had more Welsh players than Glamorgan, but I think they've made sure that hasn't happened, with McElroy, Harris, Carlson. I think that's 3 to Derbyshire's 2. Moriarty in, a bit shorter of a length punch to mid-on. Who's in tight, so no run. Sussex 94 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 338. Northamptonshire 420 for 4. That Middlesex bowling attack has delivered a few wicketless overs this season so far. Warwickshire 653 for 3 at Edgbaston. Surrey still unbroken at 154 without loss, playing Somerset, who were bowled out for 285 yesterday. Moriarty is in, guided into the offside by Hammond off the back foot. 1 ball left until the lunch break. Nottinghamshire 397 for 9 against Worcestershire. Hampshire were bowled out for 367 by Lancashire, who were 11 without loss in reply, and Kent 29 for 1 in reply to Essex's 530 for 7 declared. Last ball before lunch is tucked into the onside with no dramas for Hammond. And that ends the morning session. It's, as they like to say, been one more for the purist, that one. 60 runs is all that have been accrued from 33 overs. Bancroft himself has added 40 runs, moved from 5 to 45. Started off with a bang as Yorkshire removed the night watchman Josh Shaw without adding to his overnight score of 8. Matt Milnes picking up that wicket, caught by Brooke at third slip. So it's the 1 wicket each for Code, Fisher and Milnes. Hill, Moriarty and Root have kept things tight, but Bancroft and Hammond, looking to frustrate the Yorkshire attack, have more or less done that. Been together for 30 overs and added 60. And we'll see what happens this afternoon. Will Gloucestershire come out of their shell? Will they force some more loose deliveries from Yorkshire? Or will this pattern of play continue? Possibly, let's hope not. Myself, Ed Seaborn, Jonathan Doidge and Shah Faisal will be back with you for that afternoon session after the 40-minute lunch break. Welcome back to Bristol. It's time for the afternoon session, still in sunshine, as Gloucestershire continue their battle against the Yorkshire attack, and Yorkshire attack continue their battle against the Kookaburra ball and the Bristol pitch. It's 88 for 3, with Hammond and Bancroft resuming their partnership, which is currently worth 60, but it's taken the best part of 30 overs for them to score those runs. Bancroft on 45 and Hammond on 19, and it will be Matthew Fisher to bowl the first over after lunch. So going back to one of their main strike bowlers, at least from the pavilion end. Be intriguing to see whether they stick with spin from the far end as we look at it. But here comes Fisher bowling to Bancroft. First ball after lunch is an attempted back foot drive, which has been skewed to extra cover for no run. And we're back underway. My name's Ed Seaborn. Shah Faisal is alongside me for the moment. Jonathan Doidge will be back in a little while, and we'll be taking you through the action on the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of every game is available on there, as Fisher bowls to Bancroft, who plays a defensive shot towards mid-on, and of course synchronised to the Gloucestershire live stream as well. Lots of ways that you can follow our coverage. And again, I will say, I meant to say this morning, that if you are watching us on that live stream, then if you want to keep in touch with everything that's happening across all the matches, then the live text service is the best way to do that on the BBC Sport website. As Fisher runs into bowl and beats Bancroft, although he withdrew his bat a little more than he did on previous occasions where he's been beaten. But again, it's just that early innings movement of Bancroft is occasionally a little far across and kind of reaching for the ball.
You're talking about the percentages of Yorkshire bowlers making the batters play on that front foot defensive stroke. That was exactly good illustration of that. Bancroft just pushed out, just slightly out in front, not a lot. He realised in time he'd made an error in judgment, but then he was quickly aborting the shot.
As Fisher passes his outside edge more convincingly this time, and there was more of a little push at the ball as that one whistles through to the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. Certainly plenty of laughs to be had in the slip cordon. You can imagine that with the likes of Adam Lyth and at times Joe Root and Harry Brook there, that would be quite interesting to have a microphone in on that slip cordon. Perhaps not all of it for broadcast, but we don't care about that. Fisher bowls inside edge from Bancroft, squirts down towards fine leg. He'll take a single and move on to 46, 89 for 3. Apologies to Shah Faisal for the shortest commentary stint I think that we've ever had on the county commentaries. One sentence, I think, but very pleased to say we've got a special guest with us. Well, no special guest, you're part of the furniture. You're on that often. We're really pleased to say for the first time this season, David Payne, Gloucestershire and England, is alongside me. How did you winter?
Well, good afternoon all. Good afternoon, Ed. Firstly, thank you for having me back. It's nice to be back sat here, isn't it?
It is.
Back to be watching some cricket.
That's the thing, yep. Especially after last week. Fisher bowls it short. Hammond tries to pull round the corner. There's an inquiry for a caught behind, but Peter Hartley was already on the move. Not out is the call, but a surprise bumper. I've seen a couple of times, especially from Fisher, but also from Milnes, but especially from this end. I've seen a couple of bumpers just cause a little bit of an issue, but Hammond survives, 89 for 3.
Yeah, winter was good, thanks. It started, obviously I had my struggles last summer with my ankle again, and it ended with more surgery in September, so my winter began with rehabbing that, which then went pretty well and rolled on to quite a late offer to go to the Big Bash again, which was really pleasingly accepted, I guess.
Yeah.
That came up, and Obviously, from last year, I was really hopeful to be going back with Perth, though, is what I thought would happen. But that's not how it worked out this time. And Adelaide came knocking, and that was really pleasing, and that was a really good experience as well.
Ben Code returns and beats Bancroft. Third time he's been beaten already in the 7 deliveries we've had. And Code has been managing to drag Bancroft across that crease a little, but as yet he's not had the payoff. Yeah, Adelaide strikers working with Jason Gillespie, who had the pleasure of commentating on this fixture at Headingley last year for a day. Great experience that. I mean, I can't imagine anybody much better than him to chat cricket with. This is a full delivery from Code, which is clipped off the pads to short mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, that was... as soon as I got the offer, that was probably one of the first things I thought, what a great opportunity to just go and work with a guy like that, and he was a really lovely guy. It was a really nice setup again, a really very cool franchise to be a part of, and very good group of lads, very nice coaching staff, and everything about it was amazing. Playing at the Adelaide Oval was very special. Obviously I played there against them.
Code in, Bancroft on the walk as he defends to mid-off.
So I had played there, but to call it home and have it there as a home crowd in the 30-odd thousand, that was also really special. So it was a bit of an up and down first half of the season with them, both individually and as a team, and then come the new year, everything seemed to click for everyone. We got on a bit of a roll just when we thought we were going to get knocked out, and actually ended up in the knockouts and got through to what was the equivalent of a semi-final, I guess.
Code bowls, keeper up to the stumps now, and Bancroft pressing forward, hoping for a single towards point, but won't get one. How does the Adelaide Oval rank in terms of places to play then that you've played at? Because I know a lot of people have it right up near the top of, certainly broadcasters I hear who've been there say it's one of the best places to broadcast from.
Yeah, I think you probably have to put it into categories, don't you? In terms of picturesque and coolness, I guess, of the ground itself.
Code runs in, bowls, Bancroft push drive, doesn't time it.
It's right up there. It's a very beautiful place to play, special. Its heritage, its history, the old scoreboard there, the grass bank. I think I remember being there in 2012, watching the Ashes on the grass bank.
Yeah.
So I've kind of covered all areas of that ground in a way now. I've spectated it, I've been on the opposing side of it, and then now been on the home team. And it is, I guess, as a bowler, that's the different category.
Code bowls, Bancroft clips this one off his pads through the leg side. There'll be at least a couple of runs here. It's running out towards the boundary, but doesn't quite have the pace. And they are going to turn for the third, but Hammond sends Bancroft back with the throw whistling right over the top of the stumps. Probably the right call. It's trickier to get threes out towards that corner of the ground. Bancroft moves on to 48, 91 for 3 Gloucestershire, 235 runs adrift of Yorkshire's first innings total as that completes the 49th over of the innings.
Yeah, so category number 2, as I say, being a bowler at the Adelaide Oval, I wouldn't put it up there as one of my
Yes,
favourites.
the short square boundaries probably make a bit of a trickier time.
Yeah, it's just very different. It was funny, being at Optus with Perth, it was still very big square boundaries, shorter straight, which is probably a little bit more English, I would say. It's certainly more relatable to Bristol, definitely.
Yes.
So I felt more, I guess, comfortable in the sense that it felt like I'd played on the grounds like that before.
Fisher round the wicket, starting a new over to Hammond, who defends with an angled bat to mid-on.
Whereas like Adelaide Oval, very AFL type ground. There seemed to be a lot of those I played this winter, and it was a very different challenge because I don't know. You felt more threatened if you missed short. They're very good at picking up over those short square boundaries, and Adelaide also being very renowned for being a high-scoring ground.
Yes.
So it was challenging, like you say. I don't necessarily think bowlers would necessarily go, yeah, I would love to play all my cricket there, because I think your economy might go up a touch if you played every day there. But in terms of, specialness of the ground.
Fisher bowls, Hammond flashes at one outside the off stump, and Tattersall does that motion as if to throw the ball up in celebration that has me wondering whether there's a nick every time, but he doesn't let go of the ball. That was a bit of a leaden-footed waft from Hammond, and he gets away with it.
Yeah, so as I say, that would be the summary. Right up there is, I would
location, atmosphere.
Encourage anyone to go and see it, and for that. But not necessarily encourage any bowler to go in.
And it's funny, the Big Bash, isn't it, like that? It was so many different grounds, and sometimes you might be playing on one of the grounds outside of the main one, as this is defended once again by Hammond. Head over the ball, plays it to mid-on. You know, you could be heading out into the country somewhere and playing on maybe more of an English-style, smaller dimensions ground with a slightly smaller but still well-packed crowd versus, say, the MCG or Optus with those huge square boundaries, and then you go to Adelaide where it's squashed the other way, where it's harder to hit straight.
Exactly, like you said, they cover all bases there. They have the Coliseum type grounds, and they have the nice out grounds. They have everything.
Fisher bowls. Hammond tucks this one to mid-on, and again there is no run. And another finals appearance, as you say, and I was a little bit perplexed, I must say, as to, in that game, if you don't mind me saying, with Josh Brown hammering the ball to all parts. You came on and got him out in your third over in about like the 16th over of the innings. Just thought, got to get him back in sooner, but maybe you're grateful. This is pulled away by Hammond and pulled away for 4. Just a couple of bounces short of the forward square leg rope, and one of the rare occasions when a short ball has really been got hold of, and in fact that is Hammond's first boundary. 95 for 3, Hammond to 23.
Yeah, I think that was probably a product of a team that had got on a roll with a formula that had worked. So I say we were on the brink. It felt like pretty much one loss away for being knocked out. Then suddenly we win 1, win 2, and we'd basically gone to this like very heavy spin attack.
Fisher bowls back of a length. Hammond stands tall in defence.
Lloyd Pope had come in, done exceptionally well for us. And I think he'd done so well. Cameron Boyce had an exceptional campaign, done really well for us. Matt Short was bowling his spin that had done well. As I say, so we'd had this formula suddenly then that was working really well, and it was almost like regardless of what the conditions a little bit, and perhaps in hindsight it was much more, they went seam heavy. This isn't a spinning wicket. This is much more of an out ground that you play seamers and it nibbles around. And as I say, we backed the team that had got us there. And Josh, actually, to be fair to him, he just T20 cricket. He just had a day out.
Yeah,
everything came off the middle of the bat.
And runs in the final as well to win the Big Bash for the Brisbane Heat. 2 catches in close on the leg side, 1 in close on the offside in front of Bancroft, who faces up to Code and plays this one back to the bowler.
So I don't think too many. We were disappointed, but I think there was partly you walk off sometimes in those games. You go, this guy's played a hell of a knock, and sometimes that happens in T20 cricket. And we didn't have our best day, but actually we're also probably quite proud to say from being on the brink of being knocked out to making it to, as I say, effectively a semi-final was actually a really good achievement again as well.
And they topped that group and really run the table as Bancroft comes forward and plays it to short extra, and had lost the first attempt to qualify to the final. So you're facing a side that was extra determined not to lose twice in front of their home fans and make it to a final. So but it was I'm sure it was, as you say, whilst you'd have liked to have got to another final and lifted the title again, it was great to watch another sort of strikers surge to the playoffs a la Ian Cobain as well. Doing the same thing for them a couple of years back as forward goes Bancroft and defends to mid-off.
Yeah, it was obviously it ended up being Perth that we knocked out in the. I'd love to know the names of those. I know one's called an eliminator and one's
they call them different things everywhere, because that's the problem, isn't it? The eliminator, I think, is the one that you won this time, like the 3rd versus 4th game, if you want to call it that. Then there's like a
decider.
Oh yes, there's that's
is
right.
That what we got knocked out of?
Or is the decider final? This is the problem. There's the marketing team's got, has had a field day with these things, but I can't remember what each of them are called. 2 catches in close on both the leg side and the offside as Cove bowls a leg stump half volley, which is flicked away by Bancroft for his 49th run, 96 for 3. I think of it in terms of, because that playoff system is called the Page playoff system, and effectively it is as people are quite familiar with now because it's used everywhere, 1v2, 3v4, winner of 1v2 to the final, and then
winner of 3v4 plays loser of 1v2.
And you think about it in terms of numbers, I think it makes it an awful lot easier, but
that's certainly how I think. That's why I still to this day do not know what they're called, because I will always describe it to someone as numbers.
Yeah, you know what the game's for. Code bowls down the pitch, Hammond to tuck the ball into the onside, no run. But in terms of, I guess, your ankle and how that held up out there from a physical standpoint,
physically it was good. It certainly was. I think from us, maybe a week ahead of schedule in terms of rehabbing where ideally we'd like to have been, but actually the schedule of the Big Bash worked out really well. That I got out there, our first game was rained off, then we had 10 days. Well, the Perth test went on because they kind of shut everything down around that between our first and second game, so I had 10 days effectively training outdoors, getting ready, and that was really beneficial. And then it was one of those where it just felt like, in terms of it was almost more of a mental challenge than a physical, because it had been so long. And actually, as the tournament went on,
Code in round the wicket bowls. Hammond pulls this one high in the air out towards fine leg, and it's just short of the fielder trying his best to get there. Moriarty ends up half volleying it, really. Hammond with that flick round the corner and almost hit it too well and was caught, but gets away with it. He manages a single to keep the strike at the end of that Code over, and it's 97 for 3. I'm just seeing on the live stream, of course the radio listeners can't see that, but you're having a rather disapproving look towards your England under-19 teammate Joe Root there.
That's not disapproving, that's listening intently. Listening to one of the best cricketers we've ever produced. I can't remember what we were talking about at this point.
Of course you can't. Not what you had for breakfast, no.
No, that certainly wasn't that.
But it's been good to reconnect with
what might
Joe.
have been happening, I might have been asking him for one of his bats at this point, and he's probably telling me that I can't have one. And it's not gone down well.
You can't have the one that he's got out to Zaman Akhtar for 2.
Well, he did say, if I don't get any more runs with this bat this game, then maybe you can have that one.
Great.
So let's hope he gets nothing in the second dig.
Round the wicket comes Fisher to bowl to Hammond, who works this one towards wide mid-on. There's no run. This is the voice of David Payne, alongside myself, Ed Seaborn, just in case you missed the beginning of the afternoon session. Fantastic to have David's company up here once again. And, of course, you and Joe go all the way back, at least, to the under-19s, even further back than that, is it? You didn't have any sort of school festival type thing, being in different parts of the country, I guess. Fisher trots in, bowls, edged by Hammond, but along the ground enough, and it will go down to the boundary for 4, a fine third position. It brings up the 100 for the innings for Gloucestershire, 101 for 3. Hammond moves on to 28, and yeah, actually he played that a bit softer than I thought he did initially. I thought there was going to be a real genuine edge, and actually it fell a long way short of where a third slip would have been.
Yeah, definitely. Me and Joe, I'm trying to remember the first time I would have properly come across him. It feels like I probably had 2-3 years really solid playing age group England cricket with him.
Fisher in, bowls, Hammond drives, that's a good looking shot, beats the sprawl of Fisher in his follow through. Long chase for Shan Masood down towards the straight long off boundary, and they are only going to get 2 in the end, as the throw was off very quickly. Hammond turned and then saw the ball in the air and thought better of coming back for the third run. Hammond on to 30.
But it was one of those relationships, a lot of guys at that age, I got on really well with Joe at that age, and we spent a lot of time together. And then there's just different ends of the country, and he was doing much bigger and better things than I was for many years. And
just banged in short by Fisher. Hammond ducks under it.
I've seen him intermittently through seasons, but not like this is the first time I've probably had a chance to have a proper catch up with him, really, and it's really nice to see him. I'm sure lots of fans here are really enjoying seeing Joe Root and Harry Brook out there at the BCG. So that's I'd say it's just really nice to see him.
Now, I'm reading a book at the moment which is scooped up several awards, I think, and rightly so. It's a cracking read. Fisher round the wicket, bowls back of a length. Hammond rises up and takes a hand off the bat to deaden the ball into the offside. There was a rib tickler from Fisher, but Hammond keeps it down. Called White Hot by Tim Wigmore and Matt Roller, who chronicle England's road to becoming double world champions across 50 over and T20 cricket, and there is a bit from you in there.
I didn't know this.
There is. I've actually thought you would remember, but it must have been something that they've talked to you from years ago about this, and or talked to somebody else. I was wondering whether you would remember having done this, and clearly not. So that makes it even better.
Well, it might be one of those things you start telling me, and I go, oh yeah, I remember now. But
well, it was talking about Joe Root at under 19 level, and effectively how, at that point in his career, amazing to think this, but people were not sure if he would be able to play one-day cricket, really. And it's even mentioned in as starker terms, as we've got a gully in place now. The field very much set for short-pitched bowling. Fisher digs it in back of a length, and Hammond, with relative comfort, really is able to play it from the back foot out into the offside for no run. 103 for 3 at the end of that over. But I was pretty, I say shocked. I mean, everything's relative, but hearing in terms of actually people even said at county level, never mind moving on to play at international level, that you've really got to evolve your game if you're even going to play one-day cricket at county level. Not my words, but I hasten to add. But I was going to ask what your memories of him at under 19 level, and then what he has evolved into, seeing his journey. Code bowls to Bancroft, he leans forward over the ball and blocks it into the offside.
Yeah, so I do certainly remember being asked this sort of question in a couple of interviews, so maybe that is where it has come from. Joe, I've always said the same. It was one of this. What you need to know also at that time in our kind of World Cup squad is what I think of. We had Joe Root, Joss Butler, Ben Stokes, James Vince. So there were a lot of talented cricketers around.
It was a golden generation, really. It has been for England, and especially in white ball cricket, as Bancroft once more pushes that out towards cover. George Hill does the fielding.
So I think when you're looking at that group and probably comparing Joe amongst that group, he wasn't the one you were looking at saying this guy's definitely going to go on to be one of England's greats and play international cricket. I mean, Joss Butler, Ben Stokes, yes, definitely. You could see it at that time. But Joe, what I've always said about Joe at that level was he was probably the hardest working guy at that level. He probably hit more balls than I've seen anyone hit before.
Code to Bancroft, who inside edges that one onto his pad, and the ball, fortunately, from Gloucestershire's point of view, goes out in front of the Australian rather than behind him.
I've still got these imprinted images of Joe on bowling machines for hours on end when we're at Loughborough training for tours and stuff, and just being there at the start, being there at the end, and hitting ball after ball. And like you say, even at the point though when we left under 19s, you didn't necessarily think he will definitely go on and play for England, but actually it's probably been his work rate that has let him achieve what he has achieved.
Code bowls to Bancroft. This is angled down into the gully where Brook fields.
So that's ultimately what I say. At that point, no, I would certainly not have been tipping off that put a punt on him to be England's leading run scorer of all time and things like that at that point. But the one thing I would have given him in his favour is probably the hardest working bloke in that setup at that time. Yeah,
because effectively, it wasn't you. I think it was whoever the bowling coach was for that team. Code bowls, Bancroft high elbow forward defence to extra cover. He's in very close, as are pretty much all the Yorkshire fielders apart from a deep backward square, and they were asked which players from that team were going to play for England, and I think it was Stokes, Butler, yourself, and there might have been one other that I've forgotten, but they were right about those, but they didn't say Joe Root was the kind of the conspicuous name missing from that. Bancroft steers this one away to backward point. There's no run. It's another maiden over from Ben Code. 7 of them now in his 15 overs bowled. Score remains 103 for 3, 49 to Bancroft, 30 to Hammond, and Gloucestershire's deficit is 223. This game, then, did you have much of a chance to watch the action on day one?
I was here until lunchtime, I think, as I said to you. I was hopeful to come up here. We are newly second child parents. We had our second daughter a month ago, so I did, unfortunately, my wife was struggling a little bit at home with the kids and just asked if I could come back.
Sleepless nights back again, are they?
Yeah, I've been kicked off to the spare room already, and we're man marking them at the moment. I've got the 2-year-old, and she's taking the newborn, and we're kind of dealing with it that way at the moment.
Fisher continues what looks like it's going to be the short pitch barrage, and Hammond hoiks this one high up into the air. Fielder at deep backward square, but he's gone over the boundary, and he's dropped it anyway. Not that it matters, because he's gone for 6. 109 for 3. Heart in mouth moment initially, but the boundary's short enough that even though Hammond didn't get all of it, he's managed enough connection to clear the boundary for the innings' first 6.
I wondered if he might do this, Miles, because it's probably one of his stronger shots in white ball cricket, certainly back of a length. He loves that pickup, and it's not the largest boundary in the world. So I just wondered if with this ploy he might decide, actually, I'm going to fight fire with fire, and looks like he might do, which provides good entertainment, I guess.
Yes, it's always fun to watch. The sort of Neil Wagner type strategy has filtered its way across a lot of red ball cricket. Now Fisher bowls another bumper which Hammond ducks underneath. I should probably describe to you the field if you can't see it in full. On the offside we've got a gully, we've got a cover point and a wide deep third position. Those are the 3 fielders on the offside. On the leg side we've got a mid-on, short leg, forward square, and then 3 fielders out on the boundary. Deep backward square, a fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket. So 4 fielders back in total. And as we're kind of getting more and more used to seeing almost no fielders really pronounced fashion in front of the bat, Fisher bowls back of a length. Hammond digs it out into the offside and finds that one fielder saving the single in front of square on the offside.
Yeah, so I didn't see the second session, so I always try and then catch up on highlights and things at the end of the day, see what happens, and then chat to some of the guys this morning on how they felt it went, and reports sound like, obviously I saw the first session, then it just sounded like we didn't quite bowl maybe as well as we could have done in that second session. It also sounds like Sean batted really well.
Yeah, we certainly take nothing away from that innings. Fisher bowls over the wicket now to Hammond, who's maybe gloved that or spliced it down into the ground on the offside. Yeah, I mean, I said that probably as a unit, I felt that first session was maybe the best I've seen from a Gloucestershire attack for certainly for over a year. I mean, I was sort of, yeah, there was, of course, there was that game at Worcester last year where Tom Price took his hat-trick, and, you know, but you can certainly make cases for some of those sessions. This is fended off by Hammond, but well short of Shan Masood fielding at cover point, and the Brains Trust, I think, is going to work to see whether they've got this field exactly right now.
I think that gully might just come into maybe a silly point position now, and that's where he's fended a couple of balls to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you've got the over the wicket angle sending it across Hammond, but of course you've still got to protect the pull shot.
It will be. This is one of those. It is a good test for a player like Miles Hammond, who I would say traditionally I was expecting him to take this on a lot more. So actually, it's probably not as natural for him to be defending, trying to get out the way. So it's been a good contest so far.
Yeah, and I think in terms of individual spells, though, yesterday, the one that was mentioned after the day's play by Zaman Akhtar, who I spoke to, is that one spell of De Lange later on against the lower order, where, you know, I basically said, you know, if you bowl that spell at Hove next week, it's going to be flying. But it was fantastic theatre, as I think it nearly always is. I know some people don't like this kind of constant barrage, the sort of relics of antibody line sort of sentiment, but I don't know, I love it personally.
I definitely think there's a place in the game for it. I think it's looked like they've thrown everything else at Bancroft and Hammond for a bit. They've bowled top of off, they've had the keeper up, and it looks like the pitch hasn't got a huge amount of pace in it, when actually you've got Fisher who can crank up a little bit, and Hammond looks like he's not comfortable at the moment, so they've found a ploy. It's all about taking his wicket, and if this seems to work.
Fisher bowls on a good length really this time. Hammond plays from the crease to the fielder that they've just put in at that kind of short cover position under the helmet. Harry Brook picks it up, 109 for 3, as we've had 54 overs of the innings. 56 remain today. Talking about hybrid pitches here a little bit, and I understand this one isn't one, but has that been something that the group have been excited to see how it plays out?
Yeah, it's certainly been discussed now, being a possibility. As to whether we play, I think it's being discussed as an option for the Middlesex game at home. What we're looking for is a little bit, but we're always looking for the perfect wicket, but we're just looking for generally a little bit more pace. I actually think this wicket would have been a really, really good wicket if we'd had a bit more sun in the build-up.
Code, wide of the crease, bowls to Bancroft, who fishes at that one away from his body, and Code turns in annoyance as once again he's past the outside edge, but has nothing to show for it other than yet another dot ball. 77 dot balls he's bowled in his 15.1 overs.
Yeah, what he's known for, isn't it? He's always there. But yeah, I think the ground staff have done a fantastic job. As I say, I imagine up and down the country, ground staff I've seen been heavily applauded for their efforts.
This is down the leg side from Code, flicked away towards long leg, and that is 50 for Cameron Bancroft. He's had to grind, he's had to battle, but he's made it from 160 deliveries with just the 1-4, but he's accumulated runs, he's blunted Yorkshire's unrelenting attack, and Gloucestershire to 110 for 3.
Yeah, it's a fantastic knock. It's not been easy, like you say. It's been a real grind, been a slow pitch, hard to score, but Bangers has stayed very strong and true to his game, and just nudged and nurdled really, and put away when he's got a very bad one.
Code in, Hammond tucks this one through the leg side, hoping for a single. He's come rather a little further down the pitch than might have been comfortable viewing, but he manages to get back as the fielder from the straighter of the two close in on the leg side, George Hill, had a throw at the stumps. Were you part of the sort of the mission to get Bancroft to come here, or was that just something that he's decided he wants to come back? And he was, when he talked to me, he was certainly really excited to play a full season. Code bowls to Hammond, tucked away to the straighter mid-wicket again in close.
No, I had nothing to do with this time, and I think we did get quite lucky. I think he obviously had that difficult news in the winter or his summer that he didn't make that test squad, and I think he spoke in an interview about that being, it was very challenging for him at that point that he didn't get selected, and how he had to deal with that and let that sink in. And I guess that loss for himself has been a huge gain for us, because then he's decided.
Code in, shorter ball, Hammond helps it round the corner, and there is no fine leg, so that will go for 4. Sort of placed it in the end perfectly between that kind of leg slip, slightly wider leg slip, just a help round the corner, and probably the second bad ball that Ben Code has bowled in his entire 15.5 over spell. There was that one that Dent flicked fine for 4, I think, off his first ball in similar fashion, and then that one, and those are the only 2 boundaries that Ben Code has conceded in nearly 16 overs.
It's not bad going, is it?
No. No, nagging, accurate, nibbling the ball about a bit, code bowls, and this is defended by Hammond away to mid-off. Ends another over, 110 for 3, as we've had 55 overs now. Hammond gradually catching up now to Bancroft, as Ian Randall delivers the vital statistics on Bancroft's half-century. 160 balls, 1-4. That's proper graft, is that?
Yeah, I remember that 1-4 as well, because that was a lovely cover drive quite early on.
Yes. Well, I think when there are fewer of them, you do tend to remember them more, don't you?
They stick in the mind, don't they?
But yeah, in terms of him and Bo Webster, is he somebody that I guess you will have bowled to at some point? Excited to have him on the board for the the blast.
Yeah, I am. I think we got quite lucky with Bangers that he was really keen to come here. Almost, I think there was an element of him approaching us, wanting to come back to an environment that he obviously really enjoyed last time, and that was a real benefit for us. And Bo, yeah, someone we've come across in county cricket before, and I've played against in Australia, and he comes highly recommended, and obviously has just had an incredible summer down in Australia. So yeah, I think we're really excited to have the two of them in the T20s as well.
Silly point, short leg. Fisher bangs another one in short, starting this next over from the pavilion end, and Bancroft has nothing to do with that. One gets underneath it.
Yeah, I think Miles will be happy to be at the other end for a little bit with Fisher doing this, and I'm actually very intrigued to see how Bangers plays it in comparison to Miles. That first one might indicate he's just going to get out the way a bit more instead of playing it, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it when I was off air in a period earlier when Bancroft miscued a couple of pull shots. Fisher bowls, that's a very harmless delivery way down the leg side, and Bancroft's searching around for one of the two umpires to call it a wide, but neither will. Settle as another one for the over. But it must be one of the most extreme, probably not the most, but one of the more extreme adjustments to make, going from Western Australian pitches to Bristol in terms of playing the short ball. Yeah,
that is true, yeah. I guess that's why I'm kind of intrigued. I've only really seen him hugely. I know he gets loads of runs in the Sheffield Shield over there, and we've seen him in Red Bull cricket before, but I can't think about how he plays the short ball.
This is a short delivery, unsurprisingly. This time Fisher coming round the wicket. And again, Bancroft ducks. So 3 times he's just had nothing to do with it. And I suppose he might just be thinking, well, okay, I'm not scoring runs, but I'm taking energy and effort out of you.
Definitely. I think sometimes that's the name of the game. Sometimes you hold your hands up and say if they're bowling well, you don't try and manufacture something. That's when you can give your wicket away. So I think, as you say, the slowness of the wicket's obviously what's making it difficult to score, but they're also bowling well.
Fisher in round the wicket bowls. Bancroft plays it off his hip round the corner and collects a single. Moves to 51, 115 for 3. Ed Seaborn and David Payne on commentary at the moment. We'll have a change of voice in a short while. I don't know what your schedule is like.
You've had enough of me already, haven't you?
I knew you were going to say that. How could you?
No. What is my schedule today? I don't even know. I think I'm just enjoying actually being this side of the rope, and you know me. I enjoy being up here. I do if I'm not commentating. I'm just being around and watching.
Fisher bowls, short one down the leg side. Hammond ducks underneath it and then walks off almost to say, come on, give me a chance. But yeah, well, if you're happy to stick around, then we can, if Doidge's happy, we can get Doidge on and can do a stint with him until you've realised he's far better than I am, and then you can have a break for a while. So we'll do that at the end of this over. 1 ball remaining in it. Silly point, short leg, sort of backward point-ish. in close as Fisher bowls. Hammond plays with a nudge into the covers, and they don't get a run there. Nobody's in any particular hurry to pick the ball up, but that does complete the over. It's 115 for 3. Gloucestershire trailing by 211. Welcome back to Jonathan Doidge, and then David Payne will be back in the seat.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, so unable to get any further breakthrough through other than the Josh Shaw wicket at precisely 11:11 this morning, Yorkshire, but that is not to say that they didn't bowl with great discipline during that first session. Runs were hard to come by, and I guess, David, if you can't take wickets, next best thing.
Yeah, you don't want the scoreboard to be going anywhere, and exactly what Yorkshire have done at the moment. It is very slow reading, I guess, for Gloucester fans at the moment. But I guess if you're a Gloucester fan at the same time, the thing you don't want to be happening is losing wickets. I suppose it's difficult to score at the moment, but they'll be pleased that we haven't lost any wickets. And I think this is what these two have probably been waiting for the spin to come back on. And it looks like Moriarty's going to come back and have a spell. And I think this is probably where we might see a change of gear from Miles Hammond, where we saw him try to play the aggressor slightly more in his first spell. It's just looked, as you say, Yorkshire have been very, very disciplined with their bowling. Ben Code, Matt Fisher there has been slightly more aggressive with the short ball and tried to create something. It has been a good performance at the moment.
So Moriarty from the Ashley Down Road end at 115 for 3, bowling here to Cameron Bancroft. Matt Milnes is just going through a few looseners. He'll be at a straight mid-wicket position. Finley Bean's gone in under the lid at short leg, and in comes Moriarty then. Left arm round the wicket. First ball just patted up to Shan Masood, who's at mid-on. Yeah, Miles Hammond looked like he wanted to use his feet. Didn't always strike it as he would have wanted to do this morning, but he's still there. Moriarty is in again, and Bancroft just punching this one out to the incoming Fisher. Square cover. It would be the best consistent player against spin in the Gloucestershire ranks.
Yeah, I think Miles would certainly be right up there, and I think that's why we'll probably see him try to, as Bancroft tickles one round the corner down to 45 where there is no man. Adam Lythe makes a chase down to the road, but looks like the ball might just get there, and it does. And that's 4 runs to Bancroft. A lovely little paddle sweep off Moriarty, and I think that is probably the first sign, as I say, that I think these two might use the spin coming on as a mode to maybe try and up the run rate a bit, because there is always an element of, even though you're not losing wickets, you need the runs to keep coming a little bit to put yourself in a position to actually move the game forward and try and put yourself in a winning position, because there's probably always an element that you will lose a wicket at some point, so you need to chunk away at that deficit. But yeah, certainly Miles is certainly one of our best players in white ball. We talk about with playing spins. That's why I anticipate him to be the aggressor here.
So Bancroft waits, and this time he's able to go back foot, and he's got that one away through backward point. George Hill's out there sweeping and has got round to cut it off. They're going to get back for a well taken 3. 122 for 3. Bancroft 58, and Hammond, who's now back on strike with 40. So will Yorkshire go at C-man spin, or will they try spin twins again and unleash Joe Root down at this pavilion? We'll see. As I say, Matt Milnes just getting loose, as was Adam Lythe there. But you don't want that 30-60 having to chase the ball down and then just creeping over the boundary rope in front of you.
No, that's not what Adam would have wanted at that point.
He's at slip as Moriarty's switched and bowls over the wicket to Hammond, who just turns this one along the deck all the way up to Joe Root, who's deep at mid-on. 1 run.
Quite like to see Yorkshire just kept Joe Root at mid-on there to Miles up for just at the beginning, just ask him to hit him over the top there.
Moriarty in, back and across. Bancroft with a solid block to complete the over at 123 for 3. He tried it, didn't he, earlier on, and Joe had one of those over the head chases, the ball hoping the ball dropped in his hands and it was a couple of yards beyond or whatever.
It was very close. You said just 2 places different, and he could have been out, it could have been 6. So it's the position of the game. I think there's no harm in asking Miles to do that again, and you never know, next time it might go straight up. He might get you for 1-6. He might get. I always think it's worth the risk to try and get the wicket at that point until he does it a couple of times, and then you can always push him back, and you're still ahead of the game.
So Matt Milnes is going to come on at this pavilion end then, with his right arm seam. Opinions on yesterday? Obviously, I think everybody agrees, but from both sides, that Gloucestershire bowled well first up that first session and earned what they got. But that middle period, what were your thoughts on that, when maybe they let it drift a bit? What could they have done different?
Yeah, so I unfortunately didn't actually get to see it live, so I tried to catch them on highlights and spoke to people. Like you say, it just sounds like you almost one of those when they set the bar so high in that first session, the way they bowled. But then it sounds like they got a little bit short, a little bit wide. Again, it sounds like Shan Masood batted fantastically, so to take nothing away from that. But maybe just lost their discipline a little bit, which is, as we can see, Yorkshire haven't done at the moment.
Milnes then round the wicket first up to Hammond, who's turned one down to the incoming Ben Code from long leg and picked up a single. One of those. In an ideal world, obviously you go back out there and you I think when a team's 80 for 5 and you've knocked over the top order and the guys you're probably worrying about, you're hoping that it is going to be like a 150, 200 all out. So I'm sure they were naturally a little bit disappointed, but at the same time you try and look at the positives in those situations, don't you, that they did bowl so well. And reports also sound like they did then in the third session come back out and did bowl with some aggression and bowl well at the tail, and will always be pleased that they did bowl the side out. Yeah, here's Milnes switching to over the wicket to the right-handed Bancroft, who gets a straight delivery short of length and just flicks it round the corner. Moriarty coming in from the deep to field and keep them to 1. So from here, having weathered that, just that early discipline from Yorkshire today, got themselves well into this second session now, still only the 3 down. You're out there in the middle. What are you thinking? Is it important not to get too far ahead of yourself? Yeah.
It's a really interestingly balanced time of the game. I was just looking at the overs bowled.
Milnes to Hammond, who blocks it.
23 overs until the second new ball, and that's when my thinking is, do you want to be 170 for 3 or whatever at the new ball, or would you rather up the run rate for the loss of a wicket and be... No, I think there's an element of at some point having that conversation. These two guys have been there for a while, or maybe one of you, maybe Miles, now looks to be the aggression. Bancroft's the anchor and stays there, and you just say to Miles, let's try and just up the run rate a little bit.
Here he is facing Milnes, just turning one into the leg side and picking up another single. 43 now to him. He's faced 122 deliveries, so he should be seeing it pretty well out there.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm thinking. I do think if Miles is on strike to Moriarty in the next over, as I say, I think that will be the term match-up we hear a lot in white ball cricket these days, and that will probably be what he's thinking, is that way. That's where he can get a few more runs, and if he can put the pressure on Moriarty and find the boundary a bit more that way.
Short ball by Milnes, but easily ducked under by Bancroft there. I think you might see a bit more of this as well in these last 20 overs or so before Yorkshire can take a second new ball. If they can take a couple of wickets with them before that point, then they might start to back themselves with the assistance of a second new ball to wrap things up and get some sort of lead here. Certainly one thing by keeping it so tight is that Gloucestershire are still 200 shy of where Yorkshire finished it on first innings, as Milnes' last delivery of the over again is fading away down the leg side and short. So Bancroft remains 59, Hammond 43, it's 126 for 3.
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see how they approach this. There's obviously different ways they can go from here. They can continue in the same fashion and peter along as the day goes on, and you finish up still behind or slightly in front. And I guess you could look at it and go, look, if we're still batting at tea tomorrow, then hopefully at that point we are 150, 200 ahead or so, and you hope that there's periods of the game where Yorkshire do get a bit fatigued and start to give you a few more bad balls, because you said at the moment they've been extremely disciplined. It's been very difficult scoring on a slow wicket that's just looking a little bit stoppy at times, or whether Gloucester do say at some point, you know what, we're going to now try to up the run rate, and there's always the balance in there. Is that the point? Is that what Yorkshire want them to do? And then you lose a wicket, and then suddenly you're still 100 and 200 behind, 5 down.
Yeah, Moriarty then over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who's turned that to his opposite number, who's at a short straight mid-wicket there. Harry Brook just on about the wicket end, just for that little flick on the rise. We saw, I think, just one of those from Cameron Bancroft this morning, but we've got a wicket here. Moriarty has thrown that one wide. Hammond using his feet but missing the ball, and Tattersall whips off the bails. And after all of that grind and that effort, Miles Hammond has been stumped for 43, and Gloucestershire are 126 for 4.
Yeah, exactly what we thought Miles might do, just looking to use his feet. A very good player of spin, but that one he's almost yorked himself, and Moriarty's chucked it wider, and it's led to his fall. But you see, he's grind out a good knock there, and he's put in a really good partnership with Bancroft. It hasn't looked easy to score, so it'll be interesting now with the new coming in, how they look to play. Was it James Bracey will be coming out next, and I think it doesn't look easy to score, and I think that will be one of the challenges, how a new batter can start on this wicket, and whether there's James coming from the sheds always means you can always have had conversations, and he's been sat there with teammates and the coaches. Has he been sent with a message to push on and try and up the rate, or is the message just more of the same and just keep going as long as you can?
Yeah, he's got a good record against Yorkshire as well, James Bracey, in the few recent matches between the counties. I'll endeavour to bring that up during the next few moments, but scored 177 here in the first match of the season a couple of years ago. Thank you to the Oracle. I was going to look at the electronic Oracle, but I'd forgotten that we have Ed Seaborn sitting behind. How could I forget that? So just a slight change in complexion, because from Gloucestershire's point of view, there's an obvious air of disappointment, having seen that pair work so hard for what they got to. You look at the board, and they're still that 200 behind Yorkshire, with the 4th wicket now gone. 2 very good players at the crease, but if one of these should go fairly quickly now, Yorkshire will firmly feel like they've got a grip on things out there.
It is. It's interesting. We're talking about the balance and the possible tactics and options for Gloucester going forward. And that wicket, I think, for me, like you say there, just changes things, because you lose one more 200 behind. It's a very different outlook. I think there's going to be a high emphasis here on another partnership, and these two taking the deficit as much as they can, working towards 150, then 200. It's a necessity now for Gloucester to build another partnership.
Moriarty just pulls out of delivering that ball. So Bracey's got a bit of company here. Obviously Johnny Tattersall standing up to the stumps, but Adam Lyne at first slip. George Hill under the helmet at leg slip, and Finlay Bean also under the helmet at short leg for what is now his first delivery to Bracey, who's straight off the mark with a little push into the covers. Matt Milne's doing the fielding. James Bracey's record against Yorkshire then, in previous matches, 5 and 177 here. In the corresponding fixture 2 seasons ago, went to Headingley and came up with 71 and 39 as well, and then got a 44 also up at Headingley last season, in the only match, of course, that was played between the two because of the complete washout here. So he's only had one flop, and he'll be trying to ensure this is not a second. Cameron Bancroft, meanwhile, is back on strike on 59, and having been out there so long, it just cranks it up a few more percent in terms of expectations on him. Moriarty switching to round the wicket, and it's played back along the ground to him. I couldn't really say I've seen Cameron Bancroft play enough to make comment with any confidence on his abilities against spin, but Moriarty is in, and he's just prop him forward, but playing the cricket at the level he has done, he's got to be pretty useful, you would have thought.
Yeah, having played with him, obviously I played with him here before, but also playing with him in Perth, so having seen him in Australia and in a different format. Again, I think he was regarded as quite a good player of spin.
Moriarty into him here, he's just got an inside contact on it, back to the bowler, end of the over, 127 for 4.
It's one of those things, I think a player of his quality and his calibre, you know, this isn't necessarily how you always see him with 59 off 175 balls. I think all his Sheffield Shield runs, he's not necessarily renowned as a slow batter. I think he just plays the situation. I think this is telling us that it's not an easy pitch to score on. He's clearly finding it hard to get the ball to the boundary and find the gaps. There's not enough pace in it to hit through the ball. So he's just trying to play the waiting game and wait for those bad balls, and at the moment Yorkshire aren't giving them to him. So it's almost a battle of frustrations, I guess. Who's going to fold first? Are Yorkshire going to chase the wickets, or are Gloucester going to chase the runs and possibly give more opportunities? So it's, say, finely balanced.
Yeah, Bracey then just does a bit of jig jogging, has taken his guard to face his first delivery from this pavilion end. It's going to be Matt Milnes coming in past umpire Peter Hartley round the wicket to bowl it at him here, and straight turned into the leg side. Now, Ron, if you're Yorkshire at this stage, I know you clearly won't want to be giving them advice on what to do, but if you are, you know, are you holding the discipline that you've kept throughout the day with the ball, and are you just continuing to say we're going to keep it there, you make the mistakes, or are you going to go searching for this big wicket now, because the next one here really gets you down into the lower middle order sort of thing?
Yeah, again, it's a really intriguing question that both have huge merit. Which one you go down?
Milnes in, just wide of off stump. Bracey leaves.
I think the ultimate thing is your bowling plan as such for Milnes right now isn't going to change drastically. He's going to be trying to hit that good length, round off stump, full stump hard, trying to get something. The ball's now 59 overs old, so it's not going to be doing a huge amount, but the wicket is hard to score. I think the real tactical element here for Yorkshire will be is how they use their field. At the moment it's set up quite ring-fielded to probably keep containing, keep the runs down. It'll be hard to score through and pierce those gaps.
Milnes in again, good length ball, and defended.
The option here for Yorkshire is to maybe put a drive man in, ask Bracey to look, if you drive the ball here and it goes past, you know you're going to get runs, because we've got no, instead of the cover ring fielder where James might think, oh, it's got to be right under my eyes, it's got to be a half volley for me to get it past him. Actually, if you put some catches in place and he thinks, actually, you know what, I could get it past that man, he might just go for a drive that's not quite there, and that might find the edge. So I think at this point, if you're Yorkshire, you could probably look to be a bit more brave.
Okay, straighter delivery again from Milnes, who puts his hands up to his head as Bracey turns that into the leg side.
But at the same time, there's certainly, as I say, merit for this as well. The scoreboard feels like it's going absolutely nowhere for a period now, and you just play this waiting game. If you're disciplined as they have been, and you continue to do that, then there's no reason to change from this, and that they'll just back themselves that the wickets will come and they'll be in a really strong position.
Here's Milnes again, a little bit shorter and wider of off stump. Bracey tries to get the cut shot away, can't get it past the infield.
What would you like to see Yorkshire do yourself?
For me, continue bowling as they've been doing, really. Just keeping it tight. Cameron Bancroft has showed really good concentration so far today, but it doesn't matter whether you play for your local club or professional cricket. As I said earlier, we're all human, so at the end of the day you want to be scoring something, don't you? You want to feel like you're keeping things ticking, and with the vast majority of wickets being batter error, dot ball by the way off the last ball of the over, folks, then if you can concentrate and keep your discipline more with the ball than your batter can, you might succumb.
That's why I back down the order, because that patience doesn't last too long. I'm quite excited to see how the tail come about this, because I think there might be a few more shots played.
Just going to have a quick change in the comm box. A few more words from David, and then we'll pop Shah back in.
I'll do a few more words, but I'll also substitute myself out for Mr. Seaborn to come back in. But thank you very much for having me, and I'll pass on to Ed now as well.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, Doji, as well. Finally, a wicket for Yorkshire. The stranglehold is still there. Moriarty continuing from the far end. First delivery pushed back into the cover cordon and a dot ball. Yeah, very intriguing discussion between David and Doji there. What strategy Yorkshire should have. As another ball is pushed into the covers. Quicker delivery. As Ed has settled into his seat. It was established yesterday that Yorkshire will have to make all the running after they made 326. So today they've come up with this plan where they just set defensive fields or strategically placed fields. This next one, use of the feet, but couldn't find the gap, hit it straight to mid-wicket. But the discipline, bowling and nothing in terms of going searching for wickets, that has obviously worked in terms of keeping the runs down, and also the wicket has come. But again, there is an option where you can just have the field set for that fuller delivery. Probably the umbrella field comes to mind from Stokes. Not asking the bowlers too much to bang in on this slow pitch. I mean, it's early season, it takes a lot out of the bowlers. Certainly a case for that. Another use of the feet, got himself in a tangle. Bancroft survives.
I think he went about as far sideways as he did down the pitch that time. It's very strange looking, sort of wandering crabby block in the end.
Moriarty again. This time a firm push drive down the ground, and it went past Moriarty in a flash. I think he got a hand to it, but it hit the hoardings on the far end of the ground.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it was slightly over pitch. It was like a sort of a hockey slap down the ground from Bancroft there. It was quite strong bottom-handedness. Just his third boundary and his first against the spinner. Actually, only the second boundary that Moriarty's conceded in his 11 overs. So it shows the control that he's been able to give. And Hammond, 3 times he's tried to use his feet. One landed in the middle of nowhere out at mid-wicket. The other one just over Root's head, tracking back from mid-on. And the third time, it was a goner. And Hammond is somebody who would pride himself on being able to use his feet and being able to hit big shots down the ground to try and put the spinner off. But he's not been able to do that. And actually, James, who's operating the stream, the very ball before Hammond got out, Milnes in, bowls over the wicket. This is glanced away, half stopped by Brooke in the gully. Will allow Bracey to take a single. 132 for 4. James said, I reckon Hammond's itching to use his feet here. And then also you looked at the field and long on back, lots of protection on the leg side. You kind of thought, well, yeah, he's kind of going to have to go against the spin here. So you could almost see he was waiting for that one that was maybe a bit wider so he could access extra cover, long off, that sort of area. Got one that he thought he could hit and missed it.
I thought it was a very good piece of bowling because it did have a little bit of drift that took it away from that hitting arc of Hammond and literally Yorked himself. Got beaten in flight.
Milnes bowls to Bancroft. This has just come off pad, I think, but it'll be 4 runs to the Gloucestershire total yet. 4 leg byes. It is Bancroft. Couldn't quite get a touch to it, but it still all counts from the home side's point of view. And a rare stray in line from Milnes. 136 for 4.
Yeah, coming back to that strategy that David and Doji started about having that fuller length, attempting to make them to go for those drives and have more fielders in that area, because I still believe that the batters generally make more mistakes on the front foot.
Forward goes Bancroft, defensively played for Milnes to tap down in his follow through.
Because as a batter, if it is a half volley, you invariably have to go for that drive, but then generally in years gone by, we used to see two fielders in cover, like a straight short cover and a regulation short cover catching. But Stokes, when he started that new umbrella field, he just plugged all the gaps. So you have to go for the drive, but there are fielders in there, and a slight wobble in the air. We've seen it's a little cloudy or just something off a slow pitch.
Milnes bowls a short ball. Bancroft goes after the pull shot this time, keeps it along the floor and hits it to long leg. So that is one more run. 137 for 4.
So in my opinion, I think certainly there is a case for that fuller length tactic with packed offside field, just literally bowling half volleys to just tempt them, because Gloucestershire, they've sat in, and for them to get ahead in this innings after this kind of start, it will take them quite a while to go past Yorkshire's total. So Yorkshire are literally not in any danger.
2 slips in the gully. Milnes bowls to the left-handed Bracey. Bracey turns this one quietly into the leg side. It's fielded at mid-wicket.
I mean, if you look at it, 47, 48 overs bowled today. So that's literally halfway. So another 48 overs today. If Gloucestershire bats at the current rate, they're not going to get to that total at the end of day 2. And we've seen, like, getting wickets the usual way on this pitch is becoming harder and harder.
Yeah, if they keep going at the current rate, what will they be, sort of 80 odd, something like that, 80 odd behind. Milnes does that sort of snaky run up again, where he leaps about all over the place trying to put the batter off, but Bracey has nothing to do with that one other than just to keep it out again. So 6 runs off the over, 4 of them via the leg by, and it's 137 for 4.
So how many there would be with current run rate by the end of play?
So we started off today on
I didn't want to
28 for 2. No, that's all right. So we've had 109 so far today. So yes, it would be bang on 80.
Yeah. In the mind when I was making this point, I thought about the numbers, but obviously I couldn't. That's why I asked you, and I knew you would get it.
Well, yeah, I'm quite pleased to have just guessed the number 80. That was a sort of a general feel for what had happened. It must have been somewhere in the back of my mind what the score was at the start of the day.
It couldn't have been a wild guess. It was calculated. Well done.
Gosh, don't ask me to do that in 3 hours' time. There is no way that is happening.
Moriarty continuing. A slip and a leg slip. Like I said, when he got the dismissal, that ball was nicely flighted and had a little bit of drift on it. If he could achieve that against the right-hander, I mean, he can threaten that outside edge. That cover is still hanging deep. He runs in and bowls to Bancroft. Off the inside edge. Again, a little bit of drift. He's targeting that front pad, I think. Bancroft will get a run, but not very comfortable.
Of course, as I mentioned when he first came on, I've seen a lot of Dan Moriarty at his best, because he's tended to save some of his best performances for Gloucestershire in his career. And I'm just really pleased from an English cricket point of view that Moriarty is now playing at a county that can give him that regular first team action. He was being absolutely wasted at Surrey because effectively they could afford to roll with Will Jacks at the time, or now they've got Dan Lawrence in, that he was surplus to requirements.
Yeah, at this age, he needs, as a spinner, you need to play a lot of cricket to master your art. I mean, you could see that he's got the ability, but to put it in practice day in, day out, in all conditions, that really grow you as a cricketer. Moriarty again, this time slightly shorter, allowing Bracey to go onto that back foot.
And, you know, he's now 25, and this is just his 15th first-class game. So, again, I always think in old terms, in terms of 16s. He's not really played a full season even.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the debate. Certainly, we do see a lot here in England that spinners don't get those opportunities. I mean, you can think of Hartley not playing for his county in this round. I mean, he was the ever-present in India for England. Next delivery again, slightly quicker, slightly shorter. literally dead batted by Bracey.
Yeah, and Moriarty's another one who's got. I mean, he's tall as well, is one of the other things which I'm sure people will like about him. And England certainly set their stall out to select some tall spinners for that series.
Yeah, that's another of those attributes that you're looking for in top-class spinners. Another dot to finish off, push quietly to mid-wicket. Talk about tall left-arm spinners. England did take Hartley to India because he was tall and he was going to match Akshar Patel, a like-for-like bowler in the opposition team as well. Because in India and on those dusty surfaces, when you bowl from a height and on a crumbling pitch at pace, that bounce alone can help you a lot. And I think Hartley grew a lot in that tour.
Yeah, he of course bowled England to victory in that first test at Hyderabad, and I think frustration really about how the next couple of test matches played out, possibly more so from a batting point of view. Yes, I think you would imagine that Hartley and Bashir will grow a lot as bowlers from that experience and as their careers move on. As Milnes bowls to Bancroft again, it's short, and Bancroft has come a bit closer to splitting the gap between backward square leg and long leg that Harry Brook managed to find a couple of boundaries in before he was dismissed, but he's not able to beat long leg. One more run, 139 for 4, but it was always going to be a tall order with the inexperienced spin attack, and I think, as we probably touched on yesterday as well, I think the frustration comes from the fact that actually they got themselves in positions where they could have allowed that young attack to be backed up better by a weight of runs on the board. Here goes Milnes, in now to bowl to Bracey, who plays defensively from the crease to mid-off. But, you know, I really enjoyed, when Hartley got it right, there were a few too many balls halfway down, which tended to be the problem. But I really enjoyed watching Hartley bowl when he was getting it right. And like you say, it was almost reminiscent of the kind of Akshar Patel type sort of way of going about trying to take wickets.
And then again, if you make that comparison with Akshar Patel, you got to see how many balls Akshar Patel has bowled in his career as opposed to Hartley. And the thing that I'm thinking since yesterday, like, what would be going through Hartley's mind, not playing for his county?
Milnes bowls, Bracey just taps that one away into the covers. It's fielded there for no addition to the score.
What would it do to his confidence or his mentality or psychologically? I mean, not being able to play county cricket, having gathered that wealth of knowledge from India, he has nowhere to just use it instantly. I mean, I know it's just tricky. And, well, if you concentrate further in here, that ploy of the drive, two fielders are on a drive now for the left-handed Bracey.
It's short though, and there's only one fielder back on the leg side, and Bracey's pumped the pull shot away for 4 through backward square leg, and that is as convincing a boundary as we've seen for quite some time. 143 for 4, it's Bracey's first, he moves to 6.
I mean, asking your bowlers to bowl short consistently on this slow pitch is really asking a lot, especially, you know, that they're not express. I mean, they're pretty brisk, but they're not express. So now finally they've come to realization that pitching full 2 slips in a gully and 2 fielders catching in the covers position just 15 yards away from bat.
Yeah, nobody between quite a straight mid-wicket and fine leg. Milnes bowls, Bracey drives, it's a gorgeous looking shot, but that fielder at short cover is brought into play. Sharp piece of fielding at the rate that one was travelling. There's no run. Yeah, and I think in terms of imaginative captaincy, it's something which has been a frustration watching the Championship a lot for me over recent years, in that I don't know whether captains have been afraid to make these sorts of changes, or actually whether it's because they haven't needed to, because in general Milnes bowls full, Bracey tucks this one off his pads and will collect a single into the mid-wicket area. he's to 7, 144 for 4. It's a combination of pitches seemingly getting better for batting in the last couple of years. We've obviously got the Kookaburra ball now, which we had for a couple of rounds last year. And actually, again, it's part of the argument for why this could be a very good thing for domestic cricket. Force more captains to come out because, and in some ways it's sort of a world cricket problem at the moment as well, in that there are very few kind of great captains. But maybe you might start to see that sort of imagination, how to work a field, how to manipulate a batter to make a mistake when nothing else seems to be happening. And there hasn't always been as much of that in the Championship as I personally would have liked to have seen. Understandable why not, but yeah, I do enjoy seeing more creative field setting and different plans to try and remove batters rather than just line, length, try and nick them off.
Moriarty with the start of the fresh over, slightly quicker back of a length. Yeah, I completely agree with you. And since I'm the draw specialist, like I was telling you off air, I've done certain 14, 15 games at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore, and they were all draws. So I always think like how you can get batters out when the wicket is not doing anything. Use of the feet, Moriarty knocks it down, but not enough to prevent the single down towards long gone. So when Stokes did it in Pakistan, he got rid of Saud Shakil. You know, the wickets were even placid than what we normally see in first class cricket. So, and then ironic that Shan Masood did exactly the same in Australia in a test match, and he got Smith out of all people, having 3 fielders in covers.
I remember it.
And that was exactly, I think he picked it up from Stokes. I just wondered, like, why would he not do that? This next one is knocked down to the right of long gone, which is ironically Shan Masood himself. Another single added to the total. So those 3 fielders, as a batter, I would always think if there is a half volley, I'm going to have to go for it. It's inbuilt. You're not blocking half volleys. So a slight wobble in the air, slight wobbly seam or something, and that drive goes aerial, and you got 3 fielders instead of 2. Oh, like for long periods over the years, we've seen if you do a ploy like that, you only used to place 2 fielders. But Stokes started with 3 fielders. There's no getting away for the batter. I mean, if they don't go for drive, I mean, that's their instinct, like I said. Another dot ball.
And like you say, in terms of instinct, also, we've got a leg slip in at the moment. And I think that's another one that's just so instinctive. You see a ball that's sort of on leg stump just outside, tuck it round the corner, oops, there's a fielder there.
Exactly. Over the wicket. Although, like we've seen, next delivery prodded back to Moriarty. Like we see Nathan Lyon, when he bowls to a right-hander, he bowls around the wicket. And even if it's not a full delivery, slightly short, tuck of the hip. We've seen one dismissal yesterday up there where he's playing for Lancashire. But Moriarty's bowling over the wicket. This one was in the air. Did it carry? I'm not quite sure.
I thought it did, I must say.
And it's gone all the way, just to the opposite side of the ground in front of the side screen. 4 runs.
My first instinct is that is a life for James Bracey. Lots of Yorkshire fielders with hands clasped behind heads, not just the keeper, but those behind the stumps as well. And I don't know, it was odd the way that Moriarty moved towards it. It was almost as if I kind of felt maybe that he either thought it was going to fall a long way short of him, or he thought somehow it was a bump ball, but I'm sure it wasn't. And I think that was catchable for Moriarty, and Bracey, who hit it firmly, because we're going to get another look at it here. It's a bit more difficult to tell because we're looking through Moriarty's foot there. Maybe it did just half volley him, but live looking at it front on, I thought it had carried, but it looks a little less clear cut there.
But on the previous occasions as well, as on this one, it looks like Moriarty sidesteps it and tries to just tap the ball onto the stumps to create that run out. He's done that previously on a few drives that were hit towards him. That one again, he sidestepped it, and the way he reacted though after the over finished, I thought it would have carried that the reaction of disappointment. He didn't leave his position for good half a minute or so thinking about what might have been.
Yeah, I think either way, the footwork off his own bowling, he probably didn't give himself the best chance to catch it if it had been catchable. I think we can probably say that. Joe Root back into the attack from the Bristol Pavilion end, so spin from both ends. He's bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Bancroft, who leans forward into a defence.
Giroud runs back to his bowling mark. I don't think there is any issues with the over rate.
He can't wait. Root bowls down the leg side. There is that almost instinctive flick off the pads, which was slightly aerial, but towards square leg rather than the fielder at leg slip.
Root threatens both sides of the edges since he's developed that delivery.
Root bowls. This is turned round the corner by Bancroft, but not far enough to collect anything to add on to the scoreboard.
Arm delivery that he bowls with the index finger that keeps going away from the right-hander from that angle right arm around the wicket.
Root bowls. Bancroft sweeps early, hits it pretty well, but it's stopped again by, I think that is Moriarty at backward square leg, who's just getting a little extra loud encouragement from the fielders, just trying to, I guess, gee him up as he's probably still thinking about that potential caught and bowled chance. Bancroft turns this one off the back foot. This time does find the gap at the third time of asking towards deep forward square. And it's 151 for 4.
You see, there's a little spring in the step of Joe Root. I think he's realised that it's about to do something now. Let's do something about things here. I mean, he's more active, if I can use that right word. But he's into a conversation with Shan Masood now for the plans for left-handed Bracey now.
What they will know about Bracey, I suspect, is that he likes to sweep more. We've seen one sweep from Bancroft which went to the boundary, and Bracey, on the other hand, will bring out not only the conventional sweep, but he does like to play the reverse as well. So will he decide to play those shots at this moment? And against Root, there are some tempting gaps, particularly on the leg side against the spin for him. As Root bowls round the wicket, it's edged by Bracey and goes fine, and it runs away towards the boundary. It will be cut off by Moriarty once again. He's had a lot of work to do in this over, and 2 runs the result. Very wide, but not quite as full as Bracey, at least the shot he selected, would have perhaps thought it would have been, given the fact that he did go for that drive. And a skewed outside edge moves him on to 14, 153 for 4. 173 is the deficit. It has very much clouded over here. Now, we've got a layer of light grey cloud. It's certainly not looking threatening by any means, but I think our periods of prolonged sunshine might be done, at least for now.
Moriarty will resume. That last delivery from Joe Root did turn a little bit. Like you were mentioning before that delivery, Bracey was looking over his shoulder to that square leg gap, but Root threw it wider as Moriarty is back in. Shan is slightly deeper, but the batters are not looking for a single. Bancroft 68 of 193 deliveries. He's really thought it Yorkshire. He never in his innings he looked his fluent self, but to his credit, he's really dug in. This one, he's running as soon as he's hitting it to Shan Masood, this time collecting a single. After that wicket had fallen down, Yorkshire would have hoped to have a couple quick one, because it's always a chance against the newcomer. But Bracey has now been there for 26 deliveries. What's the field for him now? Just a slip, a leg slip and short leg. Huge gap on the offside. It is in the air, and it will clear mid-on. Again, looking to...
Plugs.
Yeah, it didn't, but it didn't come off the middle of the bat as well. There was no timing and force in it. It was looking to hit it squarer, and it's just got a leading edge.
Yeah, it's a thick leading edge, isn't it? I mean, you talk almost about the middle of the edge now, because they're so big, these edges.
Tell me about it. These big bats, and big edges. I mean, also the meat has extended. Before the meat used to be like right in the bottom third, somewhere on the top end of that. But now it's gone. I mean, sometimes you see in white ball cricket in particular, ball hits the bottom of the bat and it just pings.
And they're so light as well.
This next one is pushed to mid-on and no run on that occasion. Yeah,
I almost
there's a lot
couldn't
of
believe
wood.
it when I first kind of picked up one of those, those new style bats. I certainly didn't get to bat with those when I was younger.
Moriarty again, a little shorter and flatter into trajectory. Like I was mentioning at the beginning of the over, there are huge gaps on the offside, but Moriarty hasn't tempted Bracey for one of those drives against the spin. Not yet, at least. Not even on that occasion, because it was flatter and attacking middle and leg. Pushed away towards a square leg to finish off another quiet over. 156 for 4. Gloucestershire. Bancroft batting on 69. Bracey has got 16.
It's quite a defensive length in some ways, isn't it? Because as you say, he really almost cannot be driven off that length. It would take a really ambitious shot to drive off the front foot from the length that he's bowling, and he's also making it very hard to sweep because you just don't know quite how the ball's coming on. It might stop a bit. Some of them are turning, even if it's very slow turn. So it's, I don't know. It goes back, I guess, to the conversation about effectively sticking or twisting at this point. Root bowls, Bancroft off the back foot, works this one through the leg side into the gap for a single to deep mid wicket. He moves on to 70, and it's kind of the same for the spinner Moriarty in a way, in that actually would you rather have them playing these shots, given that it's not easy to play shots on this surface, or actually are you quite happy to say we're not that far off a second new ball here, that's where the real threat might come, we can grab a couple there and get into the lower order, and then we really are looking in the absolute ascendancy. Root round the wicket to Bracey, who's in behind that one in defence, out towards cover.
Yeah, that's the most fascinating part. There's so many permutations and combinations. Just looking at over number 68 now, they're just 12 overs away from that new ball with the cloud cover in. Just
Root flights that one up, and Bracey's tempted into the drive. It was not there for it, and he's lucky that that one has almost turned too much and beaten his edge.
yeah, before that delivery, Root has brought in a second slip as well, and then the tempter, the flighted one.
This is a little bit quicker, but still given some air by Roots. This time Bracey blocks it into the offside with a minimum of fuss. Ball's already back in Root's hand. Bracey's having no time to think about what he's doing. This is a round arm delivery from Root, targeting off stump. But again, Bracey's not had any trouble keeping that one out.
Yeah, but they're going through their overs quickly, just trying to get to that new ball as soon as possible. And I think it's not a bad combination for the next few overs.
Root bowls. Another flight to delivery, edged again by Bracey. And it goes wide of second slip. Almost need a gully in there. And it's fielded by the man on the short, wide third sort of position. And a single is all that's been taken off that over. Root's only gone for 9 from his 6 overs. Gloucestershire 157 for 4. Well, it's not, to be honest, I was going to say steady, but it's not. It's steady in terms of the fact that the rate has been about 2 and over. But I guess in cricketing terms, you normally talk about steady in terms of being a better rate than that. But it has been a consistent rate. But Gloucestershire, in a sluggish manner, inching their way towards halfway to what they need to knock off if they're hoping for at least parity on first innings.
Moriarty and Bancroft, the battle resumes. Goes down the wicket. It's in the air. And taken. That one mistake that they wanted from Bancroft. He got tempted. This was a slightly flighted delivery. And his attempted drive over long off. Got the outside half of the bat. And was taken.
Terrific catch by Joe Root, running back. And if there was one man probably that Yorkshire wanted underneath that catch, it was Joe Root. And he judged it superbly. It was sliced as well as hit fairly high up in the air. So it was not going to be easy for Root to pick that one out of the sky, to judge how much that might swirl, because there is a bit of breeze as well. And he made that look as easy as you'll see that catch made look. Excellent 70 from Bancroft on his return to Gloucestershire, but you can tell from the way that he's walking off, I'm not sure he's actually raised his bat yet. He might give one cursory waft, but no, he's not going to raise his bat, because he really will feel that he has given that away. Well bowled by Moriarty. Again, he's offering up enough in terms of flight and revs on the ball and variation that nobody so far has managed a clean strike using their feet and hitting down the ground. And Bancroft, for the first time really, trying to use his feet and smack it hard in the air down the ground, has perished. And Gloucestershire 5 down and starting to move into the sort of stage where they really desperately need a partnership, because 5 down, yes, one of them is the night watchman, but still 169 behind and lots of time left in the match.
Exactly, and we were talking about that combination taking them through to new ball. I mean, this is a huge bonus. Moriarty had been bowling really nicely, and again, you talk about his height, and if he allows the ball to just, let's watch next delivery, quietly played by Charlesworth. From that high position, when he releases the ball with some revs, the reason that no batter has got to the pitch of his delivery is because he gets that drift. And if you cast your mind back to whoever spinners you think who were able to get the drift, they were the hardest one to use the feet against. And the dot delivery played it back to Moriarty. Although he hasn't used that flight excessively, but whenever he has, batters have found it very hard. Slip, leg slip and a short gully. Flatter trajectory on that occasion, allowing Charlesworth to go onto that back foot and push it quietly back to him. Looking at game situation now, we discussed this quite a few times in the morning, that when you bat at this rate, any time you lose 2 quick wickets, you find that you're in a hole, as Charlesworth gets off the mark. Another flatter delivery pushed onto the onside, through the infield onto the sweeper at square leg.
Yeah, and Charlesworth, I suspect, also somebody who's likely to take his time. He's been a really explosive batter at the start of his T20 career.
Pushing forward is Bracey to the final delivery of the over. If you really want to be critical of Gloucestershire, they never put that pressure back on, and they decided it's kind of very obvious strategy that we will absorb the pressure and we will fight back that way. And that's one way of doing it. I mean, if they hadn't lost Bancroft before tea, I think they would have thought that just a couple of wickets in the day, they've done their job quite well. But like I said, every time a wicket goes down, especially that settled batter, you're always going to go and rethink that if that was the right strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems as though every time they've tried to put the pressure back on Yorkshire, they've either got out or made some sort of a mistake that you then think, better not do that again. It just feels as though every time Yorkshire have managed to peg them back some way. Root starting his next over, the 70th over of the innings. Charlesworth plays on the back foot in defence. Charlesworth having dropped down the order now, having been opening at the back end of last season. He started off his career batting in this sort of position. He was coming in at 7 here, but it would be 6 minus the night watchman. Charlesworth head over the ball in defence, and certainly somebody that has taken a massive leap forward in T20 cricket. He became the first Gloucestershire batter to score 50s in 2 of his first 3 matches last year, as Charlesworth back foot defence, no run, and also scored the fastest 50 in Gloucestershire's history so far, 19 ball 50 at Chelmsford last year, and this from somebody who was not figuring as part of the T20 plans at the start of last year. Flight to delivery, a tempter outside the off stump, which Charlesworth lets go. But in terms of the championship, I mean, he had an innings that I'm sure he would have loved to have turned into his first ton at Derby. Now we've got an extraordinary field. This really is, this is more like the umbrella on the offside. We've got 4 fielders catching in front of the bat as again Charlesworth leaves a ball outside the off stump. So a point in close, 2 extra covers and a short straight mid-off and 2 slips. Root bowls to Charlesworth, who plays back, guides into the offside. Got the middle of the bat on it, but it was quite a full delivery to play off the back foot. Maiden over from Root, 7 overs for just the 9 runs. It's his 3rd maiden over. But I think in terms of Charlesworth's first-class career, what Gloucestershire will be hoping is this is the year where he does what he did in the T20 in first-class cricket, because when he does play his shots, and he's quite selective about which balls he does go after, but he'll play some of the most aesthetically pleasing shots that you could wish to see. He's got that tall left-handers, gorgeous straight drives, but you don't tend to be able to play that many straight drives at Bristol is part of the problem. And like I say, he will grind his innings out. He's got that patience, but now he needs the volume of runs.
Moriarty will resume. 2 left-handers in his side. Bracey will collect a single, pushing it down towards a deep mid-on, just with the turn, and ran as soon as he hit it. The last over, Joe Root was bowling, and he'll be licking his lips because he's got 2 left-handers. But that was incredible, that last 3 deliveries, the field that he'd settled for left-hander. As this one is in the air, slightly flighter, and allowed Bracey to get down. It's Charlesworth rather, and that languid swing, and it's gone all the way.
That was something he also added to his game last year, because he tended to play the spinners almost entirely from the crease, and maybe just from that T20 actually he got the confidence that he could clear boundaries with ease, and he certainly started to use his feet more to the spinners to look to hit big down the ground at the end of last year.
Oh, this was in the air again. Moriarty stretching to his right, not his natural side, obviously. Was that another opportunity?
I think my impression that time is that one fell just short. But he's being teased, is Moriarty. Bracey with the one that I think looked from here as if that one carried more than that one. I think that one was just short, but a loose shot from Charlesworth after having just hit the 6.
Moriarty again. The flighty delivery, firm drive. The mid-off was in, and it just went past him. No chance for the fielder at long on. Another boundary. This is exciting cricket. The challenge is there from Moriarty, but Charlesworth has really responded with some aggression.
Yeah, he's the first player to come out and score even close to a run a ball in their first few deliveries. And maybe with the move down the order comes a change of mentality.
Next delivery. Oh, that turned and bounced. Tarasal couldn't gather it cleanly. It was outside the off stump. Charlesworth had left it alone, but it turned and bounced and probably went over the top of off stump.
Yeah, it seems to be I suppose it's after the moisture that was already in there, but the rough is starting to offer some assistance.
Flatter, quicker delivery to finish off the over. An eventful over. It was ironic that we were talking that it was hard for batters to get down the wicket to Moriarty to hit him, and the one batter that did it, Charlesworth, but again it was a flatter delivery, and he hit him on the up. It wasn't like it was a flighted delivery. He tried to go to the pitch of it. He did not, and that's how he was successful. But few signs of turn. I mean, this wicket is slow, but the footmarks have been created because it was pretty damp yesterday morning. You remember in the first half an hour, there was plenty of sawdust brought out. So it does mean that it would have created those patches and difficult for the left-handers against the left-arm spinner.
So we have 7 overs left until the tea break. I can... Oh, no. I don't know where we are in the rotor at this point, but we'll get Jonathan Doidge back in Shah Faisal's seat anyway, and then we can negotiate whose turn it is to drop off. Drop off possibly not being the right way of putting it. 169 for 5. Root bowls now to Bracey, and this is tucked into the onside for a quick single, well judged. Bracey moves to 18, 170 for 5.
What do you mean drop off? I mean the mere hint of dropping off at our commentary. Preposterous. So 170 for 5. Root at this pavilion end.
Still plenty of catches in close, but not quite as many as there were. Charlesworth drives. He's timed that one, but that is a terrific piece of fielding in close by Brook, down to his left. Charlesworth timed 3 balls in his 16 ball stay better than, I think, having said that, he's not timed that one. That's just a bottom edge, and it's gone between the 2 slips, down fine for a couple of runs. He is on to 13, but as much as I genuinely did enjoy that innings from Bancroft, because I like seeing somebody really grit and grind those runs out. 70 off 196, but I think Charlesworth's probably already tied more balls than Bancroft did in that stay. Root bowls. Charlesworth thinks about nudging that one into the leg side, but ends up dead batting it.
How would that have looked on your electronic cricket game? Would you have had the patience to stick with it?
Might have just had to whiz that on, just look at the boundaries and the wickets rather than, Root in. Charlesworth does gently roll the wrists on it, but nothing more than just keeping it out. That was a surprising early launch from Charlesworth, I must say. I've said he's been doing it more, but I didn't expect to see him do it that early in his innings. Root bowls wide of the off stump, and again he's just really trying to tempt Charlesworth into a drive with that one, but dragging the length back, allowing it to turn and bounce out of the footmarks. But Charlesworth let it go. 3 off the over, 172 for 5, so Gloucestershire have passed the halfway mark to Yorkshire's total, but they're going to need their lower order and middle order to come up good for them. They've still got captain Graham van Buren to come, so another specialist batter to come in at what would be 8. Then the bowlers with De Lange, Actor and Singh Dale, all of whom can certainly hold a bat. The question is, how many runs can you expect to get from them? Lots of work still needed to be done, you feel, by these 2 plus Van Buren.
Yeah, just a chat going on here between Masood and Moriarty. They're going to try something just a little differently here. They're taking George Hill, who has the helmet on, out from leg slip, and have asked him to come in at in a catching position about probably 16 metres, 17 metres, something like that, away from the batter, just to the leg side of straight. And he's not catching this, but he's down to try and field it, and actually misses.
Is that somebody who's come in full... Sorry, George. Is that somebody who's come in full whites over in the mound stand there?
Where am I looking? Yes, it looks like it.
Great.
In comes Moriarty again. That's dropped into the offside by Bracey.
Have you ever done fancy dress at the cricket?
Well, I mean, people might have looked at my attire and thought I was in fancy dress, but no, not deliberately, no. Moriarty is in and Bracey drives. Masood fields, but he hurls the ball in, it bounces over the top of the stumps, and they get through for 1. No, I haven't, have you?
No, I'm far too dull for that, but, I like to come and watch the cricket, and I find it's hard to do that in some of these costumes, but...
Yeah.
I wondered what your attire of choice would be.
Moriarty's in, and Charlesworth just runs this one down through third man. Lythe out of slip, gives chase and keeps them to 1. No, I did do fancy dress for a significant birthday a few years ago, and threw it out there as fancy dress to everybody. But of course, you need everyone to partake, don't you, for a bit of a laugh, really, and you usually compliment or laugh at each other's gear, and about half the people did, and half of them didn't, as Bracey is in. That's pushed into the offside, and Masood does the fielding, and they get 1.
Traffic cones seem very popular. Bananas.
Yeah, no, I wasn't dressed up as a traffic cone or a banana, no. I thought I'd try and keep it within a reasonable budget, and some of those fancy dress shops can charge a fair whack for what is, after all, just a few hours of your life. Moriarty's in. That's stroked away through the covers nicely by Charlesworth. Masood pulls it up just inside the rope. They get back for 2.
I mean, I must say, as much as I probably wouldn't sit there myself, you think of the White Rose Stand, the Hollies, some of the stuff that they get up to. I mean, he looks quite cold, actually, this gentleman who's turned up in what looks like his whites. But yeah, I do enjoy the sort of little dramas they enact, like the butchers chasing after the pig.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah,
they put a bit of imagination into it.
You just about always can guarantee that you'll get those at Headingley.
Yeah, you know, the policeman chasing after a certain former Prime Minister.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, we've had, previously sort of the Yorkshire Viking, but we've had other Vikings dashing across each other, pillaging on the pitch, you know.
Yeah. Well, the Viking, I'm sort of picturing some moment where the Viking tried to do a piece of fielding and fell over or something like that, one of those things that did the social media rounds, or he tried to take a catch and dropped it or something like that. Yeah. Poor Viking.
So, is it you or me?
I think it's me.
Go for it.
Joe Root with 2 slips, and now there is a gully for Bracey, who drives but along the carpet. It's a short extra, so he's driven 2 and they've squirted into that region, so they've decided they're not going to be fooled 3 times by that outside edge going in towards the gully area as Bracey leans forward and is beaten by 1 that turns away from his outside edge. Root just throwing it up there nice and slow, giving it plenty of flight and allowing it maximum opportunity to misbehave out of the footholes. Root bowls, driven by Bracey. That's a gorgeous stroke, and that will have enough on it to go to the boundary. Pursuit will be in vain, and a really pleasant drive from Bracey as the score moves off his career best score of 177 made against Yorkshire a couple of years ago here, and moves to 181 for 5. Bracey to 24 with his 3rd boundary. Gloucestershire would dearly love him to return to that sort of form of that particular game, because that is James Bracey's last championship 100. So getting off to a spectacular start in 2022. Root bowls. Bracey works that one, attempting for a gap on the leg side. There is a sizable one between mid-on and backward square. Yorkshire quite happy for Bracey to play against the turn as much as he likes. Hasn't brought out a sweep shot yet, possibly recognising the lengths that Yorkshire are bowling. That's too short from Root. That's really the first genuine bad ball that he's bowled, actually, in his nearly 9 overs. And Bracey cuts it to the rope at cover point. So all of a sudden, 2 boundaries off Root. He'd gone for about that number of runs, 8 in 6 overs or so. And he picks up 4 more through the offside. 185 for 5. It's got quite gloomy out there, it has to be said. I'm told that the floodlights are available for this game, so we can prolong things by sticking those on. Root bowls, Bracey drives again, slightly uppishly, but again he's timed it well enough to go for 4 off the bat. I thought he'd kind of chipped that one, but it flew away, and that's 3 boundaries in the over. 32 to Bracey, and with that flurry, Gloucestershire trailing by 137 or 189 for 5.
Yeah, you just wonder. I mean, you mentioned Joe's first genuinely bad ball. The second one was also not the best. Maybe he just might want to tighten that line a little bit. There was just too much width in both the deliveries, irrespective of length. Bracey's too good a player to miss out on that, so I'm sure that's something for Joe to think about. If he can straighten it slightly, and if there is any turn, then he may bring that outside edge into play, but not when he's dropping it quite as wide as that. Moriarty to continue at the Ashley Down road end, and he's bowling here to Charlesworth with company from Finlay Bean under the helmet at short leg. Adam Lyth at slip, Johnny Tattersall of course with the gloves standing up. Then they go point, cover, mid-off, long on, and a couple more hoping for catching chances in the leg side, but they're not going to get one off this delivery, which is too wide as well from Moriarty this time, and Charlesworth as a result gets it away to Ben Code at point, but they took him on and got a single. So Charlesworth relatively quickly, by comparison to some in this innings, has gone on to 17. Bracey on 32. 190 for the loss of 5 wickets as Moriarty is in again. Bracey propping forward. We've got no idea other than the yelp from where we're sitting that as to whether or not there was any bat involved there, but certainly got one or two of the Yorkshire players interested.
Did get the impression there might have been a bit on that, just flicking quickly to the monitor.
Moriarty again, swept this time by Bracey, who got plenty on it, and a good piece of fielding out in the deep by Matthew Fisher, who's sweeping. The tumbling stop, they get 2.
The ground fielding's been good from Yorkshire. They've saved themselves quite a few runs and helped to keep the pressure on at some critical moments.
Moriarty in again past Hassan Adnan. Bracey just pushing back past him to the onside of straight. Brings Root into play with a single. Yeah, I'd agree. And Yorkshire, well, I think it's been a pretty good day at the office, despite the fact that wickets haven't tumbled. They've taken 3 of those. They've just chipped away. As you say, ground field has been good. The bowling has generally been very good. Tight lines. That's not quite as tight. Typically, next delivery wide from Moriarty and run down through the vacant third man area by Charlesworth for a single.
It was one which they kind of yelped at because it was played with the outer half from Charlesworth, but barely left the floor.
Moriarty again, swept once more by Bracey. He's got it away further behind square this time, but not with as much authority as he struck the previous one. And Fisher has to make further ground, but same result, 2 runs. End of the over. So 196 for 5. Charlesworth 18, Bracey 37, and 75 overs now complete in this Gloucestershire first innings, which brings the second new ball more closely into view, if you like. 5 overs remaining before it can be taken, and you would think that they're going to do just that as soon as they can.
Yeah, you'd suspect even if they managed to get a wicket in something like the 80th over or 79th, something like that, that the new ball would probably be taken immediately anyway. It's probably what most sides would do. Who knows? Maybe they might give him another couple of overs, but of course there'll be the tea break in 3 overs time anyway, so that probably means it's even more tempting just to maybe start with the seamers, even give them an over to warm up and then give them the new ball. Here's Root bowling to Charlesworth. He opens the face, guides towards backward point. There's no run. And these two put on 39 so far, and 39 in 7 overs. So an increase in the scoring rate has come as Root bowls another slow delivery well wide of off stump. Charlesworth doesn't have a go at it. He's got protection on the offside boundary now, has Root with a deep cover. So he's got a bit more licence to throw it up out wide. He's this time darted one in. Charlesworth plays towards mid-wicket. Talked about Charlesworth's move down the order. James Bracey's moved up and down and up and down, and it seems as though he still would like to bat at the top, really. His turn there from Root. Charlesworth had a think about playing at it, didn't follow it too much though as it goes through to Tattersall. But Mark Lane, I asked about James Bracey's role, and certainly the previous regime had felt that it was a lot to ask of somebody to keep wicket for extended periods of time and then bat in the top order. Root bowls very full up to the bat. Charlesworth digs it out into the leg side for no run. And Mark Lane's answer was fairly similar, really, in that they felt that Bracey was somebody who was, of course, really important to the side in terms of the runs that he might produce as is edged by Charlesworth, but short of Lyth, fairly comfortably short of him in the end. But the edge was found by Root, who bowls a maiden over, so a comeback from him after his previous over had gone for 3 boundaries. 196 for 5, with the deficit sitting at 130. But at least so far, Bracey in his position at, well, effectively 5, even though he's come in at 6 in this one, has looked as though he's accepted that that's the position that he's going to come in at least for now, and who knows where things might go a little further down the line. But at least for this moment, his role is seen more as focus on your glove work, then you get a bit of time off and then you can go out and score your runs.
Yeah. Harry Brook into the attack at the Ashley Down Road end. Usually quite good this, because nobody wants to get out to Harry. So he can anchor things.
Kane Williamson did.
Yeah. Shorter. In fact, he's not even bowling his little seamers here. Bit of off spin. First up from Harry. That was to Bracey, who's picked him off for a single out to the sweeper. 197 for 5. And this time he's wayward down the leg side and has been clipped away. He's not going to go to the boundary. Finlay Bean has to get the legs pumping and stops it for the concession of 2.
I would say he looks a willing off-break bowler. There's an awful lot of energy about it.
He's in again, and this time just punched wide of short extra cover. George Hill out to Shan Masood. Another single, 200 up. Has drawn a round of applause from the Gloucestershire faithful. 200 for 5. And Bracey back on strike. Harry Brook in again, and Bracey pushing back to him. Bit of respect.
Well, it's interesting that Root on this system is listed as off-break and leg break. Brook is only listed as right-arm medium.
Well, here we go. This is the first time I've seen him bowl this in any match I can recall. And he's just been pushed back by Bracey. Have it in his hand again, Harry. Last ball of the over. 1-2-1 ... so far. And another one now. So 5 from it. Bracey just turning that square on the leg side. 201 for 5. 33 overs remaining today, which means we've got just the one more before tea, and they are going to take tea just about bang on the scheduled time. I think in to my 6th season doing this full time, I can only remember one other match, one other day,
right,
when that has happened.
I think I can remember there was a game here against Durham, last game of the 2021 season. Partly everyone wanted to get home, and also it was a pitch which was really turning, so it was almost completely spin dominant. As Root bowls to Bracey, leans forward into a defence, and the way Root's rushing back to his mark, I think he must get another one in.
I say just once, I'm talking about on anything but the last day, when of course tea is always taken at 340.
Yes. Taken as a given as Bracey leans forward, head over the ball and defends, although I know somebody at home would have been trying to catch you out on that. Root past the umpire bowls, bit short, but it's quicker delivery, so it skids a bit on Bracey and doesn't allow him to rock onto the back foot and try and hook it away. Adam Lyth is going through some serious warm-ups at slip. Has he been told he can have an over?
Maybe.
I wonder if Root can get through this quickly. Root bowls, obligingly played to one of the close fielders on the offside by Bracey off the back foot.
Good news coming in from Ipswich's football match. They're 1-0 down. So could the top three all lose this weekend?
Root bowls full, blocked by Bracey. Yes, it's never great when you're having to look elsewhere for good news, is it? In that respect. Root bowls short and wide, and Bracey doesn't go through with the cut shot fully, and I make it 3:39, and usually these times are fairly well synced with that massive digital clock down to our right hand side on the pavilion, which we can't see from our position here, which must be the biggest clock on the circuit. And it seems as though the umpires are well in position, and indeed Adam Lyth has been told that he can have an over. It's 201 for 5.
Golden Arm himself. Yeah, from the Ashley Down Road end. Interesting then. Brook, Root and Lyth. It sounds like one of the best batting orders you'll see in County Championship cricket, but bowling 3 successive overs between them here. First ball of that over has been turned square on the leg side by Charlesworth, who picked up 1. But they're taking it ever closer to that second new ball. Just going to be 1 over after the tea break before it can be taken now. Oh, chance gone! Adam Lyth has done it again. Golden Arm Lyth has got the wicket there of James Bracey. A big wicket, 39 and gone, caught at slip, well caught at slip as well. That will be the tea break as a result, and a 6th wicket could end up, as far as this match is concerned, being priceless for Yorkshire, right on the cusp of tea. Lyth celebrates, Yorkshire celebrate, and a bit for Gloucestershire now to think about.
He's absolutely livid, as Bracey, as he would be, bashing his bat into the floor, ripped his gloves off in anger. And that was a really sharp catch at slip as well, because it was a nick that went fine. And I thought for a moment that nobody was going to react to it at all. I think it was Root, was it not, at slip. And he's taken that one-handed, I think, to his right-hand side and just grabbed it at the last minute. What a moment that is at the end of this session.
Let's just have a look at it again. Ed, it was a really sharp chance. Look at that. Yeah, Joe Root, he was almost going to his left. He got something on it with his right hand and managed to reel it in. And how valuable could that be, given James Bracey's previous record against Yorkshire? He's not a flop here, is he, today? He's got 39 again, but he's had some more runs, but he's not been able to see that through. And as you say, the last 3 can all hold a bat. But Charlesworth and now Van Buren, after the tea break, well, they've got a big job to try and thwart Yorkshire here, who are within 10 balls of taking a second new ball. A very interesting final session awaits.
Very much so. And as you say, because that new ball is available, Gloucestershire are now down to their last recognised pair of specialist batters, and still 124 runs in arrears. This has been a day which has moved at slightly less of a pace than the opening day, but if you've been prepared to stick with it through the slightly more turgid periods, it has still been overall a really enticing day's cricket. Bancroft making 70 from 196, the mainstay of this Gloucestershire innings so far. Dent and Price removed for 7 and 5 respectively yesterday evening. Josh Shaw, the night watchman, didn't add to his overnight 8, was caught by Brook off Milnes. Then Hammond and Bancroft with a partnership worth 98. Took its time, but it was a valuable one for Gloucestershire, but ended when Hammond charged down the pitch to Moriarty and was stumped by Tattersall for 43. Bancroft also out to Moriarty using his feet. Really a first of 2 excellent catches and completely contrasting styles by Joe Root, running back from long off over his shoulder, judging it superbly to get Bancroft for 70. And then Adam Lyth getting that wicket of Bracey, a huge bonus for Yorkshire, and Gloucestershire back up against it now after that wicket. Charlesworth has 22. Van Buren will be the next batter to the crease. 202 for 6, the Gloucestershire score as they trail by 124. We'll be back on the BBC Sport website and app and the Gloucestershire live stream in Well, it's probably about 15 minutes now. Of this championship match between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. The wicket falling off what turned out to be the final ball before the tea break of James Bracey for 39 means that Gloucestershire's captain Graham van Buren has marched to the middle along with Ben Charlesworth, who's 22 not out, with Gloucestershire 202 for 6, trailing by 124 runs. And Gloucestershire are in need of a partnership. Yorkshire, though, have got the possibility of the second new ball being available in an over and 4 balls time. Adam Lyth will bowl the remainder of the 79th over, and then we'll see who gets the ball from this pavilion end. The floodlights are on, that is the other thing to tell you. As here's Lyth bowling to Van Buren. It's wide and cut away and not quite stopped at backward points. The ball is trickling towards the boundary. It's going to hold up, I think, just about an inch short of the rope. And now the question is, can they run 4? Because it's towards the longer side, but they decide not to take on the arm of Moriarty. And we very nearly started off the evening session with an all-run 4, but Van Buren gets off the mark with his trademark cut shot for a 3, 205 for 6. My name's Ed Seaborn, and Shah Faisal is alongside me for this first period. Jonathan Doidge will be back at some point as Lyth bowls round the wicket to Charlesworth. Very full delivery, which is dug out into the onside. There's no run there. So it is already looking to me a little bit brighter away to the left. That's not exactly where the weather's coming from, but it might be an indication that hopefully this darker cloud is not to be lasting too long. And from a Yorkshire point of view, what you wouldn't want to happen is it to get darker just after they've taken the second new ball. Lyth bowls, Charlesworth leans forward into a defence. You just take that second new ball and then you have to make the decision, do we want to stay out there and then waste potentially the new ball with the spinners, or do we say, OK, we'll just knock it on the head for a bit because we want to make use of this new ball? Charlesworth forward defends again to the right-hand side of Lyth, who has more than done his job by getting rid of Bracey. Terrific catch by Joe Root. One-handed reaction to his right after having initially moved left. Juggled it and held on. And 2 terrific catches from Root have probably been the 2 possibly biggest moments of that session just gone, to get rid of Bancroft for 70 and then Bracey, who was looking pretty good on 39.
More incredible that catch is because it was just the last over before the session was going to come to an end, and everybody was rushing through it as if like we just need to get it through and get it done with, as Joe Root takes the ball for that over number 80, bowling from over the wicket now to the right-hander. That's what he hasn't done for quite some time now. Yeah, to be alert enough to react so quickly like he did at the end of the session, that was incredible. As Root's next delivery has been pushed back down the ground. Root once again just running back to his mark. He is in no mood to waste any time. Bowling to Charlesworth. Slightly short, a hint of turn, but enough time for Charlesworth. Or is it Van Buren to put it into the gap and get himself another run? He moves to 4 now. Charlesworth would get strike now against Root. Back around the wicket for the left-hander. Just the one slip in place now. Nicely punched through the gap on the offside for another single. Charlesworth has been quite proactive since he has arrived and kept the scoreboard moving. That run rate that took a long time to get up to 2 is now 2.59. Runs did come towards the back end of this second session. That's why you could still think that Gloucestershire is just one good partnership away to coming close to parity, with 2 recognised batters still in the middle. It's next delivery from Root. Van Buren was looking to clip it past that fielder at backward square leg for a single. Finds him, and no run to finish off Root's over. Keep an eye on Shan Masood, see what he does with the new ball, because it is available now. Gloucestershire 207 for 6.
Yeah, and a signal was certainly made towards the dressing room by umpire Hassan Adnan. And Ben Code has removed his sweater. So I think we've got the new ball being taken immediately. So we're not going to have one of those cursory looks with the ball from the seamer because, first of all, I think we could be fairly sure that Ben Code, of all people, can be on the money to start with anyway. But what inevitably happens if you give them like a loosener or two, then they take the new ball, and that ball's always a loosener anyway. The first one with the new one. So no time wasted. Ben Code back into the attack and looking to run through this remaining Gloucestershire batting. 2 slips in a gully and a leg slip as Code bowls to Charlesworth. It's on his pads, and that is a loosener, and that might go for 4 through forward square leg, and it will do. So not the start that Code was after, and it's 2-11 for 6.
2 straight and clipped it very neatly. And it does gather pace on that side of the ground because of those practice pitches, and it was timed sweetly. Code has pretty much owned that Ashley Down Road end with his spell last evening and won this morning. But like you said, like yesterday with the first new ball, that first delivery was a boundary ball.
Charlesworth has 27. He's rising up tall. Got considerable height at his disposal to defend that one away. And actually, we'll just break off because I'm noticing that there's a considerable breeze actually flapping the shirt and trousers of the Yorkshire slip cordon, so that's going to be playing a part as well. A slight cross breeze for Code, but more into his face than it would be for whoever was bowling from the pavilion end. More runs for Charlesworth through the leg side, tucked off his pads to long leg for a single. 212 for 6, the deficit 114, moves Graham van Buren back on strike, who's relatively freshly announced that he has extended his contract here until at least the end of the 2026 season. And a man who, apart from Marcus Harris, was Gloucestershire's leader in terms of the averages last year. Harris playing in 5 games, as Van Buren plays forward in defence out to wide mid-off. Van Buren with 461 runs at 51.2 last year, with an unbeaten century in the second innings in Gloucestershire's opening match against Glamorgan, an innings that it saved the game really from Gloucestershire's point of view, but it was a typically counter-attacking innings from Van Buren. They didn't bed in at all in that second innings, as Van Buren guides this one away from Code towards points, and there is no run. Pretty healthy strike rate of 64 as your average, so certainly somebody that likes to get on with it, and particularly at the start of his innings actually. He's somebody who, you kind of think a lot of batters, they start off quite slowly and then they build and then they score a bit quicker. Van Buren's almost the opposite, tries to start off very quickly and then dials it back a bit as he plays this one with a very straight bat, perfectly vertical back to Code, and that completes the first over with this new ball. 5 from it, 212 for 6, and really he's turned himself into one of Gloucestershire's absolutely most consistent performers with the bat. When you think it's only, well, not even really 5 years ago that Van Buren was batting basically at number 8 in a side which he was kind of the lowest positioned of these sort of all-rounders that they had. And yes, okay, he's actually batting at 8 in this innings now, but he's batted at 3, he's batted 4, he does all sorts of things in white ball cricket. He's been a tremendous servant for Gloucestershire cricket, not just now into his captaincy role, but the versatility that he's brought across formats to Gloucestershire in his career, and the contract extension another reward for that.
Fisher will take the new ball from this pavilion end, starts off with a real loosener wide outside the off stump, not much heat on it, 2 slips in a gully. We noted in that first over there wasn't a lot with that second new ball, and you'd have to say the conditions are just about perfect for bowling with that new ball. It's a heavy cloud cover, and although the lights are on, sometimes it's known that under the floodlights the ball did swing a lot more, but that first over was literally gun barrel straight. Interesting to see what Fisher can come up with. That was short and wide, asking for trouble, and punished by Charlesworth. He's been in that kind of mood. Nothing that he could spare. This was loose, though, you have to admit, and fully passed by Charlesworth.
Yeah, it reached quite a long way for it, but there really wasn't very much on that from Fisher. It sat up in the pitch, and like you say, I mean, it was just begging to be hit, wasn't it? You can't pass up those sorts of opportunities, especially with that new ball, an opportunity to already give it a bit of a whack on its head and a bruise or two.
Change of field in the meanwhile. 3 slips in a gully now. That leg slip has been removed. Fuller length onto the pads, a little too straight. Charlesworth clips it to fine leg for another run.
Scatters the pigeons. A couple of pesky pigeons. We need to get ourselves a falcon or something at Bristol to try and deter them.
The thing is, though, we were discussing off air during that tea break that Gloucestershire have got themselves into a position, if they can get a partnership and on a slightly sluggish pitch, if there is not much movement sideways, that new ball with 2 positive players in there could really propel their scoring and get them close to parity. As Van Buren saw the opportunity, there was width on offer, probably the shot was on, but it kind of died on the way to the wicket keeper. I thought he just played over the top of it and that ball went underneath his bat.
He certainly doesn't miss out on that shot very often. If you watch him bat for any length of time, you'll see from the wagon wheels, apart from anything else, there'll be a large section of his runs scored just behind square on the offside.
There's a huge gap, 3 slips in a gully and nothing. As this one flew off the outside half of the bat really quickly. Fielded by...
that is, he says, getting his notebook every single way up other than the right one. Finley Bean in the gully.
Yeah, that really flew off the bat. I mean, Fisher probably getting warmed up now to the task, unlike Yorkshire, because they were spot on when they came out to bowl last evening. Slightly chilly compared to yesterday's. This one was too straight again. Easy pickings for Van Buren as he clips it to fine leg. Another over gone by with that new ball without much happening. 6 runs off the over, and Gloucestershire 218. Just 108 runs behind.
Yeah, so I suppose you start to feel a little more comfortable if you're a Gloucestershire supporter when that deficit gets down into double figures, but yeah, still a long way to go. Marchand de Lange tends to play one way, and then Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale the remaining batting. Code bowls wide of the crease to Van Buren, trying to target that off stump but doesn't draw a shot out of the South African, although of course now with his residency now for is his 4th year pretty much now, no, 3rd year, very much Bristolian through and through. Graham Van Buren, fan favourite around here. I'd imagine he's basically an impossible man to sledge as well. How can you sledge somebody that nice? This is clipped away slightly uppishly, back at a square on the leg side by Van Buren. He'll pick up a single, move on to 6.
This is something that you can say about a feisty South African cricketer. He's
feisty in his mind, but then he'll flash those pearly white teeth at you. You can't do anything to that. The whitest smile in Bristol, Graham Van Buren. Yeah, very much settled here now and not going anywhere with the fresh contract extension. Yeah. Code bowls angled in towards the stumps from round the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, who plays that with just a angled bat into the leg side, fielded by Moriarty.
Nothing happening off that new ball, off the seam at least. I don't think the two bowlers really tried to get it right up there to see if they can get something in the air.
We've really not seen any appreciable swing since that first spell of Shaw's, as Code bowls and Charlesworth with a little nod of the head as if to say, yeah, it's a good ball, but I was able to keep it out. And back it goes to the bowler.
Yeah, that length wouldn't allow the ball to swing, though. It was still back of a length. Just, I don't know what. Yorkshire have been very consistent with their plans, disciplined bowlings. They've kept things simple, and that bonus 2 wickets that came through spinners, they really brought them back into the game.
As the next ball is worked by Charlesworth, but not into a gap on the onside, fielded at mid-wicket.
Back into the game in a sense that wickets weren't coming and the game wasn't moving forward, and it did with those 2 wickets. But if you look at the seamers, other than that spell last night, I mean, they got rid of the night watchman this morning, but other than that spell last night, I mean, they looked pretty harmless.
Yeah, they've plugged away, and Code, goodness knows how many times he passed the edge of Bancroft, as Charlesworth steps into one again in defence, played to mid-on, and just the 1 run off that over. 219 for 6, with 27 overs minimum remaining in the day's play. Gloucestershire behind by 107. Plenty of other contract news announced since the winter, which I don't know, most people are right on top of this sort of stuff, but a couple of years extension announced for Jack Taylor. Ollie Price also another year added, so he also signed until the end of 2026.
Fisher from the pavilion end, back of a length again. Van Buren gets right behind it, pushes it back to Code, and Fisher, beg your pardon. Yeah, but you're talking about the contract extensions. I mean, Ollie Price is the one that is really talked up quite highly. So
yeah, I'm sure they were really pleased to get that extra year done with Ollie. That is for sure one of the really bright prospects, not just for Gloucestershire but potentially wider.
Short pitch delivery. Van Buren went after it. It carried quite nicely. Big effort delivery. We'd seen some short pitch stuff in the morning session. We didn't see that with the new ball, and this time it carried quite nicely.
I think the only thing that could happen if Van Buren got any bat on that was it was probably going over the top of the keeper for potentially a rather fluky boundary.
Yeah, the line of that delivery was towards his right shoulder, like 4th off stump, and kind of a free hit because there's no protection on offside, even if it got an edge. And this one is once again getting right behind it. No seam movement to talk about. We're just talking about when I said, like just a while ago, that Yorkshire bowlers, the seam bowlers, were harmless. I mean, I didn't mean to say that they didn't do a good job. The task that they were given, they really fulfilled it wholeheartedly with great success, bowling line and length, and just testing the patience of the batters. I would have thought with the second new ball they would go a little more attacking, but they're sticking to the same plan. Again, back of a length, push it to cover, and there is no run.
He does also play with that fairly characteristic jump as well, does Van Buren, and many a bowler in the past has been lured into bowling too short at him because of that, because you look at that jump and you think, yeah, he doesn't really fancy the short stuff, but the problem is that that's exactly what he wants you to think, and you are much better off pitching it up, drawing him onto the front foot rather than the back foot.
Fisher again, back of a length, very good line, good length. Van Buren could do nothing with it apart from just shouldering arm. Yeah, when you hit that back foot punch with both feet in the air, obviously you haven't got a solid base, so you can make people think that you won't be in control of it. But like you said, if somebody who's accustomed to it and he's mastered it, being a short and stocky man, I think growing up in South Africa, he would have had to
And
do
on
it
the
a
high
lot.
felt as well.
Yeah. Fisher runs away. That was the fuller length that Ed was talking about. First, I'm trying to draw the batter onto that front foot to close out that over. It was a maiden, but again, no movement of that new ball. Does it surprise you, Ed?
I was expecting to see a little bit more, I must say, especially I know the floodlights, because these are LED ones. There's this debate that goes on about do the floodlights make difference to the ball moving, which to be honest, I don't really buy. And usually I think it's just more because the floodlights are on because it's gloomy, it's cloudy, and often being in the summer, that means that it's feeling quite close and humid, and that is going to mean that the ball is more likely to swing than not. I must say, these conditions, I would have thought you might have got something with this new ball swing-wise, as Charlesworth has worked this one away fine onto the onside. Fisher capless down at long leg, runs across to pick it up, and that's another run. 220 for 6. Charlesworth has 34. But yeah, I'm loath to be critical of Yorkshire because of the fact that, as you say, they've stuck at it. I don't think they really could have done a huge amount else in terms of getting the wickets, and they've got themselves into a position where they're ahead in the game at the moment. But I do think possibly they could have just pitched this new ball up a little bit more so far. It still feels like an old ball length a little bit that they've bowled so far. Code in bowls, and Van Buren has played an extraordinary shot and got out to it. He's nicked off behind, and in the end the mistake has been drawn from Van Buren. He's tried to pull a ball seemingly that was quite full. Code's got his second wicket, and I don't know what that shot was, to be honest, but there was actually a little bit of swing seemingly, but Van Buren, I don't know how he's going to reflect on that shot. That I don't even think I can describe it. It was like a heave off a full length. He's just completely misjudged the length of the ball, and he's out for 6, and that's a huge wicket for Yorkshire. 220 for 7.
Where did that come from? Just out of the blue. This is outside the off stump, 4th or 5th stump line, with a little bit movement away. Fuller length, like 6 to 8 meter length, and he just went for that hoik. Just incredible, because he'd been leaving deliveries, he's getting right behind it. Just rush of blood or what? But I don't think Yorkshire will be complaining. 7 down, and when you send out a night watchman, that does mean that your regular batters will come down one number down, and that really does have some effect. But that was an incredible stroke from the captain, and like you said rightly, I don't know what kind of explanation he would have for that shot.
It's very strange. I don't think I've ever seen a shot quite like that from Van Buren. I mean, he's misjudged the length of that ball by, what would you say, I mean, at least a couple of feet. And in such a key situation as well, with Gloucestershire still trailing by over 100 runs, and you're the last kind of really recognised batting pair. Zaman Akhtar is the new man, so he's come in ahead of Marchand de Lange, and he's edging his first ball just in front of Adam Lyth at second slip. And the collective heart rate of the home faithful at Bristol will be fairly high at the moment, and certainly won't have been calmed down by that first delivery. But they are now into the bowlers who bat, really. Zaman Akhtar is somebody who's certainly shown plenty of batting ability in his young career. So far his average is 22, 9 matches. Code bowls, that's a beauty, he's got him. It's a 3rd wicket for Code, and that one I don't think you could blame Zaman Akhtar too much for. It was in the channel, just pitched up that little bit further, drawing the shot, getting the movement, and a tickle through to Tattersall, who has back-to-back dismissals behind the stumps. Akhtar goes without scoring, and Gloucestershire are subsiding. 220 for 8.
And I don't know if the bowlers were listening to you between the overs. We were talking about they're bowling the old ball length, and all of a sudden after that dismissal from Van Buren, Code just produced 2 beautiful deliveries to Zaman. First edgy, didn't carry to slips, and second one even a yard fuller, and perfect channel for a new batter. You can't blame Zaman for that. And Yorkshire all of a sudden on a roll.
Yeah, and that could be, it's still not over yet, could be the key over in terms of the game. And we go from Yorkshire feeling, well, okay, I mean, if we're batting tonight in any form, then we're doing pretty well, but they could have a considerable length of time to bat this evening. Still 25 overs left after this one, even taking into account the overs and the deliveries that we'll lose. Still leaves them with actually potentially more than that sort of awkward time, and quite a time to put a dent in. I mean, score 80, 90 runs, be ahead by nearly 200 towards the end of the day. So Gloucestershire have got to try and limit this damage. 106, still the deficit, and the imposing figure of Marchand de Lange walks out to the middle. How's he going to go about things usually? He's going to try and fight fire with fire. 2 slips and a gully, and basically 2 leg gullies as Code passes the outside edge of de Lange. First delivery, and would you believe it, there is actually movement.
Mid-over magic
there.
or something. Every delivery in this over, this one was back of a length and it went off the seam. And it carried like waist height to the wicket keeper. This is excellent stuff. But on the other hand, you have to say that it's nothing less than Code has deserved for his toil. Now his figures showing 3 for 35. He's bowled magnificently.
Mid-on's been sent back a bit, and a couple of other fielders back as well, but you're not sending that delivery anywhere. That has gone right over the top of off stump. Another ball which has moved away, seemingly off the pitch, and left de Lange. What an over from Ben Code. Yes, he was more than helped out by the shot choice from Van Buren, but after that, terrific bowling. And as you say, 3 for 35 from 19 overs, approaching 100 dot deliveries bowled. And yes, this isn't white ball cricket, you don't get anything for dots, but actually you kind of do still, just in a different way. Still builds up that pressure. And I wonder what Charlesworth is thinking now, as the established batter still left in, only Singdale to come. Is he going to have to decide, well, actually, as much as de Lange will go on the attack, possibly I'd better make the most of what time I've got out here.
Interesting to see what length Fisher will bowl. He's coming round the wicket now. He went full again, went past the outside edge as well. Angling in and probably just straightening just slightly down the line. This is a good spell of bowling. I mean, for the first 2 overs or 3 overs with the new ball, it seemed like it was doing nothing. And that Van Buren dismissal, although we criticize his shot, but it also did move off the seam a little bit. Still no justification of that shot. But after that, every ball has done something. Fisher bowling with 3 slips and a gully to Charlesworth. This time 2 straight, clipped away neatly. Charlesworth is halfway through his first run. He realized there might be an opportunity for the second, but by that time it was too late. Now de Lange will face Fisher.
And of course this is the rematch of what we had in the first innings, when de Lange was absolutely slaughtered over mid-wicket for a gigantic 6 by Fisher, and also served up quite a few vicious bouncers to Fisher. So will he return the favour, or will he think actually getting plenty of rewards just by pitching the ball up? They put at least the thought in de Lange's mind that it might be short with the deep square leg out.
Not all the way back though, and de Lange moving away, going for the big slog.
Yes.
That was kind of expected. Yeah, that fielder at square leg is not all the way back. It was just 5-10 yards in before that delivery, but I think he stepped back a few more yards.
He's not just going to duck de Lange. I mean, he's going to take it on, because that's just the way that he plays. And if he's going to score runs, if he's going to help his team, then actually he's far better off doing that than trying just to block it out.
De Lange has had a swing at it, and it's gone all the way. He got hold of that all right, caught in the crowd, That went a long, long way, and Langa is not going to die wondering.
No, well, there is the revenge for the hit in the first innings. Perhaps not quite as big as the one that Fisher hit, but certainly a mighty blow over what is a long boundary. It is seldom dull when Marchand de Lange has bat in hand, and I'd be interested to know how many times in his career he's got off the mark with a 6, because I suspect it would be more than most.
And that psychological barrier of the deficit is now in 2 figures. 227 for 8. What will be Shan Masood's reaction to that hit? Nothing. What will be Fisher's reaction as he runs away? De Lange once again backing away. He doesn't really mind to show all the 3 stumps to Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, he'd just back his eye, really, and you wonder... I don't know, I mean, if he does pitch it up, there's also the very real potential that it's just going to skew off an outside edge, and there are some slips in place, but do you think about almost having a deep third as a catcher?
Fisher again. De Lange has a swing, and it went over the top of the slip cordon. That's exciting stuff. This time probably went 180 degrees against where he was hitting it, but the result is the same.
And that's the thing. Do you put a fly slip in? Do you put a deep third in? Because you might get a catch down there. It's a very likely place for the ball to end up. So we're going to see an exciting passage of play now anyway, and I think it's got too exciting for me, so we might have to bring Jonathan Deutsch back in momentarily. We'll do a swap around as the next over is about to get underway. It's Charlesworth back on strike. De Lange's got 10 from 6 deliveries. Deficit to 95. I'm just wondering if I can sense a little bit of drizzle off there in the distance. I'm not sure if it's raining out there, but as we look off towards the left, just a bit of haze suggesting there might be a bit of drizzle. Code bowls and beats the edge of Charlesworth, and that one was actually a bit further back of a length that went past his outside edge. But Code continues to plug away, and fresh off an over that he's been rewarded, possibly he would say at last, for plugging away for over after over into his 20th over now. Just the 1 wicket to show for it, picking up 2 in that same over. Code to Charlesworth, use of the feet, and there's a very optimistic shout for something, and there's a great appeal from Johnny Tattersall there. It's sort of like a sort of almost mock appeal as he raised both hands and waved them towards umpire Hassan Adnan, coming a long way down. Never mind the fact that he probably got himself outside the line. You'd be a very brave umpire without DRS to be giving those sorts of decisions. 2 slips, a gully, leg gully, as Code bowls. Charlesworth gets behind that one and plays defensively. And I suppose you could say, at least for the time that De Lange is there, perhaps Charlesworth doesn't actually need to do anything different. The scoreboard will be moving anyway. And we certainly know that Ajit Singh Dale can bat. He scored a half-century here last season. Code to Charlesworth, plays defensively onto the onside. 52 against Leicestershire it was in the first innings of that game, but still, you're down to your last wicket at that point. You would not necessarily want to feel, if you're Charlesworth, that you'd left runs out there. So, tricky one. And of course, having come from the top order as well, have to get back used to batting in this sort of situation. Code in bowls in a half of the bat from Charlesworth, squeezes through the leg side. They should be able to come back for a couple of runs here. De Lange might not be perhaps the man you would select. You might select him for your javelin throw, but the 22-yard dash perhaps less so, but they are able to make it back comfortably for 233 for 8, trailed by 93. Sort of started this over, so I kind of feel as if I could finish it, yeah. Stick it out. 37 Charlesworth as Code rounds at the end of his mark. It's gloomy where we're looking, but I get the impression it might be a bit brighter again where the weather's coming from, as Charlesworth gets a bit turned around by that one and plays it to mid-off in the end as he was looking to play onto the onside. 2 runs from the over, 233 for 8. The deficit sits at 93. Jonathan Doidge and then Shah Faisal's coming back.
So, at the moment, no danger, but lots of things have been taken off. The seamers seem to be happy with the situation. Umpires Peter Hartley and Hassan Adnan. Just keeping an eye on that Ipswich score. Ipswich 1, Middlesbrough 1. As Matthew Fisher then prepares to bowl from this pavilion end, and he's bowling to Marchand de Lange. This could be interesting, as it was in the previous over, with the big 6 and the 4 over the top of the slip cordon. They're still in place. 3 slips and a gully, I think we'll call him, Finley Bean, as in comes Fisher past Hartley, driven straight back down the ground by de Lange, and although not as spectacular as the 6 he hit, it's got enough legs to just make it over the boundary rope. Masood giving vain chase, so 4 more, and of course batting point pretty close now, 237 on the board.
Not as emphatic as that 6, but more cultured and civilized hit that was, just with a beautiful straight bat. Went full in length was Fisher. I don't think he's not going to be bowling that length anymore.
Here he is again, and de Lange steps away to leg, and he's going to get 4 more here through the covers. So on a day when scoring runs has been devilishly difficult and the scoring rate has been a tough one, well under 3, Marshall de Lange has 18 now from just 8 deliveries.
He's really making Fisher think. Still got 3 slips in a gully, so Shan Masood hasn't really taken any notice of what de Lange is doing because he hasn't changed anything.
Fisher again, should be out, is out. Caught there by Milnes again, stepping away to the leg side to open up the off. But he's lofted that one straight to Milnes. There's a few words being exchanged here, and de Lange, who knows, may have had a send-off. He's still facing the Yorkshire cordon, who got together to celebrate the wicket. And that was 18 off 9 in the end for Marshall de Lange. Never a dull moment during that little cameo, but his team now 241 for 9.
It was fun whilst it lasted, not long enough for Gloucestershire's sake, because that one was hit straight pretty firmly again, but it went to mid-off and parked safely. And there was a lengthy exchange between de Lange and the Yorkshire fielders, who were all in a huddle. De Lange kept looking back at them until he crossed the square, at least. I think he's coming back to a warm applause. He made 18, 241 for 9, and Yorkshire are on the cusp of getting Gloucestershire bowled out, and then we'll be thinking about their second innings. Third innings of the game, very important as always. Almost invariably you come up with different situations every time when the game is in the balance like this. I mean, they're in ascendancy, right, but we've seen third innings can go either way. As Ajit Singh Dale has thrown out to the middle, and he'll be facing Fisher, who's got now 2 for 58. Again, toiled hard with discipline, now has 2 wickets to show for it.
Fisher then to Dale, who turns it into the leg side, and Masood doing the fielding. So Matthew Fisher got his man in the end, and he'll feel a little bit better for that. Wickets tumbling though since that tea break. 3 of them going in pretty quick succession, 84.2, 84.4 and 87.3 overs. Those wickets falling on
3 wickets
since the second new ball's been taken. And 1 more for Yorkshire to take to have a healthy looking lead here. Fisher in again, nicely driven down the ground by Dale. It will be pulled in here by Milnes, who's going to keep them to 2, so didn't get all of it. Ajit Singh Dale. but he's off the mark, and the score 243 for 9. 7 needed to get a batting point, and they'll be happy at least to take something with them, Gloucestershire, after all this effort, if they can get there.
And it's crucial. I mean, every point we know that it counts towards the back end of the season, and you come back to those small moments. So Singdale really have to concentrate hard and get Charlesworth the opportunity.
Good delivery by Fisher on the rise as it passes the outside edge of Ajit Singdale's bat through to Tattersall. End of the over. Cost a run or two. Wicket also taken, and Matthew Fisher has 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 60 against his name.
It's got gloomy and it's got pretty chilly as well. Even the umpires, they're wearing their gloves. See the slip cordon with hands in their pockets all the time, even running from one end to the other. Kind of a strange kind of jog when you got your hands in your pockets and you still don't want to take them out. But they stay in the field could be very limited the way things have gone in the last 20 minutes or so. 3 wickets with the second new ball already. I mean, within 8 overs. And for the first 4 overs, if I may count it correctly, nothing happened. Coates' next delivery as he's pushed into the gap on the onside by Charlesworth, but he has refused a single because Shan Masood has pushed the field quite deep. I mean, they're happily giving him the one, but Charlesworth has said no. Now another fielder who was in that leg gully position has come out in front of square on the offside. So there are 2 slips in a gully in place, but everyone else is quite deep. That fielder at cover has just come in to plug that gap between long off and deep point, as Charlesworth gives the charge and hits it over the head of Shan Masood. Really positive strike and closing in on that batting bonus point. 4 very handy runs from Charlesworth towards long on.
Yeah, 3 away from it. Thought Johnny Tattersall might go stand up straight away just to drag Charlesworth back, but that's not the case. Oh, he is going to go. Yep, there we go. Anyone would think I'd seen a game of cricket before. He's thought he might go straight up there. Didn't look like he was going to do, but he's had the nod to do so. Just an idea of the wind strength. Look at the those of you who can see the screen, you can see the Yorkshire cordons trousers flapping.
Back of land though, that would have kept Charlesworth in crease anyway, but Tattersall was up there. Yeah, and I think the direction of the wind has also changed.
Is there a flag around to on screen?
I think towards yesterday what I noticed was it was blowing from our right to left.
There's a flag on screen. I've got no idea whereabouts the flag is positioned, just to our left apparently.
Yeah, it is in the opposite direction to where the wind was yesterday, helping the in-drift off code. This time Charlesworth decides to pick up the single with 2 deliveries to go. Singdale will have to keep those 2 out. And yeah, that's earlier on we also noticed that where the weather was coming from, it's quite bright towards our left, the way we are looking at it. It will be to the right of your picture, if the ones who are seeing the live stream. So no imminent threat of rain, and the game is drifted or moved really quickly in the last half an hour or so, and thoughts of opening the batting. This is the life as an opener. I think the Yorkshire openers will already be thinking about their second knock. Singdale has clipped it very neatly off his hips, and those 2 runs will bring up the batting bonus point. 250 has been reached by Gloucestershire, with a warm round of applause there from the crowd.
Yeah, well, they've toiled away today. Been painstaking at times, but they have got there and at least have something from this innings. But what a turnaround from 90 of 5 Yorkshire yesterday.
Singdale has looked good so far. Once again getting right behind it, straight as an arrow, hitting middle stump at the far end. Giving umpire Hassan Adnan some workout as the over has come to an end. 250 for 9. The deficit is 76 runs. I would have thought Yorkshire will be pretty happy with this situation. 76 is a pretty handy lead. I mean, even if they close the innings out and get a 70-run lead, we've discussed this off-air quite often, that the players who failed in the first innings, it's very, very unlikely that they'll fail again on such a track. The conditions were difficult on day one in the first session. They're not that anymore.
No, yeah, it's unlikely to happen again. It is cricket. You never know. One of the joys of the game is that we never know. We like to make those sort of predictions, but yeah, Shah Massoud has 140 against his name. And another thing that happens really is that players don't often go big in 2 successive innings in the same match. So the odds of him doing something like that again are obviously reduced. But the odds of the other 3, somebody coming up with a sizable score, or Finlay Bean, probably increased as Fisher is in. It's a full delivery, dug out there by Charlesworth.
Every time there's a recognised batter and a number 11, and somehow I just don't feel the ball has started to jag around. It was giving trouble to better batters, and all of a sudden Yorkshire are telling Charlesworth that we're not looking to get you out.
Fisher in again. Charlesworth, swash and buckle there, I think. Drags that one though across to the onside of straight. Milnes is out in the deep, as Faisal's suggesting. And Ajit Singdale, well, he's went through a few warm-ups, jogging back, getting himself loose for his bowling stint. Maybe he thinks that's going to be fairly soon.
I think he's telling Charlesworth that, hey, you don't have to go crazy, I can bat. Don't do anything silly.
Fisher continuing around the wicket. Charlesworth tries the uppercut but misses out through to the gloves of Tattersall. No run. So, I mean, in context, 90 for 5 again. I know we keep harping back to this, but that was a situation at lunch yesterday after a great morning for Gloucestershire. Yorkshire get to 326. They were happy in context, I think, at the end of yesterday, without being overjoyed with that situation. But from 90 for 5, having been put in when they wanted to field first themselves, to at the moment have a lead of 70 odd with just one Gloucestershire wicket left, they'll feel that they have done a really good job to turn things around, as we see a slice there from Charlesworth, which gets him a looped one out towards the deep backwards point, fielded by Moriarty. So Charlesworth on a 43, Dale on 4, and he will now have strike here.
Yeah, there's obvious way to judge the teams by the amount of runs they score and the wickets they take. There's a few other things you can look back at yesterday's play and today's play, and that will tell you which team has had the better of the 2 days. Is that when yesterday the partnership was on and the Gloucestershire fielders, their heads dropped, and when the opportunity came, it went begging. And you compare that to what Joe Root did just before tea. 2 wonderful catches when it seemed like everyone was just rushing towards getting to that 80 over mark to get the new ball. But when the opportunities came, he showed that he was ready for it, especially that catch at slip. I mean, it just had a feeling that everyone was going through the motions to get up to tea. So that is also the difference between the 2 teams, and that is reflected in the runs total as well, which makes Yorkshire ahead by 75 runs. You watch.
Fisher to Ajit Singdale. They've just had a break in play because Finlay Bean has gone and put the helmet on and gone in at short leg. Not coming into things with this delivery though, which was pushed into the onside for Shan Massoud to field. 2 slips and a gully. There's a sweeper out at a sort of square cover. Big gap through the covers. And Matt Milnes is at mid-off and going through some looseners, having just had a word from his captain, Shan Masood, who's at mid-on, as I say, Bean under the lid, at short leg, and then there's also a long leg way in the distance. Oh, Fisher to Dale, who's swinging across the line. There's a stifled appeal. And Peter Hartley not interested. End of the over.
Out of the blue, the big swipe there from Singh Dale last delivery, where Charlesworth would have been telling him to just survive so I can get on strike next over, but it's slightly high, hit him on the back leg, back thigh rather. Otherwise it was quite in line, but he survives. 251 now.
Change of bowling here. Matt Mellons.
Yep, nothing goes past Doji. He noticed that in the previous over, and he's back on immediately from the far end. The strategy is the same though. They're willing to give a run away to Charlesworth. There's a deep cover. This deep extra cover, long off. Mid-on is in at the moment. Where will he end up before Mills gets ready? That's Shan Masood, the skipper himself. Adam Lyth is running over to mid-wicket and continues his run to deep mid-wicket, almost 2/3 of the way. There's also a deep square leg and a fine leg as well. Just a solitary slip in Joe Root. Starts off with the slow delivery, pushes it into the offside. There was a run and a half, but of course Charlesworth doesn't want it.
Afternoon to Ben Crossland. He says, I'm sure he'll be wishing Huddersfield Town well as they take on Bristol City just down the road from you. Yeah, we wish all Yorkshire football teams
Do I need to
success.
mention Leeds United? This one was short, helped it on its way, probably not getting enough bat and not enough power or placement to go for that 2 runs that he would have wanted, so he refused the single again. Will I be forgiven if I mention Leeds United?
You could mention them. We wish all Yorkshire football teams success, just more of it to Leeds United than the rest. Yeah?
Has Yorkshire got
Not
a different
biased.
national anthem or something? This one is pushed on to the onside, looking for 2. Field is set deep. Adam Lyth, who did the run the other direction at the beginning of the over, had to come all the way from that boundary, and Charlesworth had the opportunity to come back for the second run.
Yeah, he's not slow, Adam Lyth, but couldn't get in for that.
That's the longest part of the ground. I mean, he had to cover about, 60 yards in, even though he wasn't all the way onto the fence. Blocked solidly as Mills collects the ball, and Tattersall had something in mind that he had to tell Mills. He ran all the way from his position, just accompanied him almost to his bowling mark, and coming back now.
He's going to go and stand up, is he? No, I thought he was herring back for the lid again then, which would be very unusual against, with Milnes on at that end. They're just bringing the field in, closing in quite considerably here.
Only 3 balls gone in the over, so there is an opportunity for Charlesworth for the boundary, especially on the offside. That was directed towards Midland leg, and Adam Lyth now inside what would have been the 30-yard circle if it was a white ball game at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think what I was going to say, what's the point in bringing everybody in except Moriarty, who's still out on the edge? And you might as well, if you're going to ring it and say, come on, hit it past us if you want to get a single, take a risk, then you might as well bring them all in.
And he has now. Just comes right next to the square leg umpire in front of square Moriarty. 2 deliveries left in the over. He goes over the top. That sounded really, really sweet. Even towards the longest part of the ground, it has gone all the way. And he brings up his 50 in a spectacular fashion.
Yeah, it's a bit of the stand and deliver about that. But not from the bowler's perspective with the delivery from the batters. with the strike. Just like a foot movement, stood tall and bang. It reminded me of watching cricket as a nipper did that. The little that you used to get on the BBC coverage back in the day, in particular. A little click as he hit it, and like you say, it sounded good. It sounded really good, and it was as it turned out. There you go, 4 fours and 2 sixes and 70 deliveries for Ben Charlesworth.
Well-deserved half-century. He looked very good. As soon as he walked out to the middle, he gave that positive intent to the innings. Just 70 balls, and his arrival meant that the scoring rate that was languishing at 2.28 or 2.9 has really propelled now.
Matthew Fisher goes short with his first ball of the over, but it's not what was required at all, really, because he's come off the gloves of Ajit Singh Dale, backward of square leg for 1. So, having managed to keep Charlesworth on strike, as it were, with a 6, that's a kind of double gaff, isn't it, really? 6 off the last ball of the previous over, and a single off the first of this one. Ajit Singh Dale on to 5, 260 for 9. The last 2 wickets so far have added 40.
And also, this side of the ground hitting to the onside, Charlesworth would fancy that, because this boundary is not as big as on the other end. And if Fisher, by the looks of it, he's bowling around the wicket, he will be angling that ball in. So Charlesworth, who's really high on confidence right now, and like I said, as a batter, it's such a psychological boost when you see all those fielders around and you think that the opposition wants to give you a single and they think they can't get you out. It does work wonders sometimes. As
Fisher in again. Charlesworth whips one off his legs. They've got Ajit Singh Dale back on strike because he's picked up a single there.
He's getting more and more confidence in Singh Dale as well. I mean, Singh Dale was on the strike for the first delivery of the over. He got a single, and then Charlesworth also got a single. So that is showing some trust.
Yeah, given that players now seem to work much harder on their batting down the order, it's almost a given that you're not going to run through any tail that quickly. Seems to be the case in most matches. Somebody down the tail end comes up with something reasonable. Ajit Singh Dale just checking his bat after pushing one to Shan Masood at mid-on from Fisher's latest delivery.
Once again, he shaped pretty nicely. Nice straight full face of the bat. This is the thing with the lower order. I won't call them tail-enders because they really get offended if you tell them you're tail-ender. The lower order is just the brain fade that they have every now and then. Sometimes with their intent to go big or with their running between the wickets.
Fisher over the wicket. So Singh Dale, I'm not quite sure where he was trying to play that, but it's ended up going down to third man. George Hill with a bit of relay fielding has helped to get it back in, and 2 runs the result.
Ed at the back of the commentary box is really enjoying this partnership as the deficit is reduced by 2 more runs with that unintentional strike from Ajit Singh Dale, looking to hit it towards mid-wicket.
Harry Brook, by the looks of that walk, was the man who got down there with him to return the ball. And here's Fisher again, and Dale on the back foot just drops this into the onside. Moriarty round to field. It's getting pretty gloomy, and it feels in the distance as though there might be some precipitation here. It's either that or somebody's got a barbecue on and it's smoke I'm seeing rather than rain. Could be that, it could be. But certainly it's closing in, isn't it? Down past the football ground, past the Bristol Rovers football ground.
Asking the wrong person, because I'm due a visit to optician already, so over to you.
Oh, good delivery from Fisher. Big appeal gone. End of the innings. Who knows whether we'll be back on fairly soon or not. But Ajit Singh Dale trapped LBW by Matthew Fisher for 7. Ben Charlesworth not out 52. And Gloucestershire's first innings comes to a close at 263 all out. Matthew Fisher finishing up with 3 wickets to his name. And he got it straight, he got it full, and he got his man. Let's have a look at the Yorkshire bowling figures. Ben Code, 21 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 44. Fisher finishes with 3 for 65 from 19, in fact a complete 20 overs, my apologies. Milnes, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41. George Hill, 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 8. Dan Moriarty, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 65. Joe Root, 12 overs, 5 maidens, none for 26. And an over for 5 for Harry Brook, and 1 for 4 for Golden Arm Adam Lyth. Yorkshire using 8 bowlers there, and they will take a first innings lead of 63 runs with them into their second innings, which theoretically should be starting soon, but we have the sight of the tractor pulling on the covers. So as I said, just as the wicket was taken there, we may not see an immediate return to action out there, but I think overall Yorkshire will be very pleased with 4 and more sessions, barring the first one yesterday. They've kind of been on top now.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge credit to the bowlers for sticking to their task. I mean, at times it looked like there could have been different strategies in terms of getting wickets, because at no stage they were bowling badly or conceding too many runs. So they were in the game at all times, although there was a partnership, although wickets didn't fall in the morning session in particular, but they just stuck to their guns. Plan was simple, and they just didn't allow any confusion to creep up into their planning, and they just executed it perfectly. Squeezed the run rate, kept asking questions at all times, and as a batting side, when you do that and at any given stage you lose 2 or 3 wickets quickly, it really pushes you back, and all that hard work that you think that you've grinded it out, it just goes a-begging. There was no effort from Gloucestershire to put any pressure back on Yorkshire bowlers until Ben Charlesworth came in. He played a wonderful knock, and you could tell the disappointment as Ajit Singh Dale was trapped. He just punched his thigh in disgust, because that was the last ball of the over, and he had plans to score some more runs, but he really played a nice hands, 52 not out, and probably he played the innings for his team, the best innings of this first knock for his team, although Bancroft made 70, but he struggled and he just grinded it out in hope that there will come a phase where they'll be able to dominate and Yorkshire will slack, but they didn't, and that is the credit that Yorkshire deserve, and that is why they are ahead in the game.
Yep, bowled with great discipline, and I think have deserved what they've got, just as Gloucestershire did in that first session yesterday. Well, those watching will be seeing the covers blowing around as the ground staff do that part of their job, and those listening, well, as I say, the covers are on. It is pretty gloomy. The floodlights have been on for some time. Yorkshire with a 63-run lead will hope they can get out and have a bat, although in these conditions they might not be that bothered if they don't have to play that much more today, and hope for better weather tomorrow, with the big guns all lined up and ready to roll and try and press them on. And they've got the ability in that batting lineup to score quickly if they want to do that, with the suggestion that again on day 4 there might be some weather around, so there may not be enough time in the match to force a result. We'll have to see, or there may be if they can score big and score fairly quickly. And that might be something that happens if they get the opportunity to do that either later on today or tomorrow. We'll see, but for the moment I'm going to leave you with the news then that Gloucestershire 263 all out, Yorkshire a lead of 63 going into their second innings, and we'll be back whenever there is any further play.
Hello again, and I'm pleased to be able to bring you the news that no overs have been lost due to that brief shower. It's all we were forecast, so hopefully that's it as far as interruptions, and we'll have an unbroken mini session here. 16 overs left in the day's play. The deficit sits at 63, and Yorkshire's openers in the middle for their second innings, Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean, and feeling really from Gloucestershire's point of view they're going to have to bowl even better than they did probably in that first innings, because the pitch is probably slower. I doubt it's going to offer quite as much assistance as it did in the first innings, maybe more through the air than necessarily from the pitch. And a determined Yorkshire with the wind behind them, leading by 63 runs, potentially even harder to dislodge than that first time round. Here's Josh Shaw bowling the first ball to Lyth, and that's a gorgeous shot. First ball, delicious timing through the covers for 4 runs, and that is rather a statement from Adam Lyth. 4 without loss.
Just going to use exactly the same word. Yeah, statement shot, signature shot from Adam Lyth out there. Maybe not quite as straight as his absolute signature shot through extra cover, but nonetheless did the job nicely. The one thing that Gloucestershire bowlers have got with them here is that none of these batters in red ball cricket like to bat under lights.
Shaw bowls is pretty prodigious in-swinger, but it's going to be 4 more runs. Shaw looks to the grey heavens in disbelief, but Lyth manages to squeeze the ball away very fine. 4 more runs, and that came back a fair way. It was one of those that you'd say don't miss it, but he didn't, and he picked up 4 runs to boot. The lead is already up to 71. We've only had 2 balls.
Yep, watched it all the way on, just as he would have been taught, I'm sure, from the very start of his cricketing life.
Encouragement for Shaw from that would be that there was some swing. However, they can't afford this to be getting away from them quickly, and it just might be short, wide and cut away for 4. And you can hear that there are plenty of travelling Yorkshire fans as well. There's quite a noticeable cheer as each of these boundaries is hit, and that was, I'm afraid, short and wide. And if he could at all count himself unlucky the previous ball, as much as it was down to good batsmanship, there was certainly nothing unfortunate about that. That got what it deserved.
Yeah, not a great delivery.
And it was that spell just after lunch yesterday, which didn't start off quite in this fashion, but that is the danger, that you can start a session off like this. That's a good comeback from Shaw, and the Gloucestershire supporters find their voice after seeing the ball past the outside edge of Lyth, and that's one that Shaw manages to get to move away from the left-hander after having swung the ball back in from over the wicket. He switches to round the wicket and then nips one away from the outside edge.
Yep, and he got 3 or 4 nods from Adam Lyth after the ball had gone to just acknowledge that he was beaten.
You'd imagine Singdale, as in the first innings, probably would take the new ball, but I've got to think Shaw bowls full. Lyth drives pleasantly but won't pick up a run. Van Buren fields at mid-off. But imagine that Marchand de Lange, after some words were exchanged after he was dismissed, and let's just say some back and forth in terms of some short bowling between himself and Matthew Fisher, I would imagine that de Lange would be rather fired up for a little burst this evening. I'm sure he'll get one with 16 overs potentially remaining, unless the light intervenes. Shaw bowls full and straight to Lyth, so better from Shaw after switching round the wicket. Problem is 12 runs were conceded before that switch, so Lyth off to a flying start. Yorkshire lead by 75 with still 15 overs to go.
Yeah, eventful start, and having seen runs hard to come by for much of the day, just a feeling of a slight change in tempo. Ajit Singh Dale from the Ashley Down road end, then to bowl to Finlay Bean, who has 1131 first class runs to his name, averaging 39, 3 centuries and 3 50s. Not the start to the season that he's wanted though. He made 10 in his only knock against Leicestershire last week, and then of course a third ball duck in the first innings here. And he waits as Dale comes in then. First up, goes full over the wicket, runs straight down the pitch. Not quite sure that's going to go down too well. Hassan Adnan doesn't seem too perturbed by it and just chooses to take the bails off. Use his fist to knock the middle stump in a bit more and put the bails back on.
Certainly showing some enthusiasm there was Dale, and getting himself fired up for his spell, because like De Lange, he knows he's only got a few overs that he's going to be running in for tonight. Empty the tank.
Here he is, and Bean flicking off the pad. Whether it was bat or pad, we'll find out. It was pad, so he remains on naught, but they've got a leg by down towards fine leg. 13 on the board. Finley Bean, I think you mentioned when he was out without scoring in the first innings, just a second duck in first class cricket, so he hasn't yet had a pair. And Yorkshire supporters will be hoping that's not the case here as well. His 30th first class innings this, so still very much early doors for him. Adam Lyth though is the man on strike at the moment. And he's scored more first class hundreds than Finley Bean has had first class innings. He waits then. Dale in, Lyth drives between mid-off and the stumps, and mid-off Van Buren round to collect that. The players' shots will, Adam, we know he will, if he gets the opportunity.
We've already seen more drives in this, over and a half than I feel like we did in probably the entire morning session. That's an indication that Gloucestershire really are trying to pitch it up and search for wickets, or just that Yorkshire have come out in a confident mood.
Lyth waits, and Dale just dragging this one down the leg side. Bracey stepping across to take it. 13 without loss. Lyth has 12 of them. Just a little bit chilly out there. It was earlier on when I went for a few laps around, and that was when the sun was shining, so on towards the back end of the day.
Just a fair few cable knits out there for Gloucestershire. They're one of those counties that have the option of the cable knit or the new style ones. Fairly even split.
Here's Dale once again, short of length this time, and Lyth from the crease drops it into the offside, and there is no run, one to come in the over. Yeah, had this discussion a few times before. Always the cable knit for me.
Yeah, even though from a selfish point of view we like the new ones because you can always see the numbers from a commentator's point of view, but yeah, and especially when they're very good here at getting the colours nice on them and stand out, always look very smart.
Here's Dale again, and Lyth flicking a delivery that he played from the crease just on his tiptoes down to fine leg. In fact, he didn't get bat on it, so another leg by. He's on 13, or is he on 12 again? Yeah, he's on 12 again, and the score on 14 with Finley Bean, who's going to face Josh Shaw here, yet to get off the mark.
It seems that Cardiff is the place for clatters of wickets in this round. They're off for bad light at the moment, but already 22 wickets have fallen there, with Derbyshire bowled out for 198 in reply to Glamorgan's 237. Glamorgan 38 for 2 in their second innings, lead by 77 runs. Shaw starts his second over, bowling full to Lyth, who plays a delightful on drive, whistling across the outfield. It goes for 4 more. And Lyth dealing, considering that was a leg bye, exclusively in boundaries. 16 to him, 18 for no wicket, and struggled to pick. Well, I say he'd struggle to pick. The on drive usually trumps the cover drive in terms of the aesthetes ranking of cricket shots, but I don't know. Both certainly had their merits. The cover drive in the previous over and that on drive. Shaw bowls to Lyth. Again times it, even though it was only a push drive this time to mid-off. Van Buren Fields.
Yeah, and apologies for putting you away there, because of course I called the fact that Adam Lyth had got a leg bye and then said Finlay Bean was going to be facing the next ball.
Did you? I didn't even notice. I was too busy looking at the other scores anyway, I didn't even hear it. So Alex Thompson's taken the 2 wickets for Derbyshire, which means that he's now got 9 wickets in the match after taking 7 for 65 in the first innings, opened the bowling in the second innings and has 2 Glamorgan wickets already. Shaw bowls in swinger, but doesn't come back far enough to tempt Lyth to a shot. Some sort of a frisson down there. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. There's a lot of staring. Has somebody dropped something off the balcony or something? Not sure what's going on. All of a sudden everyone was staring up here. Lively Bristol Saturday afternoon stroke evening. Shaw in, worked through the onside by Lyth. Should just be the single, and in fact they're just going to trot it calmly. 17 for Lyth, 19 without loss. Sussex 236 for 4 against Gloucestershire, who made 338. Another century for Tom Haynes, so that's a ton in both rounds so far. Not an auspicious start to the innings for Sussex, with Tom Clark out to the first ball of it, but it's got rather better since then. They trail by 98 runs. Cheteshwar Pujara 30 from 124 balls. Look forward to watching him next week.
Impressive.
In goes Shaw around the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. That's left bean. That's as good probably as you can do it from round the wicket. That was Broadian in terms of the way that it... You can see actually standing a long way across his stumps initially is Bean. You can see leg stump as he's taking his guard, but that angle in, nipped away, and well, that's one that you just again put out of your mind and move on to the next one. Still something out there for the bowlers. Shaw to Bean, who's struck on the pad, I think. I'm not sure there was any bat involved at all. It certainly sounded like thigh pad as it looped in the air. Falls well short of mid-wicket anyway. 19 without loss. Shaw was tempted by the fact, I mean, you can almost see middle actually as he's walking that far across. If Shaw was trying to go a bit fuller there, wouldn't have been anywhere near LBW. Maybe there was a bit of bat on it. I don't think so. I think there may be more of it if there were.
Yeah, it's something that Finlay talked to us about in a pre-season piece. That he said, you will notice I'm going to be standing further across here this season. Something he's been working on during the winter. But it's Adam Lyth on strike on 17 as Ajit Singh Dale comes in and bowls at him quite quickly as well. But Lyth, well, he's been there, seen it and done it, and he's rarely rushed, and he wasn't with that one, just pushed it out into the off side.
Does seem to have got a little gloomier again actually. Just in the last few moments you can start to see those 4-pointed shadows that the players cast from the light from the floodlights just start to get a little bit twitchy as the umpires when you start to see those.
Here's Dale again. Ooh, he thought for a moment he might have got an inside edge from Adam Lyth to a ball that was short of length, and cut back on the batter, went through to Bracey, who didn't show any signs of an appeal.
I think it fell short
good delivery.
of Bracey in the end, but I don't know how that hasn't hit something. It's gone right between, sort of as he was almost crouching a little bit in the end, surprised by the delivery, between upper thigh, midriff and glove and bat.
Dale again, Lyth on the drive this time, but straight to Van Buren at mid-off. No run. So Yorkshire with 5 points so far, 2 from the batting and 3 from the bowling. Gloucestershire 3 bowling points and the 1 batting point that they managed to muster. 326 plays 263 and now 19 without loss. I make that a lead of 82. And those who are watching can see that for themselves. Dale in again, and just cramps Adam Lyth up for room, takes the bottom hand off the bat as he tries to nudge it round the corner, but it's off the thigh pad or maybe the arm. Leg by signalled by Peter Hartley, who of course has switched ends now at the Ashley Down road end that he's standing. 20 without loss.
I don't really know how professional cricketers do it in this sort of environment. You know, you've got floodlights on, you've got somebody steaming in at you. You don't know how many more overs or deliveries you're going to get before the umpires might start to talk about the light. I don't know how they do it.
No, Dale in goes bouncer, but Finley Bean, not the shortest, but he's easily underneath that one. Afternoon to you, Renko. Phil Wrench says, hi Jonathan, enjoyed today's broadcast. I believe your suggestion that the Tykes will try score quickly in their second innings to set a target for Gloucestershire is spot on. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We shall. But
We shall, because we have to be here, I believe.
The capability, they have the capabilities within their lineup to do that if necessary. May not be necessary. As Dale is in and Bean drops this into the leg side, and there is no run to complete that over at 20 without loss. It's just that the forecast for Monday, from what I've heard from several people, is not fantastic. It's not to say it's going to be a washout or anything, but it may be that if there are going to be a couple of significant delays perhaps during the day, that they may need to just get the hurry up on tomorrow to try and give themselves enough time to bowl Gloucestershire out. If they're good enough to put themselves in that position. It took them 91 overs and 5 balls to do it first time around.
You do need to allow
play,
yourself that time, don't you, really? And, of course, Gloucestershire weren't just batting for time either. I mean, you know, yes, sometimes you can get yourself in more trouble just doing that. At the same time, would Bancroft have come charging down the pitch? Would Hammond have come charging down the pitch? And in general, it's not easy. Now we've got the conference, I must say I'm not surprised, because the shadows are really quite pronounced from everybody out there. It is gloomy. It's got, I think, even gloomier in the last couple of moments.
Adam Lyth just strolling over.
I wonder what he's saying. Is he saying we're happy to continue? I'd imagine the way that he's timing the ball, he's probably thinking we'd be quite happy to continue. But now we've got umpire Hartley marching towards Van Buren. I suspect that question is, well, no, I know it's not. I assumed if you walk towards the captain, you'd be talking about, do you want to bowl spin? And the answer would certainly be no to that.
Well, a couple of things that played in there really. If Gloucestershire want to stay out there, then they probably will bowl spin, and if they don't, they're going to stick on Marchand de Lange and say, right, let's just bang a few in and let's get off the field. And Yorkshire don't want any time taken out of the game themselves here. And Gloucestershire, if they're serious about trying to come back and win, then they also don't want any time taken out of the game, because they want to try and pick up some wickets.
Yeah, and that is clearly the attitude that Van Buren is taking, because Ollie Price has taken his sweater off, and it looks as if we're going to get at least an over of off spin, with Peter Hartley now talking to Adam Lyth, the far end.
Yes, and not that I know Peter well, but from his reputation, I'm sure he's probably giving it to Adam Lyth straight, really.
Yes, I suspect that, yes.
In Yorkshire terms.
There would be words not being minced, I'm sure, either way. They'd each say how they felt, and Peter Hartley would win because he's the umpire. You don't tend to win arguments with umpires. So Ollie Price will bowl.
So in that scenarios that we were talking about in terms of how the match might go, and Yorkshire taking 92 overs nearly to bowl Gloucestershire out first time, Yeah, they may want to kick on tomorrow, because obviously ideally for them anyway, they'd want to be having a bowl before the end of the day, then they can kind of get 2 blasts in.
Yeah. And in
Marchant de
general,
Lange is stretching down here, as Faisal points out.
Yeah, I think in some ways, I think the light's already got a little bit better anyway, so maybe you just think we'll give it an over or two, and actually if we could bowl the quicks again this evening, if you're Gloucestershire, then might still be a good time to bowl them. Price bowls to Lythe. This is tickled round the corner for a single, so Lythe has all 18 runs scored off the bat plus the 3 leg byes, makes it 21 without loss. So I guess Van Buren has to be the option from the Ashley Down Road end, but to be honest I think it's already improved to the point where the quicks were bowling before. It's not a marked improvement, admittedly. The floodlights are still having a noticeable effect, but Gloucestershire are adjusting their field, and you almost wonder whether this is just a continual sort of play for time in the hope that this might be the one over that they have to bowl of spin. It's amazing how many different little tactical nuances a 4-day game can throw up. Price is in, bowls to Bean, and that's a studied forward defence from the young left-hander up towards the bowler. 2 slips and a short leg, with Bancroft the man under the helmet. Price round the wicket, bowls. Tight line, not a great deal of turn, but it is a new ball, and also that one's pushed towards mid-on. It hasn't tended to turn from straight. If there's been turn, it's been from those footmarks out wide, or from a little bit shorter of a length than that. Price bowling full and up to the bat, drawing Bean into a forward defence, and again there's no run. Continue to rattle through some of the other scores from around the country. Middlesex 106 for 1 in reply to Northamptonshire's 552 for 6 declared. Bean drives this one, but not past short extra. Chris Dent does the fielding. I think probably if you're Middlesex and a Middlesex supporter, I'd imagine they might not be particularly enjoying this Kookaburra ball somehow. I suspect you might get a slightly different opinion of it than the one that we've been gradually sort of settling on for the last almost 2 days. Forward defence again from Finley Bean, who keeps out the 5 deliveries in that over from Price. And now the question will be, can they go back to the seamers? Be another conference. Play will continue to slow down. 21 without loss. In the meantime,
Van Buren coming on, by the way, at the Ashley Down Road end.
So clearly not good enough for the seamers. In the meantime, I can tell you they've got back out at Cardiff, so if the weather is coming from that direction, then that might mean that things could get brighter towards the end of this little spell. Kent 227 for 1 in reply to Essex's 530 for 7 declared. So even at Chelmsford, they're not seeing a clatter of wickets. Simon Harmer's bowled 29 wicketless overs, a century for Bell Drummond. I think that's his second in as many rounds as well. And Ben Compton approaching a ton as well, 91 not out. Lancashire 198 for 2 in reply to Hampshire's 367.
Here's Van Buren bowling to Lythe, who turns that into the leg side. Cameron Bancroft, by the looks of things, under the helmet at short leg. Dot ball. Van Buren again with his left armers, and Lythe propping forward. Wouldn't want to play a silly shot now, having got himself in and played some lovely shots so far. 18 out of the 21 that Yorkshire have put on the board have come from this man, who steps back this time to a shorter length delivery and exploits a yawning gap in the offside with a single.
Strange, sort of spooned that one.
Yeah, it wasn't his cleanest contact of the 13,000 and odd first class runs that he scored.
But it was still, yeah, it was like a shovel, wasn't it? It just shoveled it into the gap.
So Van Buren to Bean, steps back and pulls this one quite firmly, but unfortunately for him, straight into the shins of Bancroft. It's one of those days, isn't it? Finley Bean has had 10 and 0. He wants to get on the board. There'll still be those nerves that he hasn't got a run, and things like that don't go your way. It could have gone anywhere around that general area. He steps away here and he will get off the mark with a lovely shot. Van Buren giving him the office to open his shoulders there, short of length, and he's stepped back and he's cracked that away straight out of the middle of the bat through point. And Findlay Bean is going with 4, and that takes Yorkshire on to 26. He'll be relieved, no doubt. He's the sort of lad who'll tell you after the end of the day as well. He'd probably say, yeah, what? I will be, yeah.
Was feeling a bit right.
Yeah.
Hassan Adnan,
there was a bit of relief.
Some quick feet there, because he might have ended up with one of those golf balls on his shins.
Now he steps back again and he's got this one straight through the covers this time. Van Buren, that's a poor delivery, having strayed the ball before, made it even easier this time and even more telegraphed, and he pinged that away through the covers. Findlay Bean, he'll feel much better about life 2 balls later than that little whip into the leg side that hit Bancroft's shins. He's on 8, Yorkshire are on 30, and 6 overs bowled, so going pretty well run rate wise here, and there's still 10 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, he was cut in particular too much in his bowling in the first innings, really. Van Buren 7 overs for 28, just a few many. They had a sweeper out, so weren't necessarily always boundaries, but probably a few too many cut shots then as well. In the game at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 399 all out, and that innings in 128.2 overs, so they didn't miss out on a bonus point by 1 run. Century for Joe Clark, 96 for Lyndon James. And in reply, Worcestershire 181 for 4. Rob Jones is unbeaten on 92. Kashif Ali made another 40, so continuing in decent touch. 2 wickets for former Worcestershire man Dylan Pennington. Here's Price starting his second over, and that's on off stump, defended, and Lyth reaches out with his bat to stop the ball dead at the edge of the pitch. I'm sure there would be a few sides that would get a bit shirty about that, but I don't think anyone's had a word. Price ready to shuffle in again from round the wicket. Bowls and push to short leg. And there's no run. Surrey 338 for 5, building a lead against Somerset, who made 285 yesterday. Dom Sibley was out for 100 exactly. And half centuries for Burns, Smith and Folkes, who's 57 not out. Price to Lyth, leans forward and defends again. Dan Lawrence making 6. And Ollie Pope 11, so a man who averages sort of 80 or something at the Oval has had a rare failure. Price bowls flight to delivery. Lyth leans into the defence, fielded by Dent in the covers. And the game at Edgbaston with that tiny boundary. Warwickshire declared on 698 for 3, and Durham are 165 for 3 in response. As Price bowls, another delivery slow through the air, played into the leg side for Bancroft to field under the helmet. Alex Lee's approaching another century. Huge season for him in Division 2 last year. And starting off life in Division 1 well, back in Division 1. Price to Lyth, and that ends a maiden over from Price. A good over in terms of line and length. Didn't really trouble Lyth's defence too much, but he didn't decide to go after the young off-spinner. 30 without loss. Yorkshire had 7 overs of the 16 tonight. Yorkshire's lead sits at 93. I think that's gone through the rest of the scores.
Looks like they may be coming off here.
Right. Does look that way. So clearly Gloucestershire have decided, or Graham Van Buren's decided, that he doesn't want to bowl another over. So we're now presumably going to have to hang around for a little while, because there are still 9 overs left. So that's, what, roughly half an hour, 35 minutes, let's say, is worth of play. So it won't be... That's Adam Lyth giving the Yorkshire supporters down there a thumbs up as he walks off, raising his bat now. Magnificent. So he's on 19, Bean's on 8, and for now play is curtailed. And you know, it's easy to nitpick. It does seem as if it's probably about as bright as when the seamers were just about on earlier, but it's all marginal. And now then, this will be the light reading that will be used for the rest of the game. And it's not exactly at its worst point. So there's a little bit of a concern, I suppose, that the reading, as it were, isn't maybe set quite as low as it might be. So if there is a light issue, I should say, tomorrow evening, then you wonder how late we'll be playing then, seeing as it's 10 to 6. And the weather tomorrow, whilst I think it looks dry, it looks potentially cloudy again. Anyway, we'll see, who knows, but bad light has stopped play, so our second interruption, but this I think will be the first one that will result in a loss of overs. I suspect, though, perhaps it won't have a massive bearing on how things will shape up, but of course it's overs that Yorkshire in particular would have liked to have used to continue to build their lead, which sits at 93 runs. Brief recap of what we've seen today, in case this is it from us. And a day which started with Gloucestershire at 28 for 2, with the night watchman Josh Shaw in on 8 and Cameron Bancroft on 5. Shaw was removed without adding a run, nicking off to Matt Milnes. We then saw a partnership worth 98 between Miles Hammond and Cameron Bancroft. It was 98 ground out runs before Hammond charged past one from Moriarty for 43. Bancroft himself perished using his feet to Moriarty, caught long off. He was out for 70. James Bracey played pleasantly for 39, but was out to the golden arm Adam Lythe, to a superb one-handed juggling catch at slip by Joe Root. Bracey fell for 39, another key moment that's gone Yorkshire's way that they've created just before tea. Ben Charlesworth, a 52, not out in the end. He probably timed the ball the best of any of the Gloucestershire batters in his new position in the middle order. 52 not out from 71, including a towering 6 over mid-wicket. Van Buren out for 6. Wiping across the line, Zaman Akhtar got a beauty from Ben Code as well and nicked off without scoring. Marchand de Lange hit some entertaining boundaries but was out for 18 from 9, hitting the ball to mid-off off Fisher. And then Singdale, the last man out, LBW to that same bowler for 7. So 3 wickets apiece for Code and Fisher, a couple from Moriarty and 1 each for Milnes and Lythe. And after Lythe plundered 12 runs off the opening over, Gloucestershire managed a little bit more control after that, but bad light meant spin had to be bowled, and Gloucestershire weren't having that anymore. So off we've gone, and the light has got noticeably worse again. So I think, to be honest, whatever you say, there's no way we'd have been playing now. And there isn't really any break in the weather that we can see. So if that is indeed it for the day, thank you so much for your company, from myself, Ed Seaborn, from Jonathan Doidge and from Shah Faisal. We hope to have your company again tomorrow morning, and if that is it, a very good evening. Welcome back to Bristol. Against all odds, we've fought and we've got some more cricket back. We've got 4 overs of Gloucestershire steaming in to try and take a wicket this evening in front of 30 people. Let's get it on. It's Finlay Bean and Adam Lyth out there in the middle. We shouldn't knock cricket because goodness knows I waited long enough to get some cricket. 4 days off at Derby, 6 months of hell without live cricket. And we're ready to resume. Yorkshire lead by 93 runs. And we've got 4 overs. And because we have some very faint sunshine, Gloucestershire have been told they can bowl their seamers. So potentially 2 overs of Ajit Singh Dale and potentially 2 overs of either Josh Shaw, or who knows, they might even decide to throw the ball to Marchand de Lange. Here we go with Ajit Singh Dale bowling outside the off stump, a long way outside the off stump, and left alone by Finlay Bean, but one of the 30 spectators remaining really enjoyed it. My name's Ed Seaborn, Shah Faisal is alongside me, and just as we were all preparing to go off and, well, not we were all, but we were all preparing to go off and do whatever, we were set for our post-match interviews, or post-day interviews, you know what I mean. We tend to call them that anyway for some reason. But no, about turn, and we've got cricket again. Singh Dale in with 3 slips in the gully, bowling to Bean, who steers that one past the dive of Dent, but not past the dive of Hammond at backward point. And they'll take a single, 31 without loss.
Yeah, 20 minutes ago it was dark and covers were on. Umpires were in the middle with the ground staff, and we all thought that's it for the day. All of a sudden, in the distance, I think Ed was the first person who saw that the weather was coming and it was kind of have a bright passage, and that's exactly what we got. And at one stage when the cut-off time was 6:11, just before that,
Singh Dale bowls. Oh, that's come back a long way and has just missed off stump. Not going to do the usual adage, but it missed off stump and Lyth's still there. But that has jagged back possibly more so than we've seen any delivery do so far. I mean, Bracey's taken that a long way down the leg side in the end.
Yeah, that's the stage where you probably would be thinking that the lacquer has gone off the ball a little bit, and that's where it starts to move around. And Singh Dale, if he can bowl consistently, like we said in the first innings as well, with his pace and aggression, he can cause trouble.
3 slips now, as that's short and wide, cut away by Adam Lyth to the boundary. And you can't afford to present Adam Lyth with that sort of scoring opportunity. It's as if he was never out of the middle from the way that he was timing the ball before. 23 to him now, and it's 35 without loss.
Just talk about that consistency, and your margin of error against someone like Lyth is very minimum. This time was slightly shorter, not a terrible half tracker, but just slightly short, slightly wide, fast hands through the ball. Adam Lyth is a wonderful player, square of the wicket.
Still quite breezy out there. Singh Dale round the wicket bowls, and Lyth works that one from outside the off stump through the leg side. Gloucestershire saw a bit of a gap opening there, but connection was made from bat on to ball, and it's fielded at mid-wicket for no run. And whilst we kind of joke about this little period here, there's certainly no laughing matter for either Messrs Lyth or Bean if they get out, and whoever it is that's padded up in the Yorkshire dressing room, whether that be Shan Masood or potentially a night watchman. Last ball of the over, be 3 to go after this one. Singh Dale round the wicket, in bowls, inside edge onto pad from Lyth. And the cordon was up, but not for very long. And because there's no fielder saving the single in tight on the onside, there is a comfortable one. Lyth will keep the strike, and I think, at least potentially in terms of the viewers at home, but I'm sure those few that have remained here are going to get what they, I suspect, wanted to see. Marchand has taken off his sweater and is moving with purpose towards his bowling mark. 36 without loss. The lead sits at 99.
Just a while ago off air when you were talking that how a professional cricketer, as a batter, you're talking about batters then, would take a situation, gloomy light, and just new ball, everything against them, and how would they cope with it. Similar thing with the bowlers as well. They went in for almost 30 minutes, and then it's quite cold here. It's not easy to get really warm and ready right away. This one is short from DeLonge, and it's been pulled not from the middle of the bat. Will collect a couple of, just a one in fact. I thought they were going for that second run, but like just happy with the single. Yeah, talking about bowlers to get loose and warm again just straight after that kind of break in this chilly weather. There's a lot of possibility of injuries in that case, because as you enter the field, I mean, your instinct takes over and you just have to give it your all. Not easy balance to find.
Yeah, and of course they've not really been warming up for a little while outdoors like they might be in another sort of normal break.
DeLonge outside the off stump, easily let go by Bean, and that is a dot ball.
Yeah, and it's, well, yes, there are dot balls and dot balls, aren't there? But yeah, and you've got somebody coming off major thigh surgery, and just hope that DeLonge, who will be trying to pin his ears back and bowl quickly, you just hope he doesn't overdo it here.
That went aerial behind square, slightly short off the back foot. Ian will collect a boundary, but there was a moment of excitement for the fielding side. It just went in the gap. Just push his hands hard at it. It was short and wide. Not the conventional cut shot with the horizontal bat. Just went with the straighter bat. Thick outside edge, flew away.
Or ended up trying to sort of lift it, but yeah, it's not really a moral victory given that it's 4 more runs onto the total.
DeLonge again. This one is in the channel. Bean lets it go.
We do like our moral victories in this country. Of course, we won the Moral Ashes last year, both men's and women's.
Yeah, I was going to say that this is another thing, one of those sporting cliches, that it's 4 runs, but it's a moral victory for the bowler. I mean,
no, I never felt that.
Good. So I always felt like, well, as a batter, even if you get an edge, especially an opening batter, this one goes past the outside edge. Fiery delivery there from DeLonge. Like I said, he's giving it his all, even at this late stage. In the channel, just a little bit of movement, right arm round the wicket, straightens down the line.
Yeah, he's just about got enough time to get the machine cranked up, sort of, but you do feel that 2 overs for a big fast bowler like DeLonge is possibly not actually quite enough time.
DeLonge once again goes past the outside edge. Good areas and pretty rapid toward the back end of this over. Took him a couple of deliveries to get nice and loose, but then he found his radar. Excellent over from DeLonge. 41 for none, Yorkshire though, getting themselves into a very good position, and that little passage of play with 2 overs remaining, and the sun trying to peek through from behind the clouds. And in the distance towards our left, I can see actually quite a lot of blue sky.
Well, judging by the fact that the weather does seem to be coming from South Wales at the moment, the fact that they got back on at Cardiff led you to think there must be some brighter weather coming. It was just a question whether it was going to come in time, and now we've got quite a bit of late sunshine as Ajit Singh Dale bowls to Adam Lyth, who tries to tuck that one through the leg side, but doesn't get a huge amount of bat on it, and it's fielded at mid-wicket. It's been great to see so much play around the country in terms of the championship this round, after being so severely affected last round. Only one side managing a win. Got some thrilling cricket at the finish of that Sussex-Northamptonshire game last week, but every chance we could see some games build up. There are certainly several that look to be heading towards draws, but this one possibly among the best of them. This is Adam Lyth playing his trademark, almost Caribbean style, foot off the floor, knee up in the air, and help it round the corner for 4 runs through the leg side. It's a shot that he plays so well. It's that leg off the floor, whipping it away, 45 without loss.
Once again, fast hands. And you feel like there wasn't enough length on it for him to get his hands out in front and play that pull shot. Still enough pace and speed in those hands to just come down hard on the ball, and a fit foot in the air allows that bat swing.
It's really the fastest extended period of scoring we've probably seen in the match. Singdale bowls left alone by Lyth outside the off stump, and we saw Marchand de Lange with a quick onslaught. And I mean, to be honest, actually thinking back to the Yorkshire innings, I suppose Johnny Tattersall's sort of period that would have been probably around about this sort of pace. In fact, maybe even slightly more than that. So yeah, but it's been, on the whole, it's been harder to score than a 4.5, 5 and over type pace. And if Harry Brooks scoring 26 off 55, that tells you something. Singdale bowls to Lyth, who drives, gets a full-on half volley, and that has been spanked for 4. That brings up the 50 for Yorkshire, 53 without loss, and just 1 ball left for Singdale this evening. That was a half volley, and it got the treatment.
It was a half volley, no doubt, but that probably was the shot of the day. Classical cover drive. Looks more elegant and stylish when the left-hander plays it. Adam Lyth held the pose. It came right off the middle of the bat.
Apologies, it's 49 without loss. The scoreboard I thought hadn't moved, but it had. Oh, he's almost played on here as Lyth. He gets very lucky. He's played it into the ground, and then it's just hit his pad and gone to safety. He tried to sort of chop that one away, and if that hits his pad in a slightly different way, then it might have been real trouble, but he managed somehow to keep that out. Score remains 49 without loss. Lead is 112. This will be the last ball of Singdale's work for the evening, as he races in from the Ashley Down Road end. Round the wicket bowls to Lyth. Rising delivery, and that's an inside edge which just misses leg stump and goes down to short at fine leg. And that will be the 50 up. What an exciting over that was. Boundaries, couple of inside edges, back of a length dug in. And Lyth, well, trots to the non-striker's end slightly sheepishly, but he's still there, and he's managed to pinch the strikers. Well, I'm sure he's delighted to have picked up that single. 50 without loss. As the lead is 113, and just 1 more over left.
Yeah, Singdale, I mean, we've seen him bowl. He gets a lot of effort into his deliveries, but when he gets it right, he's a handful. And that's one thing with Gloucestershire bowling lineup. They are exciting to watch because they run in, as we watch De Lange now. The final over of today. Up and over is Adam Lyth, and that is a boundary. Once again, not a lot of room, but those fast hands really carving that away, just leaning back a little bit to create that width. And that was exquisitely timed. Once again, backward a point, 4 runs.
38 from 40, 8 boundaries, and this was the danger. As much as it is very exciting to watch these quick men, if you don't get it right, these attacking players that Yorkshire have in the top order, the game starts to get away from you very quickly.
Delivery, quick delivery, but misdirected on that occasion. A bit too wide to tempt Adam Lyth, because field has been changed after that boundary. It's backward a point fence. We've got a man over there. It's not quite third man. Even if it is, it's a very wide third man.
And it is more or less a fielder for a bad ball, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's just hogging that rope over there as well. This is a long, long wave. Adam Lyth is not going to be hitting a 6 in that direction, I'm pretty sure. But that next delivery has been cut to that man all along the carpet, though. Adam Lyth probably will be relieved to get to that far end, and should be thinking that that's his day's work, and he can come back tomorrow morning nice and fresh and capitalize on a wonderful start that he's got. 38 of just 41 deliveries.
He's up by far the majority of the strike, so he's probably thinking it is up to you, young'un, to take the rest of this. Faced almost twice the number of deliveries as Finley Bean.
Delanga to Bean now, off the back foot, covered up very nicely. That fielder from deep point has come in to regulation point, so no chance of a run there. There's a little friendly banter between Delanga and Adam Lyth. Huge smiles from both of them.
Yeah, I'm sure if there was any bad blood at all after Delanga was out, it's not going to last very long, certainly not with Marchand.
3 slips in a gully. Nicely timed by Bean. Just caressed it. Over those practice pitches, the ball does gather pace, but good chase there. Just a couple of runs. Adam Lyth wasn't keen on running really fast to even attempt that third run, because we've got close to the close of play. Just 1 delivery remaining.
Yeah, and only, what, half an hour after we thought the close of play was, but if this delivery is safely negotiated, Yorkshire will take these overs that have been bowled and the runs that they've scored and say thank you very much, glad we got back out there.
We've seen some of the most crisp stroke play in those 4 overs that we all waited for. We got it, so well worth the wait. Final delivery of the day, and this is outside the off stump. Bean will let it go. Adam Lyth had already taken off his helmet and he was ready for the walk, and that is the close of play here on day 2. Yorkshire well ahead in the game, and those last four overs only illustrated their dominance in the game. With 2 days to go, we're heading into a very, very exciting game.
Yeah, Yorkshire has seized control of this game. There was not necessarily any one moment that they've done it, but they've done it through steady, hard work with the ball and some lapses in concentration from Gloucestershire's batters, as well as the pressure that was exerted. And it means that at the end of day 2, Yorkshire lead by 120 runs with all 10 second innings wickets remaining. Gloucestershire have an awful lot of work to do if they're going to get back into this game tomorrow, or the ball is very much in Yorkshire's court as to how they want to play this and how much time possibly they want to bowl Gloucestershire out a second time. Thanks very much for your company once again today. We very much enjoyed bringing the day's action to you, but from all of us here this evening, it's goodbye.